Chapter 21, The Eyes Underground. Guye did not immediately enter the subway station. He was on the second floor of the ruins opposite the entrance, like a patient cheetah, observing for another 20 minutes. Only after confirming that there were no colleagues or wandering anomalies nearby did he, like a ghost, silently slip into the darkness. The first thing was equipment. He took out the special earplugs from his backpack, which had cost him 160 credit points and contained silent cicada slew powder, and carefully inserted them into his ears. Instantly, the ghostly howling wind from outside became extremely distant and muffled. The whole world seemed to be wrapped in a thick layer of cotton. A reassuring silence enveloped him. Next was the gas mask. Wearing it, the unique, nauseating smell of the subway station, a mixture of rust, mold, and old grime, was mostly blocked out. Hearing and smell, the two senses most likely to trigger fear in the dark, were actively reduced to their lowest setting. Now, all he could rely on were his eyes and the light from the flashlight in his hand. He turned on the flashlight, and the cold beam instantly tore through the darkness before him. What came into view was the old world's ticket hall. The floor was covered with thick dust and rotten paper. Several rows of cold metal turnstiles, like rusted soldiers, guarded this long-forgotten entrance. On the walls, some faded advertisements could still be seen. A sweet-smiling woman in the painting was promoting the most popular lipstick from 30 years ago, but her face had been eroded beyond recognition by some black mold, making her smile incredibly eerie and terrifying. Guye tightened his grip on the military dagger at his waist and walked cautiously, step by step, deeper into the platform. As expected, this place had long been visited countless times by scavengers. Everything valuable had already been plundered. The ticket booth window had been violently pried open with a crowbar, leaving nothing but cobwebs inside. The vending machine in the corner had been forcibly dismantled, and even the last coin inside had been gouged out. Guye even saw a skeleton in a corner. From his tattered clothes and the scattered tools nearby, he was likely an unlucky scavenger who had died here for unknown reasons. Guye did not disturb him. From the original owner's memory, anything on people who died outside the wall was considered a gift from nature. Those who found a body would, like vultures, take all valuable items from the deceased. By the time a body was reduced to mere bones, it only proved that it had been thoroughly picked clean by countless vultures. Searching it again would not only be a waste of time, but might even trigger a malicious trap left by a previous scavenger. Guye silently walked past the skeleton. He slowly descended the cracked stairs to the platform. A colder, damper air wafted from the depths of the tunnel. The platform was also empty. Only a few gnawed-up benches remained, proving that civilization once existed here. Then he began his first and most tedious task of this trip, searching. He used his flashlight to scan every corner of the platform inch by inch, under the benches, inside the trash can liner, behind the billboards. He even lay down and carefully checked the gaps in the tracks several times. Time passed minute by minute. An hour later, Guye straightened up, somewhat annoyed, and pounded his aching back. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He didn't find a lighter, nor even a single old-world coin. This mission, which had been hanging around for so long without being completed, was very likely a scam. Either the lighter didn't exist at all, or it had long been picked up by some scavenger as worthless junk. 600 credit points, it seemed, were going to go to waste. Guye felt a pang of disappointment. But just as he was about to give up and turn to leave, his flashlight beam accidentally swept across the back of a concrete pillar beside the tracks. There was a pile of black, sticky stuff there. Guye's heart suddenly leaped. He walked over and carefully shined his flashlight on it. It was feces. Large amounts of feces belonging to some flying creature, mixed with black insect exoskeletons and bones of unknown small animals. And judging by the thickness and dryness of the accumulated feces, this was definitely not formed in just a day or two. Echobat, they were really here. This discovery reignited Guye's heart, which had cooled down from not finding the lighter, making it burn hot again. Money can be earned again. But a brand new, independently containable F-class anomaly, for him now, was a more valuable experience package than 1,000 credit points. He immediately changed his plan. He stopped searching for that damned lighter. Instead, he focused all his attention on finding traces of the Echobat. He turned off the high-power mode of his flashlight, leaving only a faint halo of light. Then, like a true hunter, he began to analyze the target's habits. Echo Bat preferred to stay in absolutely quiet, enclosed spaces. This open platform was too vast. Their lair must not be here. So, where would it be? Guya's gaze fell on the too dark, seemingly light-devouring subway tunnels at either end of the platform. Only there did the conditions of enclosed and absolutely quiet apply. Guya gritted his teeth. He knew that entering there would increase the danger exponentially. But to become stronger, he had to take this risk. He chose the left tunnel, drew the military dagger from his waist, and held it in a reverse grip. Then he suppressed his breathing to a minimum, stepping, step by step, into that pure, heart-pounding darkness. The tunnel was even damper than the platform. The walls were covered with slippery moss. Underfoot were cold tracks mixed with standing water. With every step, Guya would pause for a few seconds to observe his surroundings, fearing to make even the slightest extra sound. To avoid startling anything that might be present, Guya turned off his flashlight. He was instantly swallowed whole by the darkness. After walking about 100 meters further in this oppressive environment, Guya's footsteps stopped. He could smell something even through his gas mask. An extremely strong odor, a mixture of ammonia from bat guano and the musky smell of some unknown creature. The smell was coming from ahead. He pressed himself against the cold tunnel wall like a statue, even holding his breath temporarily. He began to move deeper into the darkness at an even more imperceptible speed. He was waiting for that cold, mechanical prompt. 1 minute, 2 minutes, just as he was about to run out of breath. The long-awaited voice finally sounded in his mind. Weak anomaly energy fluctuations detected. Scanning. Guya's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Scan complete. Containable individuals found. F-class anomaly, Echo Bat adult, X37. Containable individuals found. E-class anomaly, Echo Bat King Elite X1. Guya's pupils suddenly contracted. E-class, an E-class elite monster was actually hidden here. What the hell, where was this an F-class mission? The bastard who posted this mission clearly wanted to kill all the scavengers who took it. But then, a feeling of excitement, even stronger than fear, surged through him. E-class, if he could contain it, he would definitely gain a more powerful trump card. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and continued to listen to the codex's prompts. Individual classification, living creatures. Here it came. Guya held his breath. The prompt that would determine the success or failure of his mission finally appeared in his mind. Containment condition. Personally tear off and swallow its vocal cords used to emit ultrasound. Chapter 22, The First Hunt. Containment condition. Personally tear off and swallow its vocal cords used to emit ultrasonic waves. This bloody and straightforward condition made him realize that a close-quarters brawl was unavoidable today. He knew very well that challenging an entire group with an E-class elite with his current strength wasn't bravery. It was suicide. Food must be eaten bite by bite. Bizarre compendium must also be collected one by one. His goal today was those F-class lone minions. But before that, he needed intelligence. About the enemy and about himself. He slowly retreated from that pure darkness, all the way back to the relatively safe platform. Then he took a deep breath and immersed his consciousness into the bizarre compendium. Transform, skeletal hound. Crack, crack, crack. Ow. An extremely faint, non-human growl emanated from Guya's throat. The transformation was successful. The moment the transformation was complete, Guya froze. He felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. The heavy oppressive feeling that had crushed him from all directions when he transformed in the dormitory before had vanished. He could clearly feel that every single bone in his body was filled with smooth, unimpeded power. Guya lowered his head, looking at his hands. They were no longer hands, but a pair of sharp claws made of pale white bones. He could feel that his current perspective had become extremely low. The entire subway station appeared incredibly vast in his vision. He tentatively took a step forward. There really wasn't any sound at all. The bone claws, stepping on the concrete floor, were as silent as a cat's paw pads. For the first time, he finally unleashed the full power of this transformation card without any shackles. He suppressed his inner excitement, experiencing the completely different sensations this new form brought him. No sense of smell, no sense of pain, only a pair of pupils burning with ghostly blue fire that could barely see in the dark. And that silent stealth like a ghost. He moved on all fours without making the slightest sound, like a white shadow, silently slipping back into the dark tunnel leading to the bat colony's nest. This time, he was no longer an intruder. He was more like a ghost returning to his own territory. He quickly arrived outside the huge, cavern-like underground cavity. He didn't go in. Instead, he crouched at a corner, carefully extending his bony head out. The sight before him made his non-existent scalp tingle. The top of the cavity was densely packed with at least 30 to 40 echo bats hanging upside down. They resembled strings of ugly black tumors clinging to the cave's ceiling, occasionally twitching a wing. And in the very center of all the tumors hung a giant bat, noticeably larger than its counterparts, with even a strange red blotch on its wings. Undoubtedly, that was the E-class Echo Bat King. Guya just lay there in his most bizarre skeleton form, silently observing them from the entrance of their nest. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Not a single echo bat in the nest reacted to him, the uninvited guest. They truly ignored the skeletal hound. A wave of wild joy surged through Guya's heart. He had guessed correctly. For these echo bats, which perceive the world through sound waves and life thermal energy, the skeletal hound, a bone frame composed of dead matter and resentment, with no heartbeat, no body temperature, and absolutely silent movements, was no different from a roadside stone in their perception. This was his most important trump card for completing this hunt. But having a trump card alone wasn't enough. He still needed to personally test how strong these creatures' attacks truly were. He controlled the skeletal hound, silently retreating from the tunnel and returning to the platform. Then, he canceled the transformation. He reverted to human form, gasping for breath, feeling the exhaustion of his mental energy being drained. But he didn't rest. He simply rechecked the silent cicada slew earplugs in his ears, then gripped the military dagger in his hand and made a decision. He would be the bait. He slowly walked back into the tunnel. This time, he didn't intentionally hide his footsteps. Tap. 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 The sound of his leather boots on the damp ground was exceptionally clear in the dead silence of the tunnel. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. When he reached about 30 meters from the nest entrance, screech! An extremely sharp shriek, enough to pierce human eardrums, exploded from deep within the cave without warning. Immediately following, an invisible pressure, like a shockwave, slammed violently into Guya's body. Buzz. Guya's mind instantly went blank. The world spun. He felt as if he had been struck hard on the head by an invisible sledgehammer. Nausea, dizziness, and a strong urge to vomit surged over him wildly. The silent cicada slew earplugs in his ears were heating up frantically, desperately absorbing the deadly sound waves. But just as Old Man Wang said, it could only weaken, not immunize. At this moment, Guya finally experienced firsthand the terror of being roared at by an F-class bizarre compendium right next to his ear. He couldn't even stand steadily, stumbling back 2 steps, almost falling onto his backside. And this was just a warning from a single sentry. Screech, screech, screech. The next second, the entire cave came alive. Countless echo bats simultaneously opened their mouths. Guya could even see the air rippling like water due to the terrifying sound wave resonance that was about to arrive. Transform. Guya dared not hesitate for a moment, and in the last instant before the sound waves arrived, he roared out the transformation command with all his might. Crack, crack. At the moment the world-destroying sound waves were about to completely engulf him, his body timely shattered into a skeleton devoid of hearing and a brain. The terrifying sound waves, powerful enough to turn a human brain into paste, violently washed over the skeletal hound. Other than causing its pale white bones to tremble slightly, they passed through without any obstruction. Test complete. Guya dared not linger, immediately controlling the skeletal hound, and fled this death tunnel without looking back. On the platform, Guya canceled his transformation, collapsing onto the ground, his face pale, covered in cold sweat. Although that moment lasted only a few short seconds, the feeling of his soul trembling still left him with lingering fear. But he had also obtained all the intelligence he wanted. 1. The alert range of the echo bat is approximately 30 meters. 2. A single attack is enough to temporarily incapacitate him, even with special earplugs. 3. Once surrounded, he wouldn't even have a chance to transform. Conclusion: absolutely cannot engage them in a positional battle. He must lure them out and kill them one by one. Guya's mind raced, and a simple, crude, yet effective hunting plan quickly took shape. He took out the old-fashioned alarm clock, which he had fully wound, from his backpack. Then he carefully set the alarm for 5 minutes later. After that, he transformed into a skeletal hound again, holding the ticking alarm clock in his mouth, and like a white ghost, silently sneaked back into the tunnel. This time, he didn't approach the main nest. Instead, he found an abandoned maintenance room about 50 meters from the cave entrance. He pushed open the dilapidated iron door with his bone claws. Then, he gently placed the ticking alarm clock in the innermost corner of the maintenance room. Having done all this, he himself hid in the shadows of another corner. He curled his body into a ball, making himself look more like a pile of unremarkable scattered bones on the ground. Then, he began to wait patiently, waiting for the continuous faint tick-tock sound to attract a curious, solitary sentry with an excess of curiosity. Time passed, minute by minute. Every second was an ordeal for Guye. He not only had to endure the continuous consumption of his mental energy, but also had to fight against the tension brought by the unknown. Finally, ring-a-ling-a-ling. The piercing mechanical alarm bell exploded without warning in this tunnel that had been silent for 30 years. The sound was infinitely amplified, reflected, and superimposed in the narrow tunnel, forming a noise storm capable of unsettling any living creature. Screech. Almost simultaneously, a more furious, more violent collective shriek instantly erupted from the huge nest deep within the tunnel. Countless black shadows in the nest began to stir restlessly. It worked. His dynamite had successfully enraged this nest of bats. Soon, an unlucky echo bat detached from the colony. It was clearly a sentry assigned to eliminate this annoying noise source. It made no sound, simply spread its fleshy wings, gliding like a black fallen leaf with undisguised killing intent, precisely towards the maintenance room. Closer, even closer. The echo bat didn't even hesitate at the entrance of the maintenance room. It folded its wings and deftly darted into the half-open iron door. It was going to tear apart that damned, still wildly ringing alarm clock. Now, the moment it darted in, Guy moved. His curled-up skeleton instantly sprang up. He didn't revert to human form. Instead, in the form of a skeletal hound, he lunged forward, using his pale white bone claws to slam the rusty iron door shut with a bang, and he jammed the doorknob tightly with a steel bar he had prepared earlier. He succeeded. He had trapped a lone echo bat with himself. Screech. Inside the maintenance room, the echo bat, realizing it was trapped, reacted instantly. It abandoned the still-ringing alarm clock and instead unleashed all its fury on Guyi, the uninvited guest. It opened its ugly mouth, and an ultrasonic wave powerful enough to make an ordinary person bleed from all 7 orifices on the spot slammed violently into the skeletal hound. However, nothing happened. The terrifying sound wave merely caused the skeletal hound's pale white bones to tremble slightly, then pass through without any obstruction, hitting the wall behind it and knocking down a shower of dust. Immune, completely immune, the echo bat was visibly stunned. In its simple mind, filled with chaos and slaughter, the emotion of incomprehension appeared for the first time. Its most powerful weapon, the very foundation of its survival, was ineffective in front of this walking skeleton. In the instant it was dazed, Guya pounced fiercely. Chapter 23, The Real Hunt Has Only Just Begun. He pushed off with all 4 feet, pouncing like a white flash of lightning. The echo bat reacted, letting out an angry shriek, and met him with its razor-like claws. Clang. The sharp claws scraped against the skeletal hound's ribs, but they only left a white scratch. Meanwhile, the skeletal hound's jaw, made of countless sharp teeth, had already bitten into its wing. Crack. The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. Screech, screech. The echo bat let out a painful cry, struggling frantically, using its other claw and teeth to leave wound after wound on the skeletal hound's body. But it was useless. Its enemy had no flesh and blood, and even less, no sense of pain. The skeletal hound was like a killing machine, letting its opponent wildly attack it. It had only one goal: to pin the enemy firmly to the ground. Finally, at the cost of several broken ribs, the skeletal hound successfully used its heavy body and 2 sharp bone claws to pin the completely crazed echo bat to the cold concrete floor. The battle was over. The alarm clock's ringing also stopped at this exact moment. The entire world returned to dead silence. Only the echo bat, pinned to the ground, was still letting out unwilling screeches. Gu Yi, or rather the skeletal hound, lowered its ferocious, ghost-fire-burning head. It looked at the struggling prey beneath it. Then it raised one of its front paws, those 5 sharp, dagger-like claws made of pale white phalanges. Without the slightest hesitation, it fiercely stabbed into the echo bat's still trembling throat. Its bone claw precisely prodded and hooked in the opponent's throat. A bizarre flesh tumor crystal, only the size of a thumb, still faintly trembling as if mixed with flesh and crystal, was hooked out alive. The vocal cords, then, under the echo bat's gradually dimming gaze. This silent skeletal hound opened its huge mouth, made of countless sharp teeth, and swallowed the faintly trembling trophy. Gulped it down. Containment successful. Detected contained individual as living creature type. Generating transformation card. Obtained F-grade transformation card, Echo Bat. Already recorded in the record of 100 ghosts on the 3rd page. The moment that bizarre vocal cord, crystal, was swallowed by the skeletal hound, a cold energy, far purer than when absorbing the residual contaminated blood, exploded. This energy, like a long-awaited sweet rain, instantly refilled Gu Yi's almost depleted mental power. Mental power limit increased. 2025. Mental power fully restored. However, this joy of leveling up lasted less than 3 seconds. Screech. A collective shriek, even more piercing, more violent than any before, filled with the anger of the entire colony, erupted from the nest deep within the tunnel. Not good. The echo bat he had just killed had let out a final cry before its death. That was a distress signal. He didn't even need to turn around to hear the swarm of bats, like a black tide made of countless bats, rushing towards his small maintenance room with world-destroying sound waves. Bang. A loud bang, the rusty iron door, which Gu Yi had jammed with rebar, suddenly caved inwards. It was a few echo bats leading the charge, using their steel-like heads to launch suicidal impacts. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again, more echo bats joined the ranks of door breakers. That pathetic iron door, under the repeated impacts of dozens of monsters, let out a grating, metal-twisting groan. The rivets of the door hinge flew out of the wall, one after another. Run. This thought flashed in his mind for only 0.1 seconds before he himself rejected it. Too late. At the skeletal hound's speed, he would definitely not outrun the overwhelming swarm of bats. Once caught in the tunnel, even if he was immune to sound waves, he would be torn into a pile of shattered bones that could never be reassembled by claws and teeth. What to do? In the nick of time, a thought flashed through his mind. Can't beat them. Then join them. Transform Echo Bat. Gu Yi dared not hesitate for a moment, giving the command to switch forms in his mind. The skeletal hound's pale white skeleton instantly disintegrated. Immediately after, a brand new sense of alienation spread throughout his body. His skin began to become tough and cold like leather. His bones became hollow and light. His arms were elongated, and huge, cicada-wing thin fleshy wings extended between his flesh and skin. He felt his facial features collapsing inwards and reorganizing, and a pair of radar-like ears grew wildly from the sides of his head. Screech. An extremely faint cry, yet identical to the countless shrieks deep within the tunnel, emanated from his throat. Just as the tide-like swarm of bats was about to rush into the maintenance room, Gu Yi's transformation was complete. He had become an ugly and deadly echo bat, identical to the monsters outside. The next second, the black tide surged in. Dozens of frenzied echo bats, like a group of emotionless black fighter jets, instantly filled the cramped room. They let out angry shrieks, searching for the murderer who had killed their companion. And Gu Yi was among them. He folded his wings, pressing himself tightly against the cold wall, not daring to move. He could feel countless of his kind brushing past him. Their reeking wings even scraped against him several times, but not a single one showed any hostility towards him. The disguise was successful. The bat swarm quickly found the alarm clock, which had been used as bait, and was already crushed to pieces by their own kind. They circled the pile of scrap metal, letting out even angrier shrieks. They seemed to be wondering why the murderer had shattered itself. They circled a few times, and after not detecting any other living creature scent, they finally began to gradually exit the cramped maintenance room, returning to their nest deep within the tunnel. When the last echo bat also disappeared into the darkness, Gu Yi felt his almost stopped heart resume its work. He dared not linger for a moment. Mimicking the appearance of his kind in his memory, he suddenly flapped those unfamiliar fleshy wings. A powerful lift carried him off the ground. He flew along the top of the tunnel towards the subway station exit. Thump. Under the still gloomy sky of the South Ring wasteland, Guye ended his transformation and collapsed onto the roof of an abandoned building. He gasped for air, feeling like his lungs were about to burst. The experience of those few short minutes was 100 times more thrilling and dangerous than the 2 missions he had previously done at the company, but he had also survived, and he carried an unprecedentedly rich trophy. He leaned against the cold wall, calmed his breathing, and then immersed all his consciousness into the bizarre compendium. He wanted to take a good look at his new acquisition. Transformation card, No 003. Name, Echobat. Grade, F. Potential limit, E. Type, entity type/living creature type. Promotion conditions. This species has evolutionary potential. By continuously devouring the core organ of its kind, the vocal sac, absorbing its primordial power and accumulating enough energy, it can break through current grade restrictions and be promoted to E grade. Description: a gregarious hunter that inhabits darkness. Lacks vision, relying on ultrasonic waves for perception and hunting. Their vocal cords are extremely dangerous weapons, but also extremely fragile weaknesses. Don't provoke them unless you want to taste what it's like to have your brain boiled. Abilities. 1. Ultrasonic wave. After transformation, can actively emit a fan-shaped ultrasonic wave, capable of stunning weak creatures and damaging fragile items like glass. 2. Silent glide. After transformation, the special structure of its wings allows it to glide without making any sound. Weaknesses/rules. 1. Noise overload. Continuous, high-decibel, irregular noise will severely interfere with their sound wave positioning, causing them to fall into confusion and frenzy. 2. Fragile vocal cords. Although their vocal organs are powerful, they are inherently extremely fragile. Once physically damaged, they will completely lose their attack capability. 3. Phototaxis, negative. Extremely averse to strong light. High-intensity, instantaneous flashes can temporarily blind them. Potential limit, E. Guye's gaze was fixed on those 4 words. His brain raced. An F-grade ordinary Echo Bat, an E-grade Echo Bat King. This F-grade card actually had the potential to evolve to E-grade. He understood instantly. As long as he continuously used this transformation card to devour the vocal sacs of other Echo Bats, which is the energy of other Echo Bats, then it would be possible for it to break through the grade limit, complete evolution, and transform into a brand new, more powerful E-grade transformation card, the Echo Bat King. This discovery made Guye's breathing quicken. A crazy, yet infinitely tempting thought grew in his mind. He now had the Skeletal Hound, capable of perfect stealth and combat. He also had the Echo Bat, capable of perfect disguise and escape. And alarm clocks, which had proven to be extremely effective bait, were available in abundance on Rustbone Street. A low-risk, high-reward monster farming plan, infinitely repeatable, instantly formed in his mind. I need more alarm clocks. Chapter 24, Hunting Upgrades and Mission Completion. Long chapter. Guye didn't linger on the ruined rooftop for too long. When the feeling of physical exhaustion and the invigorating sensation of mental power recovery reached a delicate balance, he immediately set off. He strictly followed the safe route marked on Old Man Wang's map, quickly returning to the south gate 6 of the C-Ring zone. An hour later, Rustbone Street, pile of old papers alley. The thin, drywood-like old man who sold old-era trinkets was dozing in a reclining chair. Suddenly, a figure blocked the dim yellow light in front of him. Boss. The old man reluctantly opened his eyes and saw Guye's face, mostly covered by a gas mask. It's you again, monkey boy, friend. He clearly still remembered Guye. What, looking to buy art again? No. Guye shook his head and pointed to the box filled with scrap metal in the furthest corner of the old man's shop. How many of your cheapest, working second-hand mechanical alarm clocks do you have here? The old man was stunned, clearly not expecting that the kid who came with the monkey yesterday to buy a Walkman would come alone today to buy such junk that was good for nothing but making noise. Those things, he mumbled, but still stood up and rummaged through the box. They're all broken things discarded from B-Ring District, repaired. 15 credit points each. How many do you want? Guyi glanced at the remaining 600 credit points balance on his personal terminal. I'll take 20, he said, 300 points total. Guyi paid the amount with his personal terminal without hesitation. Then, under the old man's looking at an idiot gaze, he stuffed all the alarm clocks into his backpack, turned and left without looking back. Another hour later, South Ring Wasteland, Subway Line 3 entrance. Guyi returned. This time, his eyes no longer held the previous tension and probing. He fully wound all 20 alarm clocks. Then, he walked into that familiar darkness. The hunt began. The first step was still to transform into a skeletal hound, carrying an alarm clock set to ring at a specific time and silently infiltrate the tunnel. But this time, he didn't put the alarm clock in the inspection room too close to the main nest. He carried the alarm clock, stealthily making his way to another abandoned, narrower maintenance passage, a full 200 meters away from the main nest. It was secluded enough and quiet enough. Even if the battle inside made a lot of noise, it would absolutely not reach the main nest. He placed the alarm clock at the very end of the maintenance passage. Then he released the skeletal hound form and transformed into an echo bat on the spot. After doing all this, he flapped his wings and flew back near the main nest, silently hanging himself in the deepest shadow on the tunnel ceiling like a real fallen leaf. He was waiting for the alarm clock to ring. Waiting for that unlucky prey to take the bait. Ring, 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 ring. The piercing, frantic alarm bell once again tore through the underground silence. But this time, because of the great distance, the sound had become extremely faint and fleeting by the time it reached the main nest. Squeak. Indeed, in the nest, only one echo bat on the outermost periphery was startled by this strange noise. It flapped its wings in confusion, then left the swarm, flying alone towards the direction of the noise like a dutiful patrolman. It took the bait. He didn't act immediately. Like the most patient hunter, he waited quietly, waiting until that unlucky patrolman completely disappeared around the corner of the maintenance passage. Only then did he spread his wings and follow closely. When he reached the entrance of the maintenance passage, that poor echo bat was frantically attacking the still-ringing alarm clock with its claws. It was completely unaware that a kin had appeared behind it. Guyi didn't give it any chance to react. He silently pounced from behind. He didn't use ultrasonic waves, because he knew that such an attack would not be very effective against its own kind. He used the oldest and most effective method of killing in this world. Claws and teeth. His sharp, razor-like claws plunged fiercely into the soft back of its neck. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and, with his jaw full of sharp teeth, bit through its neck in one go. Squeak. That echo bat didn't even manage to let out a complete cry of sorrow before it completely stopped struggling. Clean and decisive, Guyi didn't pause for a moment. He skillfully used his claws to cut open its throat, pull out the still faintly glowing vocal cord, and swallow it in one gulp, absorbing homologous eerie energy. Then he dragged the corpse and hid it in the darkness at the deepest part of the maintenance passage. The first fishing expedition was a perfect success. Guyi showed no pride or excitement. He simply flew out of the maintenance passage, found a new fishing spot, and placed the second alarm clock. Then he returned near the nest and continued to wait, waiting for the next foolish prey to take the bait. Time flew by in this cold, death-laden repetition. The second one, the third one. His movements became increasingly skilled, increasingly ruthless, from setting traps to luring to hunting, devouring, and destroying the evidence. The entire process was fluid, filled with a cold aesthetic of efficiency. Finally, after he successfully hunted the 16th echo bat, absorbing homologous eerie energy. Mental power limit increased, 25-27. Mental power has been fully restored. Guyi was startled. Did his mental power limit break through? Perfect. After such a long hunt, his mental power was already approaching a dangerous range. Transformation card, No 003. Name, Echo Bat. Grade, F. Potential limit, E. Type, entity type, living organism class. Description, gregarious hunters that dwell in darkness. They have no sight and rely on ultrasonic waves to perceive and hunt. Their vocal cords are extremely dangerous weapons and also extremely fragile weaknesses. Don't provoke them unless you want to taste your brains boiled. Weaknesses/rules. 1. Noise overload. no chain. 2. Fragile vocal cords, no chain. 3. Negative phototaxis, no chain. Abilities. 1. Ultrasonic wave. Effect 1 impact. After transformation, can actively emit a fan-shaped sound wave with physical impact. Can knock down creatures below F grade. Effect 2 detection. Detection range expanded to a 100-meter radius, clarity of echo-constructed models, increased by 300%, can distinguish different materials such as metal, flesh, and rock. Mental power consumption reduced by 40%. 2. Silent glide. Effect 1 silence, no chain. Effect 2 new trait unlocked dive. Can perform short distance, explosive dive acceleration during gliding, instantly increasing movement speed by 50%. Mental power consumption reduced by 40%. An unprecedented, powerful sense of energy filled his limbs and bones. He felt that the ultrasonic waves he now emitted were at least twice as powerful as before. However, just as he was about to repeat his old trick and set up the next trap, his huge, radar-like ears keenly picked up something amiss. In the main nest, that E-grade Echo Bat King, which had been sleeping like a monarch on the cave ceiling, had woken up. It seemed to have finally noticed that 1/3 of its dispatched patrolmen were missing. Squeak. A roar, completely different from all ordinary echo bats, filled with anger and majesty, like that of a king, echoed throughout the entire underground space. Immediately after, that Echo Bat King spread its huge, red-spotted fleshy wings and let out a series of extremely complex chirps filled with command meaning. In the nest, all the remaining dozen or so echo bats instantly became incredibly quiet. Then, like soldiers who had received the strictest orders, they gathered tightly around the Bat King, guarding it in the very center. No one dared to leave the group on their own again. Guyi, hidden in the shadows on the top of the nest, saw all of this. He had farmed this novice village dungeon too hard. The boss had already noticed something was wrong, and had activated maximum alert mode. It seemed today's hunt was over. He didn't make any further attempts. He just took a deep look at the Echo Bat King in the center of the nest, which was vigilantly scanning its surroundings with its hollow, eyeless face. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He prepared to quietly exit this tunnel. However, just as he was about to flap his wings and leave, a thought he had almost forgotten resurfaced. That silver lighter. That quest worth 600 credit points. He had originally given up. But at this moment, a new idea appeared in his mind. Can't find it with eyes. A flashlight is too dangerous. But what if I don't use sight? Guyi lowered his head and looked at his ugly, fleshy wings, which belonged to an echo bat. He had a pair of brand new eyes. He no longer hesitated, but flapped his wings, flying silently like a real shadow melting into the darkness, leaving the main nest's range and returning to that empty platform, which countless scavengers had frequented. He didn't turn on his flashlight. Instead, he hovered in midair, then opened his mouth. Squeak. An extremely faint, high-frequency sound wave, which only he himself could hear, instantly spread out from his throat like ripples on water. The next second, the entire world completely changed in his senses. No longer darkness, no longer light, but a black and white, three-dimensional model composed of countless echoes and outlines. The cold railway tracks reflected the clearest, sharpest lines. The concrete walls and ground were large, blurry color blocks. The garbage and gravel scattered on the ground were noise points of various sizes. This was the world of the Echo Bat, a world seen with sound. Guyi suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to scan the entire platform inch by inch like the most precise radar. Under the bench, only some stones reflecting dull echoes. Inside the trash can liner, empty, the gaps in the railway tracks. Only some tiny, sharp echoes belonging to metal parts. He had almost turned the entire platform upside down, but still found nothing. Could it be not here? Guyi frowned, just as he was about to expand his search area. His gaze unintentionally swept over the Echo Bat's nest. It was a large, dark corner located at the top of the tunnel's depths, interwoven with ventilation pipes and cables. It was piled high with various garbage that the Echo Bat had brought back from outside. Animal bones, broken rags, and some shiny trinkets they couldn't digest, just like a crow's nest. Guyi didn't pay attention at first. But just as he was about to shift his sight, an extremely tiny, yet reflecting an unusually clean, sharp, and dense echo bright spot suddenly jumped out in his mental model. It was mixed among a pile of animal bones and pebbles, completely inconspicuous, but its echo was distinctly different from all surrounding objects. That was metal, and it was extremely dense, smoothly polished metal. Found it. Guya felt a surge of ecstasy. He immediately retracted the sound waves, flapped his wings, and flew silently towards the nest. He pushed aside a fellow echo bat blocking the nest entrance, and the displaced echo bat grumbled discontentedly twice before finding another spot to continue hibernating. Guya then flew into the nest and carefully used his claws to push aside the pile of foul-smelling garbage. Soon, a small metal cube, covered in mud and excrement, lay quietly there. Guya hooked it up with his claws. Then he flew to an empty corner and landed. He released his transformation, returning to human form. He turned on his flashlight and placed the small object in his palm. He carefully wiped off the dirt with his sleeve. Under the flashlight's beam, the familiar, old-era metallic luster and the two small, meticulously carved letters on it clearly appeared before his eyes. SY. Quest complete, Guya held the lighter, feeling the Echo Bat card in his codex. 600 credit points. An E-grade potential card. This hunt was a huge profit. He carefully tucked the lighter into his innermost pocket. Chapter 25, Sudden Wealth and Advice, Long Chapter. By the time Guya returned to the south gate 6 of the C-Ring zone, dusk was already approaching. He didn't go home. Instead, clutching the cold lighter that held the hope of 600 credit points and a backpack reeking of trophies, he headed straight for the One-Eyed Tavern. He now needed to convert today's trophies into tangible power and capital in the most direct way possible. At the One-Eyed Tavern in the evening. When Guya pushed open the heavy wooden door, at least a dozen gazes, a mix of scrutiny, greed, and indifference, fell on him, the new face, like searchlights. Guya paid them no mind. He simply adjusted his gas mask, pulled down his hat brim, and walked directly to the bar, which always exuded a dangerous aura. Behind the bar, One-Eyed was wiping an old-world double-barreled shotgun with a rag whose original color was indistinguishable. Something wrong. He didn't even look up, his voice sounding as if it came from a rusty tin can. Guya didn't waste words. He placed the silver lighter and the somewhat crumpled mission voucher together on the greasy bar. One-Eyed stopped wiping his gun. His mechanical eye, made of brass and gears, flickered, emitting a faint red light that meticulously scanned the lighter. SY. He uttered an unintelligible murmur, then looked up, fixing his good human eye on Guya for the first time. Kid, you're quick. He picked up a terminal on the bar and operated it a few times. Payment successful, 600 credit points. Watching the number on his personal terminal instantly surge, Guya's heart thumped fiercely. This amount was almost equivalent to the fortune he used to save in a month working at the company. He said nothing more, put away the mission voucher, and left the tavern. Guya's figure completely disappeared outside the door. Behind the bar, One-Eyed looked at the lighter, still gleaming silver on the bar. His brows furrowed tightly. He went to the independent office in the back of the tavern and opened an encrypted channel accessible only to core members of the Merchant Guild. It's me. Thatsubway item retrieval mission, the one hanging in F rank as bait, has been completed. A similarly cold voice came from the other end of the communicator. Oh. Completed. I thought we'd have another material to recover. It's a newcomer. One-Eyed said slowly. A scavenger who registered just yesterday. A newcomer. The voice on the other end showed a hint of surprise. How is that possible? Did that group of echo bats fly away on their own? I don't know. One-Eyed shook his head. That's the strangest part. He picked up the lighter and weighed it in his hand. His gaze became incredibly profound. That so-called relic search mission, it wasn't a commission at all. It was an income-generating project within their One-Eyed Merchant Guild that had been going on for several years. A man-eating trap that only they themselves knew about. The mission was real. The lighter was indeed in that location. But they played a classic word game in the mission description. Target area may have a small number of echo bats active. What is a small number? 1 is a small number. 3 to 5 is also a small number, but they never told anyone. That subway line 3 was infested with a colony of echo bats, and they deliberately threw the lighter deep inside the colony's nest. To get it, one had to face the entire bat swarm. For scavengers who could only take F-rank missions, that was a certain death trap. they used the 600 credit points bounty as bait to lure those fools who desperately needed money and had blind confidence in their own strength, making them eagerly rush to their deaths. And then, the Merchant Guild would send in professional scavenger teams to recover the inheritance of those fools, their weapons, equipment, and all valuable items on them. Of course, if they weren't killed and gave up the mission and came back, it didn't matter. The Merchant Guild wouldn't lose anything. But if a greedy fool actually went deep into the tunnel to search, then it was pure profit, after deducting the cost of one lighter. Each recovery would net them at least several hundred credit points. Over the years, the number of scavengers who died on this mission was no less than 80, if not 100. But today, someone actually came back alive with the item, and it was a newcomer who registered less than 2 days ago. Could those bats have migrated due to seasonal changes? A guess was offered from the other end of the communicator. Possibly. One-Eyed nodded. This was the most logical explanation, but for some reason, he always felt that things weren't that simple. His mind kept replaying the hooded man's calm eyes as he turned and left. Send someone to subway line 3 to confirm. One-Eyed finally gave the order. If those bats are really gone, then move this bait and set it up again somewhere else. If... He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They are still there. Then raise this newcomer's rank to key observation. I want to see. When did the South Zone get such an interesting newcomer? After leaving the tavern, Gu Yi, carrying the heavy, foul-smelling backpack, arrived at the entrance of Slaughterhouse Back Alley. This was the official recycling point set up by the Butcher Gang, open to all scavengers and hunters. A shop with a bloody pig's head sign, guarded by 2 burly men at the entrance. What's the goods? A shirtless butcher, wearing a blood-stained leather apron around his waist, stopped him, his voice filled with impatience. Guya didn't waste words. He simply placed his canvas backpack on the ground and unzipped it. Whoosh. 12 echo bat corpses, their throats precisely slit by a sharp weapon, but otherwise largely intact, were poured out onto the greasy floor. The butcher paused, then squatted down and roughly rummaged through the corpses. With a small knife, he skillfully cut open an echo bat's chest cavity and pried open its throat to examine it. Damn, the vocal sac is gone. The butcher looked up, his eyes instantly turning hostile. Kid, are you trying to fool me with these hollowed-out pieces of trash? I only found these. Guya's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. The butcher stared at him for a few seconds, seemingly judging whether he was lying. Finally, as if losing interest, he spat impatiently. He held up 5 blood-stained fingers. 50 credit points each. Take it or leave it. I'll sell. Guya nodded. He had already anticipated this. The most valuable parts had already been consumed by himself. Soon, 600 credit points for the 12 corpses were deposited into his account. Today alone, his total income reached 1,200 credit points. Today alone, his total income reached 1,200 credit points. Today alone, his total income reached 1,200 credit points. This was the charm of the unorthodox path. High risk, but also accompanied by the insane, high returns that companies could never provide. 20 minutes later, clutching a fortune, Guya finally returned to Wang Zhengguo's dormitory door. Knock, knock. Who is it? The door opened, and old man Wang, seeing him, paused. You kid, you're back. His tone held a hint of disbelief. Yes. Guya nodded, handing over the well-maintained military dagger, complete with its sheath with both hands. Captain Wang, here's your knife back. Wang Zhengguo took the dagger, drew it, and glanced at it. There wasn't a single chip on the blade. It was even sharper than when he lent it out. He looked deeply at Guya. The map. I want to continue renting it. Guya didn't hesitate, directly transferring 200 credit points as rent to Wang Zhengguo's account. That map is very useful. Wang Zhengguo looked at the transfer information on his terminal and fell silent. After a long while, he finally sighed as if resigned to fate. You kid, it seems you're determined, like a turtle eating a steelyard weight. He didn't refuse the rent because it was the rule. He simply let Guya back into the room. Sit. This time, his tone was much gentler than before. Mission completed. Completed. Not injured. No. Very good. Old man Wang nodded, a rare expression that could be called relief appearing on his face. But he quickly dropped the expression, becoming serious again. Kid, don't blame me for pouring cold water on you. He took a large gulp of black water, his voice becoming incredibly solemn. Remember, in our line of work, all living, bizarre entities that you can see and touch are the easiest to deal with, damn it. Because they have a physical form, they have weaknesses, a purification bullet will injure them, and they also obey physical rules. If you find their weakness, no matter how strong they are, they're just a beast. In this world, what's truly deadly and can kill you without a clear explanation are three other things. Old Man Wang held up 3 fingers. The first kind we all call curses. These are very sinister. They aren't mindless beasts, they have obsessions, just like those ghost stories we heard as kids. For example, I once encountered a bizarre entity called the Crying Bride. If you pass by on a rainy night and hear her crying, you absolutely must not answer. Once you ask her, "What's wrong with you?" she'll mistake you for her dead husband and drag you alive into the wall to be with her forever. Old Man Wang's tone held no hint of joking. The second kind is called rules. For instance, there's a famous silent alley in the cemetery in the North Zone. There's nothing in that alley, but if you say even a single word inside it, your tongue will fall out of your mouth on its own. You can't see it, you can't touch it. It is the law of that place. The third kind, he raised his last finger, his eyes becoming more solemn than ever before, is even more impossible to guard against. Damn it, it's called contamination, or meme. Just like a virus spreads, it can kill through information. Sometimes you only knew something and you're already dead. And do you think only things with teeth and claws outside the wall can take your life? Old Man Wang's eyes became incredibly cold. I tell you, what's more terrifying than bizarre entities is contamination value. How long have you been out this time? Half a day or a day? How do you feel? Do you feel a bit lightheaded, a bit more irritable than usual? Guya was stunned. He felt nothing at all. Exactly, Old Man Wang said to himself. You were lucky this time. You didn't encounter any strong sources of contamination. If you stayed in such a place for a few more days. By then, you wouldn't even need a bizarre entity to act. You yourself would become one. Old Man Wang put down his wine bottle and stared intently at Guyi with his bloodshot eyes. Kid, don't throw your life away for a few credit points. Scavengers are short-lived not because they aren't strong enough, but because they are too greedy. They always think they can last a little longer than others, make a little more. What's the result? Remember, every time you come back from outside the wall, it's best to honestly stay put for 2 days. Get that excessive contamination value down. Be humble, be patient, otherwise you won't live long. After leaving Old Man Wang's dormitory, Guya's mood was somewhat heavy. Those words were like a basin of ice water, completely sobering his mind, which had been heated by sudden wealth. He returned to his room and locked the door. He sat on the bed, looking at the 3 illuminated, faintly glowing cards in his codex. F-rank, contaminated blood. F-rank, skeletal hound. F-rank E-potential, echo bat. 3 transformation cards. These were all his current trump cards. A thought uncontrollably emerged from the bottom of his heart. Fusion, the bizarre compendium's most heaven-defying and core ability. He hadn't tried it before simply because he had too few materials and was reluctant to use them. But now that he had the stronger Echo Bat, the 2 most basic F-rank cards, Contaminated Blood and Skeletal Hound, seemed suitable for an experiment. His heart began to pound uncontrollably. Once successful, I can combine 2 pieces of trash into one slightly less trashy one, achieving a leap in early combat power. His luck seemed good today. Let's do it. Guyi gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He fully immersed his consciousness into the codex. He imagined forcibly mashing together the mud on the first page of the record of 100 ghosts and the skeleton on the second page. Fusion command detected. Fusion target, F-rank transformation card. Contaminated blood, liquid, contaminated. Fusion target, F-rank transformation card. Skeletal hound, solid, skeletal. Analyzing compatibility. Warning, target compatibility extremely low. Attributes severely conflict. Forcing fusion will have a very high probability of failure. Continue. Very high probability of failure. Guya's mind instantly cleared by half. but his gambler's heart, intoxicated by alcohol and victory, was clamoring. What if I'm the chosen one? Continue. In his mind, he issued the command that he would later regret deeply. There was no anticipated sharp pain, no feeling of his soul tearing apart, just an instant. Buzz. Fusion failed. Energy conflict, card module loading error. F-rank transformation card. Contaminated blood has entered dormant state, unusable for 24 hours. F-rank transformation card. Skeletal hound has entered dormant state, unusable for 24 hours. Accompanied by the Codex's cold, emotionless judgment, Guya's blank mind finally resumed functioning. He extended his consciousness into the Codex. He saw that the first 2 pages of the record of 100 ghosts, those 2 cards he was most familiar with, had turned gray. A bright red countdown, like shackles, reading 23:59:58 was displayed on them. Guya looked at the 2 gray cards, then recalled Old Man Wang's advice. Be humble, be patient, otherwise you won't live long. He smiled, never overestimate your luck. Chapter 26, A New Way to Earn Extra Money. The next day, Guya was woken up by a sharp pang of hunger. The aftereffects of the failed fusion were greater than he had imagined. Not only was he mentally exhausted, but his body also felt hollowed out, incredibly weak. He struggled to sit up, and the first thing he did was to sink his consciousness into the bizarre compendium. The first 2 pages of the record of 100 ghosts were still 2 desolate gray blanks. He now only had 1 echo back card left. His strength was greatly diminished. Damn it! He cursed it under his breath and climbed out of bed. He first tore open a tube of sedative, bran nutrient paste he had received yesterday and expressionlessly squeezed the cold, pasty substance with its strange earthy and minty taste into his mouth. The taste was awful, but as the energy went down, the burning hunger in his stomach was finally suppressed a little. His body regained a bit of strength. He remembered Old Man Wang's almost roaring warning about contamination value last night. Do you feel a bit bloated in the head, and your temper is a little more irritable than usual? Guya carefully felt himself. It seemed not. Aside from weakness and hunger, his brain was unusually clear, without even a hint of a hangover-like headache. Is it because my soul doesn't belong to this world? This thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't dare to gamble. Old Man Wang's grim face and the phrase, "By then, you yourself will turn into a bazaar," made his heart pound. He decided he had to verify it himself. He put on his jacket and walked out of the hive. This time, his destination was the alchemist's corner. That alley, always filled with the mixed scent of herbs and chemical reagents, was even darker than during the day. Guya bypassed several addicts trading unknown potions and arrived in front of the black clinic at the end of the alley, which bore a bleeding syringe sign. A man, thin as a bamboo pole, wearing a white coat, though it was so dirty its original color was indistinguishable, and a pair of welder's goggles, was dissecting an unknown 6-legged mutated creature on a surgical table, his back to the door. He was Dr. Syringe, the most unscrupulous but reputedly also the most skilled doctor on Rustbone Street. What is it? Dr. Syringe didn't turn around, his voice like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, harsh and impatient. I'd like to test my contamination value, Guya said. The surgical knife in Dr. Syringe's hand stopped. He slowly turned around, his large goggles reflecting an eerie green light in the dim illumination. Test, he sneered. What did the free nutrient paste from the Human Federation mess you up? Just want to confirm. All right, 10 credit points. Dr. Syringe pointed to a rusty machine in the corner, which looked like it had been salvaged from a garbage heap. Connected to the machine was something that resembled an old-fashioned telephone receiver. Put that thing on your forehead for 1 minute. Guya paid the money, picked up the cold receiver with a faint smell of disinfectant, and, as instructed, pressed it against his forehead. Buzz. The machine emitted a grating, dying roar. 1 minute later, a small, static-filled display screen above the machine showed a bright red number, 12%. Dr. Syringe's eyes, behind the large goggles, suddenly widened. 12%. He snatched the receiver from Guya's hand and pressed it against his own forehead. The number on the display screen changed to 43%. Damn it, the machine isn't broken. He took off his goggles and stared intently at Guyi with his bloodshot, hawk-like eyes. "Kid, are you a young master who snuck out of the B-ring district? In the entire C-ring zone, besides newborn babies, I've never seen a contamination value lower than 20%. Guya's heart sank, but his face remained impassive. "Perhaps my physique is just special." "Special?" Dr. Syringe sneered, his gaze like he was looking at a rare specimen awaiting dissection. But he thought of something else and eventually lost interest. "Get lost, clean boy, don't die at my door and dirty my ground." Guya didn't say another word, turned and quickly left the alley that made him feel uncomfortable all over. During the previous 2 mission tests, it was around 30%, 12%, an absolutely safe value, even lower than many B-ring district residents. He finally confirmed it. His soul, or rather the bizarre compendium, was his strongest firewall against contamination. This discovery instantly ignited a huge flame called ambition in his heart. Others had to worry about contamination, had to use black water and mint cigarettes to prolong their lives. But he didn't need to. He possessed more substantial capital than any other scavenger. He could stay in contaminated areas longer. He could get closer to those dangerous, but also opportunity-filled, prey than others. The huge advantage didn't make Guyi lose his head. He knew very well that he was currently a cripple who had lost 2 main armament cards. The most urgent task was to leverage his anti-contamination advantage to find a new, safe, and fast way to make money. He wandered aimlessly through the labyrinthine alleys of Rustbone Street, his mind racing. Physical labor at the flesh market was out of the question. One-Eye's bounties were too dangerous right now. What other options were there? Just as he was at a loss, he unwittingly walked into an alley filled with the smell of engine oil and burning metal. He saw a familiar, thin figure squatting at a stall piled high with old mechanical parts, meticulously sifting through a heap of scrapped circuit boards. It was Chen Hao. Guya's heart stirred, and he walked over. "Brother Chen." Chen Hao heard the voice, looked up, and seeing it was him, was a little surprised but still nodded. "Something wrong?" His voice was as concise as ever. "No, just strolling around." Guyi squatted beside him, looking at the wires in his hand, which were thinner than his hair. "What are you looking for?" "Silver cores." Chen Hao picked up a small, shimmering chip and showed it to Guyi. "Old-era stuff, now out of production. Wrench buys them back by the gram, and the price is good." Guya looked at his hands, calloused from various tools but exceptionally steady, and suddenly asked, "Brother Chen, your skills are so good, do you know of any odd jobs that pay quickly?" Chen Hao's chip-sifting motion stopped. He looked up, peering at Guyi through his thick, black-rimmed glasses. "Are you short on money?" "Yes," Guyi nodded, "very short." Chen Hao fell silent. He seemed to be thinking and evaluating. After a long while, he pointed to a huge, garbage heap-like pile of scrap in the depths of the alley. "See those things?" It was a pile of old industrial equipment modules discarded from the B-ring district. Wrench buys back scrap metal from the Mohis department at a low price. He needs us to completely disassemble the useful energy modules inside. "Sounds not difficult," Guya said. "It is difficult." Chen Hao shook his head. "These modules are all integrally welded. The casing is made of high-strength alloy, and using a cutting machine can easily damage the fragile energy core inside. The only way is to use strong acid to corrode the weld points. But that stuff is too hard to control. If the acid seeps in by accident, the entire module is scrapped." He said, glancing at Guye. "For a complete module, Wrench pays 50 credit points. For a scrapped one, we have to pay him back 20. Guye understood instantly. This was delicate work. It was also a high-risk, high-reward technical job. He almost instinctively thought of the armament card he had obtained from the abandoned elementary school, and had never used in actual combat, the armament card. Rusty hand, this was practically a divine tool, custom-made for disassembling these damned alloy modules. Using strong acid was an uncontrollable area attack, but using the rusty hand was a point attack that could be precisely controlled by his will. Guya's heart instantly grew hot. He had been worried about his 2 main armament cards being locked. Now he realized he still held a golden rice bowl that he had always overlooked. "Perhaps I can try." A hint of surprise appeared on Chen Hao's face, but he didn't ask further. This was the rule of the C-ring zone. Everyone had their secrets. "If you can do it, we can split Wrench's goods equally," he said calmly. "Okay." Guyi extended his hand. Chen Hao was momentarily stunned, then extended his hand and lightly shook his. Chapter 27, The Wonderful Use of the Rusty Hand. Chen Hao didn't say much. He simply led Guyi into the backyard workshop behind the Wrench's shop, a larger and more chaotic area. This was the Wrench Scrap Disposal Center. A scrap metal mountain, piled high with various scrapped, rusty industrial modules and mechanical parts, stood 3 or 4 stories tall, dominating most of the view. A few technical oddjobbers, as taciturn as Chen Hao, were toiling like ants on the mountain, painstakingly using cutting machines and pry bars to dismantle those sturdy, iron lumps. Wrench's rule: if you want to work, go pick your own materials from the mountain. Chen Hao pointed at the scrap metal mountain and said to Guyi, "Whether you can pick out valuable energy modules depends entirely on your eyesight and luck. Once you've picked them, go to the workshop in the back to dismantle them. He'll buy the cores you extract for 50 credit points each. If you damage one, 20 credit points will be deducted from your account." Guyi nodded, indicating he understood. This was the Wrench's art of exploitation. He only provided the venue and tools, and all the risks were borne by these lowest-level oddjobbers themselves. "Wait for me here." After Chen Hao finished speaking, he nimbly climbed the precarious scrap metal mountain alone. He didn't rummage around haphazardly like the others. His gaze quickly swept over the oddly shaped modules. He would occasionally stop, tap the module's casing with his hand, and cock his ear, listening carefully to the echoes from within. After about 5 minutes, he slid down the mountain, carrying a cylindrical module, half his height, that looked unremarkable. "This one." He placed the module in front of Guyi. An old-style pressure pump from the B-Ring district's water circulation system. The casing is triple-layered composite steel with the weld points at the bottom. The energy core is in the exact center and is very fragile. He used his hand to outline the approximate location and size of the core on the module. Using a cutting machine, there's at least a 60% chance the core will be damaged by vibration and high temperatures. He said, glancing at Guyi, "Workshop number 3 in the back is empty, no one's there. Go give it a try. If you can't do it, then let's just pretend I never brought it up." Guyi understood this was a test. He didn't say much, just picked up the heavy module and walked into the enclosed workshop, which was filled with the smell of rust. Bang. He closed the heavy iron door. The workshop was dimly lit, with only some natural light filtering through the dusty skylights. Guyi placed the pressure pump flat on a large, cold metal workbench. He didn't touch the cutting machines and electric saws in the corner that looked quite dangerous. He simply extended his right hand. "Manifest, equip the rusty hand." He lowered his voice and issued the command in his mind. The next second, his right hand began to undergo a strange transformation at a visible speed. His skin rapidly lost its original blood color, becoming as pale and shriveled as corpse wax, with fine, cracked earth-like lines appearing on it. His fingers were unnaturally elongated, and sharp, yellowish bone spurs brutally pierced through the skin at the joints, exposing themselves to the air. His entire arm seemed to be dehydrated, muscles coiling into hard sinews tightly adhering to the bones. Finally, it transformed into a grotesque monster arm, entirely composed of mummified flesh and exposed bones. This was the other form of the armament card. Not a summoning, but an armament. Guyi felt this new arm filled with cold power. He tried to move the 5 claw-like, uneven fingers of the rusty hand. They flexibly opened and closed at his will. Guyi no longer hesitated. He walked to the workbench and slowly pressed the grotesque, monster hand onto the incredibly sturdy weld points at the bottom of the pressure pump. Corrode. Buzz. The 5 fingertips of the rusty hand instantly lit up with an extremely faint, dark red glow, like molten iron. A power filled with the concepts of decay and oxidation began to slowly inject from his fingertips into the solid composite steel weld points. There was no piercing sound, nor any violent reaction. Guyi only saw the sturdy silver-white weld seam begin to age at a visible speed under the touch of the rusty hand. The metallic luster rapidly faded. A thin layer of reddish-brown rust appeared. Immediately after came the second layer, the third layer, in less than a minute. The incredibly sturdy weld seam had become as rusty and fragile as a shipwreck's iron anchor, submerged in seawater for decades. Gu Yi retracted the rusty hand. Then, with his intact left hand, he picked up the most ordinary pry bar, inserted it into the gap, and gently pried. Crack! A crisp sound. The alloy base, which had once been strong enough to withstand high-pressure water flow, was easily pried open like a brittle cookie, revealing the energy core inside, wrapped in countless circuits and still faintly shimmering with blue light. It was a success. Gu Yi looked at this perfect work before him, and he immediately dismissed the manifestation. The grotesque monster gauntlet transformed into a stream of light and retracted back into his body. He picked up the precious energy core, pushed open the door, and walked out. Outside, Chen Hao was leaning against the wall, waiting quietly. When he saw what Gu Yi held in his hand, a hint of unbelievable shock flashed in his always calm eyes behind the thick black-rimmed glasses. Too fast, but he didn't ask Gu Yi how he did it. He simply straightened up silently and then solemnly extended his hand to Gu Yi. Pleasure working with you. That morning became the most tedious, yet also the most profitable morning since Gu Yi's transmigration. The cooperation officially began. The division of labor was incredibly clear. Chen Hao was responsible for using his eyes, which were comparable to precision instruments, to accurately screen out all discarded modules still containing energy cores from the massive scrap metal mountain. And Gu Yi, in turn, was responsible for using his indestructible rusty hand to non-destructively open these sturdy-safes, one by one. The entire process became a silent, yet exceptionally efficient assembly line operation. Initially, Gu Yi was still unfamiliar with controlling the rusty hand, taking nearly 20 seconds to dismantle a module. But soon, he mastered the trick. He discovered that he could even control the speed and depth of corrosion through subtle mental manipulation. His dismantling speed became faster and faster. 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 5 seconds. By the end, it had turned into Chen Hao taking time to pick and choose, while Gu Yi was bored and yawning in the workshop, waiting. When the piercing rest bell rang near noon, the metal box used to hold the cores in front of them was already neatly stacked with 30 intact energy cores. 30 cores. Gu Yi looked at this huge fortune, and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. 50 credit points per core, 30 cores meant 1,500 points. This was, damn it, more than he earned by fighting monsters for a whole day in the subway tunnels. Let's go, brother Chen. Let's go find Wrench to exchange for money. Gu Yi excitedly rubbed his hands, picked up the box, and was about to leave. Wait. Chen Hao, however, reached out and stopped him. What's wrong? Gu Yi was startled. Chen Hao's expression was more serious than ever. He pointed to the box. We dismantled 30 cores in one morning, whereas those people outside, working all day, can at most dismantle 5 or 6 cores. We moved too fast. Gu Yi understood instantly. He had only thought about making money, but he forgot that this was the C-ring zone. Here, efficiency sometimes equaled danger. Then what should we do? In batches, Chen Hao's answer was brief and effective. Today, we'll only turn in 10 cores. We'll say we were lucky and found a batch of easy-to-dismantle materials. We'll hide the rest. We'll come back and turn them in every 2 days. Remember, in front of someone like Wrench, never let him think you're special. Gu Yi immediately understood Chen Hao's meaning, but then he quickly thought of a more realistic problem. But how do we hide them? He lowered his voice and pointed to the workshop exit. Wrench wasn't a fool. No one cared when you entered his backyard, but if you wanted to take things out, those guards at the door weren't to be trifled with. Chen Hao didn't answer after hearing that. He merely gave Gu Yi a look that said, "You don't need to worry about it." Then, he silently counted out 10 cores from the 30 and put them into an empty box. After that, he picked up the remaining 20 and without a word walked deep into the labyrinthine piles of scrap in the backyard workshop. Gu Yi didn't follow. He knew this was Chen Hao's secret, just as he wouldn't ask Gu Yi what method he used to efficiently extract the cores. After about 3 minutes, Chen Hao walked out of the scrap pile, empty-handed. Let's go, let's exchange for money first. Chen Hao picked up the box containing only 10 cores and led Gu Yi back into Wrench's shop, which was filled with the smell of oil and gunpowder. The transaction process was simpler than imagined. Wrench merely scanned the goods in the box with his red mechanical eye, and after confirming the quantity and quality, he directly transferred 500 credit points to Chen Hao's personal terminal. He didn't say a single word from beginning to end. After leaving the shop and returning to the relatively quiet corner of the backyard workshop, Chen Hao then opened his personal terminal. Today, 500 points. He looked at Gu Yi and said, half each, 250. Gu Yi immediately said, no. Chen Hao shook his head, 60-40 split. You get 60, I get 40. Gu Yi was stunned. Why? Chen Hao pushed up his glasses, looked at Gu Yi, and said in an extremely calm tone, my job is to see. Your job is to open. My seeing is experience. Without me, you might spend an entire day and still not find 10 valuable modules. But your opening is skill. Without you, even if I found 30 modules, I would only be able to dismantle less than 10. The rest would become scrap, and I might even lose money. He looked at Gu Yi, and for the first time, his always calm eyes revealed a hint of that unique respect found between technical professionals. I need your skill to maximize the value of my experience. So, you taking 60% is reasonable. After saying that, he didn't give Gu Yi any chance to refuse, directly transferring 300 credit points to Gu Yi's account. Gu Yi looked at the weighty number 300 on the terminal, then at the taciturn man in front of him. He suddenly understood. This was the true cooperation in the C-ring zone, not based on emotion, not based on pity, but based on the purest, absolute recognition of each other's value. Chapter 20 ate the orphanage and a pot of stewed meat, 2 chapters combined. After agreeing with Chen Hao to continue working tomorrow, Gu Yi left the backyard workshop. His total income for the morning alone reached 900 credit points. All he had to expend were a few hours of work and some mental energy. This was the easiest and safest money he had earned since transmigrating. The rusty hand, this seemingly inconspicuous F-grade armament card, had now become a true money printing machine. With his mood uplifted, his appetite also returned. Clutching the fortune he had just acquired, he indulged himself for the first time. He didn't eat the pig's swill-like nutrient paste. Instead, he walked directly into the cleanest and most expensive noodle shop on Rustbone Street. He spent a full 30 credit points on a bowl of luxury meat broth noodles, which was said to be made with real pork bones from within the wall and even included 2 slices of precious, synthetic meat. When the steaming bowl of noodles, emitting a rich meaty aroma, was placed before him, Gu Yi felt every cell in his body cheer. He didn't even care that it was hot, imitating the other hunters who had come to improve their lives. He slurped down the entire bowl of noodles, broth and all, leaving nothing behind. A feeling of satisfaction warmed him from his stomach to his heart. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he didn't immediately go home. He wanted to use this rare afternoon time to himself to get more familiar with the South District. He aimlessly wandered through the intricate alleys of Rustbone Street. Just as he was strolling past a second-hand clothing stall, 2 familiar figures appeared in his sight. It was Li Fei and Lin Zai-Oki. They weren't wearing their dusty cleaner uniforms. Li Fei had changed into a faded denim jacket and was excitedly telling Lin Zai-Oki something. Lin Zai-Oki, meanwhile, was wearing a simple white t-shirt, carrying a seemingly heavy canvas bag, and had that bright, sun-like smile unique to her face. Hey, yes. Li Fei also spotted him and waved loudly at him. What are you doing wandering around here by yourself, kid? Just walking around, Gu Yi walked over. Where are you 2 going? Accompanying Zai-Oki somewhere. Li Fei's tone sounded very happy. Brother Yi, if you have nothing to do, come with us. Lin Zai-Oki also smiled and extended an invitation. Gu Yi looked at them and nodded. All right. Gu Yi followed them south, gradually moving away from the busiest and most chaotic core area of Rustbone Street. The surrounding buildings became more dilapidated, but also more quiet. Finally, they stopped in front of a 3-story old building with peeling walls and windows reinforced with iron bars. A crooked, hand-written wooden sign hung at the entrance of the building. South District Number 11 Orphanage. This was the place Lin Zai-Oki and Li Fei had mentioned, before they could even push the door open. A little boy, probably only 5 or 6 years old, playing in the yard, was the first to spot Lin Zai-Oki with his sharp eyes. He paused, then let out a surprised, deafening scream with all his might. Sister Zai-Oki. This cry was like a signal. Instantly, the quiet small building, like a disturbed hornet's nest, completely came alive. Sister Ziochi is here. Sister Ziochi. And Brother Monkey. More than a dozen children of all sizes, wearing ill-fitting, faded old clothes, rushed out of the building like a flock of sparrows returning to their nest, screaming and swarming around Lin Ziochi. Slow down, don't fall. Lin Ziochi's face bloomed into a smile. She skillfully squatted down, letting the children hang on her arms and neck like little monkeys. Sister Ziochi, I missed you so much. Sister Ziochi, did you go out to fight bad guys again this time? Sister Ziochi, look at my drawing. The children surrounded her, eagerly sharing their secrets. Smiling, she magically pulled out a large handful of colorful, cheapest fruit candies from her canvas bag. Here, everyone gets some. Line up one by one. The children's cheers almost lifted the roof off the dilapidated building. Li Fei stood by, looking at Lin Ziochi, who was engulfed by the children, and a genuine, silly smile also appeared on his face. He turned his head and whispered to Guyi, who was also a bit stunned. See, she's the god of these little brats. At least a third of the credit points she earns from each mission turn into these sickeningly sweet candies. Guyi looked at Lin Ziochi, who was surrounded by the children, patiently wiping the face of a little girl with a runny nose. He found it hard to connect this angel, full of maternal radiance, with the sparrow, who could skillfully kill monsters with crossbow bolts from high places on the battlefield. You all came from here too? Guyi asked. No, not really. Li Fei shook his head, pulled a few candies from his pocket, and handed them to a little one who was staring at him eagerly. But it's close enough. Our squad, to put it bluntly, is an orphanage. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Think about it, this damned cleaner job is precarious. What family with parents would be willing to let their children do this? Li Fei didn't say more and joined the children. He deliberately put on a stern face, holding the snack bag high in his hand. Do you want it? If you want it, you have to defeat me, the monkey demon king, first. He shrieked and got into a playful brawl with the half-grown boys. Guyi stood by, looking at the scene before him, which was so out of place with the entire gray millstone, full of sunshine and childish innocence, and was somewhat lost in thought. An old granny, wearing a quaint dark gray mandarin collar long gown, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, but with exceptionally gentle eyes, walked out of the stone building, leaning on a cane. She was the director here. You've arrived. She smiled kindly at Lin Ziochi and Li Fei. Director Granny? Lin Ziochi called out sweetly. Then she pulled Guyi over and introduced him. Granny, this is our new teammate, Guyi, brother Aye. Hello, child. Director Granny nodded kindly at Guyi. That entire afternoon, Guyi stayed with them in this small orphanage. He watched Lin Ziochi patiently teach the younger children to read and tell them beautiful stories about within the wall that she herself didn't know were true or not. He watched Li Fei being ridden like a big horse on the necks of a group of little brats, running wildly in the yard. He was even pulled by a bold little girl to play house all afternoon. It wasn't until dusk, when the entire wasteland was dyed a warm orange red, that they said goodbye to the reluctant children. By the time the three of them dragged their tired bodies back to the Hive apartment, it was already dark. As soon as they stepped into the familiar dim hallway, a powerful, unfamiliar scent, a mix of rich fatty aroma and grain fragrance that they had never smelled there before, fiercely assailed their nostrils. Holy crap. Li Fei's eyes instantly widened. What is that smell? Who the hell moved Old Man Wang's barbecue kitchen into their home? When they breathlessly ran to the communal kitchen at the end of the hallway, the sight before them stunned them. The kitchen entrance was surrounded by neighbors from the same floor, 3 deep. Everyone craned their necks, greedily inhaling the divine aroma wafting from the kitchen, their eyes gleaming. Liu Fang, did you strike it rich today? Oh my god, that smell, is that real protein block? And rice, it's really rice. And in the center of the crowd, Auntie Liu Fang, like a victorious female general, stood with her hands on her hips, her face flushed with joy, guarding her huge iron pot. In the pot, a golden-hued potato stew with chunks of meat was bubbling. That powerful meaty aroma was coming from this pot. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen someone eat? Liu Fang roared at the crowd with full vigor, but the upturned corners of her mouth couldn't be suppressed. She saw Gu Yi and the others return and immediately waved them over. Where have you all been? Hurry up and help. Li Fei and Lin Xiaoqi finally squeezed through the crowd, looking at the fist-sized chunks of meat in the pot, their mouths watering. "Aunt Liu, did you rob the butcher gang's warehouse?" Li Fei exclaimed exaggeratedly. "Get out of here." Liu Fang laughed and cursed, then lowered her voice, explaining quickly with a tone that was both boastful and a little pained. "Today, I went to the butcher gang to deliver the material samples we recovered from our last mission, and I happened to catch them disassembling a huge beast they dragged back from the West Ring district. I chatted with the manager for a few extra minutes, and he was happy enough to give me this big chunk of the remaining core protein block, half selling, half gifting it from his stall." "His." Li Fei and Lin Xiaoqi both gasped, looking at the meat. This was real hard currency. That's not all. Auntie Liu Fang's face showed an even more mysterious smile. Like a magician, she uncovered the lid of another smaller pot next to it. A purer, warmer, slightly sweet grain aroma instantly filled the entire kitchen. In the pot was a steaming, white, distinct-grained rice, a luxury that only the big shots of the B Ring district could occasionally enjoy. Rice. "Aunt Liu, did you spend all of our squad's emergency funds for this month?" Lin Xiaoqi's eyes glowed as she looked at the pot of rice, but her tone was full of heartache. "Go, go, go. What nonsense are you talking about?" Liu Fang poked her forehead with a finger. There was still some of this month's logistics quota left, and it would be cleared at the end of the month. I figured it would be a waste to keep it, so I just went all out and exchanged it for this pot of refined rice at the black market. And conveniently, today is also our Xiaoqi's birthday. "Huh, I even forgot. Aunt Liu, you still remembered." Xiaoqi then realized that this meal was also for her, and she hugged Liu Fang, deeply moved. "Stop messing around, I'm cooking." Liu Fang chuckled, pushed Lin Xiaoqi out of the kitchen, and then yelled at the neighbors watching the commotion. All right, stop looking." Auntie Liu Fang watched the crowd gather at the door, picked up a large ladle and scooped a few ladles of the top soup from the pot, pouring it into an iron basin she had prepared earlier. "One small spoonful of soup for everyone, just a taste. Now disperse, don't delay our meal." The neighbors immediately burst into cheers, lining up one by one, carefully using their bowls to take a little bit of the precious, meaty soup from the basin, and then dispersed, satisfied. These were the rules of the hive. Here, you could close your door and eat alone. But if you made such a big commotion and weren't willing to share even a little soup, then tomorrow, a pile of garbage that could never be swept clean might appear at your doorstep. Auntie Liu Fang looked at Li Fei, who was drooling at the meat soup, and slapped the back of his head. "Don't just stand there. Go, call Old Man Wang and Glasses over. Today our Squad 7 is eating." Finally, the kitchen was quiet. The coffee table in the common lounge was used as a dining table. Old Man Wang, for the first time, pulled a metal flask from his in my arms and placed it on the table with a thud. "It's all here." Old Man Wang was concise. Li Fei instantly let out a cheer and quickly found a few chipped enamel cups. The 6 members of the squad were rarely gathered together so neatly outside of missions. The food was soon ready. Auntie Liu Fang placed a large basin of steaming, fragrant protein cubes stewed with potatoes in the center of the table with a clank. The potatoes were stewed until soft and glutinous, soaked in the meat juice, and presented an inviting brown color. And in front of everyone, there was a steaming, fragrant bowl of white rice. Just as Li Fei, the hungry ghost, was about to reach for his chopsticks first. "Hey, wait." Auntie Liu Fang suddenly hit his hand with her huge ladle. "What's the rush? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" Li Fei retracted his hand, feeling wronged and confused. Auntie Liu Fang gestured to Old Man Wang across from her. Old Man Wang nodded, understanding. Then, Auntie Liu Fang mysteriously pulled something out of her always full supply bag, something carefully wrapped in 3 or 4 layers of old paper. As she peeled back the old paper layer by layer, a palm-sized, somewhat shriveled, but strangely sweet-smelling, synthetic potato cake appeared before everyone. Most importantly, in the center of that potato cake, a thin match found from who knows where was used as a candle. "Aunt Liu, what is this?" Li Fei was stunned. He had originally thought he was the only one who had prepared a surprise. Auntie Liu Fang ignored them. She just looked at Lin Xiaoqi with unprecedented tenderness in her eyes. Then, she lit the small match with a lighter. Under the glow of that small, warm flame, she smiled and said, "Today is our sparrow's 18th birthday. Come on, stop standing around." She led the way, singing softly with her slightly off-key voice, "Happy birthday to you." Old Man Wang followed, humming in his hoarse, broken gong-like voice. Li Fei, Chen Hao, Gu Ye, everyone joined in the singing. "Happy birthday to you." Lin Zioki looked at the small, flickering flame in front of her, at the steaming pot of meat soup on the table, and at these family members in front of her, who, though not related by blood, were closer than any relatives. Her eyes, always as bright as stars, unconsciously filled with tears. "Make a wish, girl," Old Man Wang said. Lin Zioki clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. No one knew what she wished for. Perhaps it was for everyone to be safe and sound. Or perhaps it was just a hope that, on this day next year, everyone could still sit together like this and eat a steaming hot meal. She blew out the small flame. Time to eat. At Auntie Liu Fang's command, everyone eagerly gathered around. The table was small, and 5 or 6 people squeezed together, shoulders touching. Old Man Wang poured a little of his treasured cheap liquor into everyone's cup, not even sparing Lin Zioki. When it was Li Fei's turn, the guy, emboldened by the alcohol, had a flushed face, not knowing if it was from the spicy liquor or from nervousness. He suddenly stood up and pulled out something carefully wrapped in cloth from his pocket. "Tha, that." "Ziochi." Li Fei stammered, pushing the item towards Lin Zioki, his eyes darting away, not daring to look at her. "Isn't it your birthday today? This is for you." The room instantly fell silent. Everyone's gaze focused on the small cloth package. Lin Zioki was also stunned, her small face full of surprise. "You? Why are you wasting money?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but curiously reach out and open the cloth package. When the silver-white Walkman player, with its old-era metallic luster, appeared before everyone, even Old Man Wang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Damn it, monkey, where did you get the money?" Old Man Wang was the first to speak. "No, not much money." Li Fei quickly waved his hand, his face redder and his speech slurred. "Found it in the black market, a piece of junk, not worth much, I spent 100 credit points. Yes, 100. He stiffened his neck, uttering a number that even he didn't believe. Gu Ye looked at his awkward, putting on a brave face appearance, feeling a bit like laughing and also a strange touch. Lin Zioki held the player, turning it over and over, her big eyes sparkling. She, of course, knew the value of this item. Too precious, I can't accept it." The girl's face also turned red, and she fumbled to return the item to Li Fei. "Hey, keep it." Auntie Liu Fang, who had been silent, suddenly held Lin Zioki's hand. She glared at Li Fei, her look as if to say, "I can see right through your little scheme," then put on a smiling expression and said to Lin Zioki, "Silly girl, monkey gave it to you, so keep it. What's a big guy like him going to do with this thing? It's perfect for you to listen to music." Exactly. Li Fei quickly chimed in. He pulled out headphones from his pocket and plugged them in like he was presenting a treasure. "I tried it, it works. Come, listen." He fumbled to hand the earbuds to Lin Zioki. The girl hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't resist everyone's urging. Blushing, she put the small earbuds into her ears. Li Fei pressed the play button. Instantly, Lin Zioki's eyes widened sharply. Her body trembled slightly, as if she had heard something incredible. Everyone in the room fell silent, watching her. The girl's eyes slowly, little by little, turned red. After a while, she suddenly took off the headphones, looked up, her face showing a mixture of excitement, joy, and disbelief. It's so beautiful." Her voice even had a hint of a sob. "Really, I've never heard such clean music." She didn't look at anyone but carefully held the player as if it were a rare treasure. Then she looked up, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, over Old Man Wang, over Auntie Liu Fang, over Chen Hao, over Gu Yi, and finally, with the brightest, most sincere smile, landed on Li Fei's face. "Such a good thing, I can't listen to it alone." The girl's eyes sparkled, showing a clever spirit. "When I was little in the orphanage, the teacher taught a method." As she spoke, she unceremoniously took an empty enamel cup from the table, then carefully placed the 2 small earbuds side by side at the bottom of the cup. Immediately after, she turned the player's volume to maximum. Something wonderful happened. Using the cup's resonance and amplification effect, a somewhat hoarse, yet still melodious and clean piano sound spread from the mouth of the cup, slowly flowing through the small lounge. It was a powerful old rock song. At this moment, it seemed even the greasy aroma of meat in the air became elegant. "Hey, you're something, girl." Even Old Man Wang couldn't help but praise her. Li Fei watched this scene, watching Lin Zioki's heartfelt smile, and his tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. He grinned, showing a smile that was as foolish as could be, then abruptly raised his glass and downed a cup of cheap liquor, as if only this could hide his heart, which felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. Lin Zioki made a face at him, then lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth uncontrollably turned upwards, forming an incomparably brilliant arc. She raised her foot, secretly tapping along with the melody under the table. Chen Hao, who was usually silent, also, for the first time, served himself a full bowl of rice. "Eat, everyone eat. Only when you're full will you have the strength to fight for your lives." Old Man Wang raised his cup, took a gulp of wine, and said with a flushed face, "Eat." Everyone raised their chopsticks. Gu Yi also picked up a piece of potato and put it in his mouth. It was very hot and very fragrant. The taste wasn't actually that great. The synthetic meat had a strange industrial flavor, and the potatoes were a bit astringent. But for some reason, when the stew was swallowed, a warm current instantly surged from his stomach throughout his body. He looked at the scene before him. Old Man Wang's wine, Auntie Liu Fang's food, Li Fei's music, Lin Zioki's smile, Chen Hao silently eating his rice. He listened to the old song from the old world. Eating this meal, which didn't taste great but contained everyone's heart. "This kid, the original owner." Gu Yi muttered softly to himself in his heart. His luck is really, damn, a bit too good. In this cold, cruel, strange era where human lives are less than dogs, to meet such a group of people gathered under the same roof, that probability was probably as low as him transmigrating into this world. Chapter 29, The Prelude to an Elegy. Scarface, a minor leader of the butcher gang, leaned impatiently against a foul-smelling garbage truck, smoking a cigarette. In front of him stood a dozen of his subordinates who had just finished their private work. "Are you all fucking done?" he asked. "All done, boss," replied one of the most nimble-looking underlings, nodding and bowing. "Just as you said, we sprayed that bottle off special cleaner on the largest sewage outlets by the turbid pool in the West District. Not a single drop was wasted." "No one saw you, right?" "Don't worry, boss. That place, apart from trash and rats, you can't even find a ghost. When we went, we even specifically changed into cleaner clothes." "All right." Scarface nodded and pulled out his personal terminal. With a beep, he mass sent a sum of credit points to the accounts of those dozen underlings. "This is your hard-earned money. 50 points each. The extra is for drinks." "Thank you, boss." The underlings immediately erupted in suppressed cheers, looking at the extra numbers on their terminals and left with profuse thanks. Scarface watched them disappear into the darkness, then spat on the ground in disdain. A bunch of idiots. He walked to an empty corner, took out an encrypted communicator, and dialed a number. Sister Hong. He reported with a tone completely different from his previous fierce demeanor, filled with reverence and flattery. "The matter is handled. Just as you said, I sprayed that bottle of good stuff all over the largest sewage outlets by the turbid pool in the West District. Not a single drop was wasted." Sister Hong's lazy, yet dangerous voice came from the other end of the communicator. "Was it clean?" "You can rest assured, Sister Hong." Scarface quickly patted his chest in assurance. "That place, apart from trash and rats, you can't even find a ghost. When the brothers went, they even specifically changed into cleaner clothes, absolutely foolproof." "Is very good." Sister Hong's voice sounded very satisfied. "Your payment has already been transferred to your account. Remember." Her voice suddenly turned cold. "Forget about what happened tonight. If I hear even half a word from anyone else." "Understood, understood." Scarface shivered with fear. "Sister Hong, you can rest assured. The brothers' mouths are tighter than a safe. Tonight, we just went out for some drinks, didn't do anything else." "Ahem." Sister Hong hung up the communication. Scarface let out a long, turbid breath. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the enormous sum on his terminal, enough to drive anyone in the C-ring zone mad. a greedy smile appeared on his face. He himself didn't know what that colorless, odorless liquid was. He only knew it was a secret mission, personally given by Sister Hong. He looked down at the back of his hand where he had accidentally gotten a drop of the cleaner. There was nothing there. Only his skin felt a little cold. He didn't pay attention. Turning around, he whistled and walked towards the red light district. Tonight, he was going to find the two most expensive technicians to reward himself properly. Human Federation garrison troops, see Ring Zone Patrol Headquarters, Office. Young patrol member Zhao Li stood anxiously before his superior, Captain Zhao's desk. Captain Zhao, this is the 5th report of abnormal disappearances this week. His voice carried a hint of justice, unique to his age, not yet worn down by the gray millstone. All missing persons are concentrated in the border areas of the South and West districts. Moreover, according to descriptions from family members and neighbors, before their disappearance, they all exhibited similar hallucinatory symptoms, claiming to have seen red halos near their homes. Behind the desk, the middle-aged man named Zhao Chengping, who was leisurely sipping tea, didn't even lift an eyelid. Red halos? He scoffed. Zhao Li, how long have you been in the C-Ring zone? A month or 2 months? 3 months, Captain. 3 months, and you still believe such nonsense? Captain Zhao put down his teacup and said slowly in a teaching tone, "This is the C-Ring zone. Every day, people have all sorts of hallucinations from drinking fake alcohol or taking unclean, fun. Forget red halos, I've dealt with more than 10 cases of people claiming to have seen deities descend. But this time it's different," Zhao Li said eagerly. "Their disappearances are too clean, no signs of struggle, it's like. They vanished into thin air." And everyone mentioned red halos and singing. This highly consistent hallucination, according to the criteria for judging bizarre events, already falls into the category of suspected memetic contamination. We must report it to the General Bureau. Let the people from the General Intelligence Department intervene and investigate. Report. Captain Zhao finally looked up, staring at him with a gaze as if looking at an idiot. "Zhao Li, you're still too young. All the General Bureau's energy is currently focused on guarding against the real big guys outside the wall. You want to bother them with this kind of street ghost story where not even a body can be found. Do you know how many departments a cross-regional collaborative investigation application would alarm? Our garrison troops is already short-staffed. With this energy, it's better to go to the flesh market and catch a few fighting hooligans." As he spoke, he took the report Zhao Li handed over and, without even looking at it, threw it directly into a file basket next to him labeled to be archived. "All right, I'm aware of this matter. I'll continue to monitor it. You go out and continue your patrol." "But this is an order." Captain Zhao's tone turned cold. Zhao Li wanted to say more, but seeing the other party's unquestionable gaze, he could only salute reluctantly in the end. "Yes." When the office door was closed again, the bureaucratic expression on Captain Zhao's face instantly vanished. It was replaced by a fervent indifference, like watching a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He walked to the to-be-archived file basket and took out the report he had personally thrown in. Then, he walked to a small document shredder in the corner of the office. Sizzle. That report, documenting 5 lives and a life-saving alarm, was instantly decomposed by blue electric arcs into the most insignificant black ashes. Rat was a scavenger, a desperate scavenger on the verge of starvation. He had spent all day digging through the garbage mountain today, but had only found half of a scrapped energy module that could still be exchanged for 2 credit points. He was too hungry, so hungry that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He slumped on a pile of industrial waste reeking of chemicals, looking at the distant gray, prison-like high wall, his eyes filled with dead silence. Damn it. He squeezed a dry curse from his throat. He hated this world. Hated this fucked-up world that had thrown him into this garbage mountain like trash, just as he was completely overwhelmed by this intense, negative emotion called despair. He heard it, a song, a very distant, ethereal, yet incredibly clear song like a mother humming a lullaby. Iya, iya. It was strange. In this silent place, where there was only the sound of wind and garbage rustling, this song seemed so out of place. But it was more beautiful. It wasn't like the noisy rock music in Clockwork Orange. It was very gentle. So gentle, like a hand, softly stroking his heart, which had long been riddled with holes by life. The song seemed to be telling him, "I know you're tired. I know you're in pain. It's okay. Let it all out." Rat's eyes unknowingly became moist. He thought of his wife, who had long starved to death, and his daughter, who had been separated during the Great Fracture. He thought of his past few decades, living like a dog, a life without dignity. All the grievances, all the anger, all the unwillingness. At this moment, they were all completely drawn out by this damned, gentle song. Ah! He no longer suppressed it, letting out the most mournful and painful roar of his life, like a wounded beast. He began to frantically punch the garbage beneath him. He slammed his head against the rusty iron plates. He needed to vent. He wanted to vent all the pain of these past few decades. He cried, he shouted, he laughed, he raged, until he could no longer make any sound, until he could no longer shed a single tear. He collapsed to the ground, like a dead dog with only the faintest gasps left. However, that damned lullaby was still playing. Ee-yah, ee-yah. It was still gently coaxing him. Cry. Let all your tears flow out. Rat really started to cry again. But this time, what flowed from his dry eyes were no longer transparent tears. Instead, it was drop after drop of viscous, warm, rust-smelling blood. His throat began to twitch uncontrollably, his vocal cords twisted and reshaped by an invisible force. He wanted to call for help, wanted to shout out. But what he emitted was only an off-key wail exactly like that melody. Ee-yah. His vision was rapidly deteriorating. The whole world in his eyes became a blurry, chaotic gray. But his hearing was increasing at a terrifying rate. He could hear. He heard the rustling of a cockroach crawling over rust 100 meters away. He heard the heavy footsteps of another scavenger, full of living human breath, 1,000 meters away. Sounds. So noisy. He slowly stood up from the ground. He was no longer Rat. On his face, distorted by pain, were 2 shocking black bloodstains. He tilted his head, his hollow eyes, which had lost their pupils, looked towards the direction from which the footsteps came, 1,000 meters away. Then he started to walk. Chapter 30 Preparations Before Winter. The next day, Guyu was woken up by a cold draft seeping through the window. It was now late autumn in the 30th year of the new era. The air began to carry that damp chill unique to the pre-winter period. For those living in the C-ring zone, winter was a more terrifying death knell than any F-class bazaar. Guya looked at the perpetually gray, seemingly never-clearing sky outside the window and instinctively pulled the thin, musty blanket tighter around him. He surveyed his dormitory, which could be described as bare walls. A creaking metal bunk bed. A storage cabinet made from an ammo box used as a table. That was it. He knew he had to act before winter truly arrived. He needed to get a more powerful electric heater. Buy a thicker cotton coat, and stock up on some expensive, high-calorie nutrient paste that could provide enough warmth. He opened his personal terminal and checked his balance. 1,800 credit points. This was the largest sum of money he had accumulated since his transmigration. But this money had to cover rent, weapon purchases, and preparations for winter. Money was never enough. In the morning, Guyu went to Wrench's backyard factory as usual. Chen Hao was already waiting there, with 2 decent-looking discarded modules at his feet. The 2 exchanged no unnecessary words, just nodded, and began their silent and efficient assembly line work. However, today's harvest was far less than yesterday's. The massive scrap metal mountain was like an overfished sea. Chen Hao spent an entire morning, nearly blinding his scanner-like eyes, and only managed to pick out 10 somewhat valuable modules from the pile of genuine, scrap metal. When Guyu disassembled the 10th core, Chen Hao shook his head. It's gone. His voice carried a hint of subtle weariness. This mountain has been drained by us and other odd jobbers. Wrench's next batch of scrap won't arrive for at least a week. Guyu's heart sank slightly. He knew this stable source of income was temporarily cut off. 10 cores, 500 credit points. He and Chen Hao still split at 6 for. Guyu's account gained another 300 points. After parting ways with Chen Hao, Guyu walked alone on his way back to the hive. He immersed his consciousness into the bizarre compendium. The countdown, like shackles on the 2 gray cards, had finally reached 0. F-Class Transformation Card, Contaminated Blood, restored. F-Class Transformation Card, Skeletal Hound, restored. His cards were back. This good news diluted the frustration of his financial path being cut off. He now had 3 cards he could use at any time, and over 2,000 credit points. He had the confidence to go to the One-Eyed Tavern and take on bounty missions again, but not now. He looked down at his thin jacket. The most urgent task was to solve the problem of getting through winter. This was a more pressing, realistic threat than any bazaar. He didn't go home, but instead turned and plunged into the most chaotic and motley second-hand goods trading area of Rustbone Street. This was the Taobao Holy Land for residents of the C-Ring zone. Everything here was second-hand goods discarded from the B-Ring district or salvaged from scavengers. But it was cheap enough. Guya first spent 200 credit points to buy a half-human tall, humming, military-grade, second-hand electric heater from a seemingly cunning merchant. Although the thing looked ugly and was peeling paint, it was said to be powerful enough to dry wet clothes. Then, he spent another 150 points to acquire a thick, cold-weather combat uniform, complete with a few bullet holes and repair marks, presumably stripped from a retired garrison troop soldier. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spent another 100 points to buy 10 dark, energy bars, said to be high-calorie food that could keep one full for a whole day with just 1 bar. After this shopping spree, 450 credit points were gone just like that. Guya felt a pang of heartache as he saw his account balance instantly shrink. But as he carried the heavy electric heater and wore the thick combat uniform that completely shut out the cold wind, walking home. An unprecedented, simple sense of security filled his heart, returning to his cold dormitory. For the first time, Guya felt like he was setting up a new home. He placed the humming electric heater at the foot of his bed. Plugged it in, buzz. A warm breeze, carrying the scent of oil and dust, blew out. The temperature of the entire room seemed to instantly rise by several degrees. Guya took off his jacket, savored the long-lost, artificial warmth, and let out a long sigh. He neatly folded the thick cold-weather uniform and placed it at the head of his bed. He then carefully arranged the 10 dark energy bars, like treasures, on the table made from the ammo box. He looked at his small dwelling, still simple, but no longer so bare walls. For the first time, a feeling that could be called stability filled his heart. Perhaps such a life wasn't bad. During the day, he would go with Chen Hao to Wrench's place to earn some safe, hard-earned money. At night, he would return to his warm little nest, study the codex, and accumulate strength. Once he saved enough money to buy his first gun, he would then take on some manageable F-class missions at the One-Eyed. Step by step, steadily and surely, just as he was planning his stable future. Buzz, buzz. His personal terminal, placed on the table, vibrated without warning. On the screen, a familiar symbol of crossed broom and bones, belonging to Dust Purification Security Squad 7, was flashing frantically. It was the captain's emergency call. He immediately answered the communication. Wang Zhenguo's serious face, with sharp angles illuminated by the dim light, appeared on the screen. Behind him was the old commuter vehicle, its engine seemingly already started. Aye. His voice was concise, without any unnecessary words, and filled with an unquestionable sense of urgency. Emergency mission. Nighttime. 15 minutes, assemble downstairs. Bring all your gear, immediately now. The communication was unilaterally cut off. Guya stared at the screen that instantly went black, frozen in place. The hint of warmth and stability that had just arisen was instantly shattered by this sudden, cold phone call. He looked down at the electric heater, still diligently blowing hot air. Then he looked up at the cold darkness outside the window, that part of the gray millstone completely swallowed by night. He knew, stability was always a luxury. Trouble was the eternal main theme here. He no longer hesitated and immediately began to put on his heavy combat uniform, which he had just taken off. An unknown hunt of the night was about to begin. Chapter 31, The Mysterious Kindergarten. 15 minutes. When Guya rushed downstairs, the dilapidated shuttle bus was already rumbling to life. Its headlights, like 2 dim, yellow tentacles, pierced through the impenetrable night of Rustbone Street. The other 4 members of the squad were already there. Each of their faces carried an unconcealed weariness and confusion, having been forcibly pulled from their rest. Get in. Wang Zhengguo didn't waste words, directly pulling open the passenger side door. Gu Yi ducked into the back compartment. The car door slammed shut with a bang. "Captain, what's going on?" Li Fei asked, unable to resist, as he turned the steering wheel and drove the car out of the crowded street. "What's Fatima going crazy about this late?" Inside the car, everyone's gaze turned to the passenger seat. Old man Wang lit a mint cigarette, its crimson glow illuminating his face, which was even more solemn than the night. West of the city, the abandoned Morning Light kindergarten. His voice was heavy. This afternoon, a garrison troops patrol detected an abnormal E-class pollution reading nearby. But by the time their people got close, the reading was gone. E-class, these two words made the temperature in the entire car compartment feel as if it instantly dropped several degrees. Then shouldn't the garrison troops handle this themselves? Auntie Liu Fang's voice trembled slightly. Fatima said the garrison troops already sent people in for an initial sweep. According to procedure, a second safety confirmation is needed, and Fatima took the job, outsourcing it to us. Old man Wang exhaled a smoke ring, his tone filled with unconcealed mockery. He also said it's an easy job. As long as we go in, walk around, confirm it's safe, we'll get an E-class bonus when we come back. E-class bonus? Li Fei's eyes instantly lit up. That was a huge sum, enough to let all of them have a prosperous new year early, but no one in the car compartment felt happy about it. Everyone knew very well. In this damned world, high reward always meant only one thing: high risk. Everyone perk up. Old man Wang stubbed out his cigarette and took his old revolver from its holster, placing it on his lap. Tonight, it might not be so easy. Half an hour later, the shuttle bus stopped in front of the abandoned kindergarten named Morning Light. Unlike the completely abandoned third primary school they visited last time, this place was eerily quiet. In fact, it was clean. Although the kindergarten's exterior walls were somewhat mottled, they weren't covered in vines and moss. The slide and swings on the playground, though rusty, reflected a strange, polished sheen under their headlights, as if someone had wiped them down. Is this a place that's been abandoned for 30 years? Li Fei looked at the eerie scene before him and subconsciously swallowed. "Glasses, what's the pollution reading?" Wang Zhengguo asked. Chen Hao sat in the car, staring intently at the detector in his hand, his brows furrowed. "It's very strange. The reading keeps fluctuating erratically between an extremely low, safe value and a maxed-out peak. It's like a loose light bulb." This analogy made everyone's heart sink. "All right, let's get out." Old man Wang opened the car door. "No matter what kind of ghost is hiding inside, we have to go in and meet it." Click. The hydraulic shears cut through the lock chain on the door. The paint-peeling iron gate, adorned with a cartoon rabbit, was slowly pushed open. There was no grating friction sound. The door hinges seemed to have been oiled. A clean scent, not belonging to a ruin, mixed with a faint smell of disinfectant and chalk dust, wafted towards them. Why do I feel like someone was still having classes here yesterday?" Lin Zioki's voice carried a hint of imperceptible tremor. No one answered her. Because everyone had the same feeling. They walked into the teaching building's hall. The hall was spotless. On the walls, children's drawings were vibrant. In the air, there was even a faint, elusive fragrance of chalk. Everything here was so normal that it made one's scalp tingle. "Captain, what should we do?" Li Fei's voice also subconsciously lowered. In this environment, even he, usually the most carefree person, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Wang Zhengguo didn't hesitate for a moment. His beast-like intuition, honed through countless near-death experiences, had already made the only correct decision for him. "Everyone, move as a group." His voice left no room for doubt. "Starting from the first floor, check each room one by one. Monkey, you're responsible for guarding the entrance. Sparrow, you're responsible for guarding outside the windows. Glasses, you keep an eye on the detector. Aunt Liu, Ayi, and I will search. This place is very spooky. We absolutely cannot split up." "Yes." The group responded in unison, immediately forming the most compact and mutually supportive defensive formation. Gu Yi followed behind Old Man Wang, gripping the cold military dagger in his hand, cautiously surveying his surroundings. They began to check the rooms one by one along the first-floor corridor. The first room was the activity room. Inside, Building blocks were neatly stacked in the corner. A faceless rag doll sat on a wooden rocking horse. The second room was the music classroom. An old organ, its keys spotless. An open sheet music book rested on the organ lid. Everything was so normal that it made one's scalp tingle. Just as Guyi was about to think this was truly just a simple investigation task, he suddenly stopped. His gaze was drawn to the red, seemingly adorable plastic slide in the activity room. On the slide's handrail, a small, crookedly written note, done in crayon, was affixed. Guyi walked over and, by the light of his flashlight, made out the words. "Children, remember to line up when using the slide." A very normal sentence. But below this sentence, there was another line, drawn with a large red crayon X, that looked like a supplementary instruction. "Absolutely do not slide down from the top." Guya's heart gave a sudden jolt. What did this mean? Before he could figure it out, Auntie Liu Fang next to him also let out a suppressed gasp. "Old Wang, come look." The two immediately rushed over. They saw that on the door of the washroom, at the end of the corridor, there was also a note. "Remember to wash your hands before eating." Below it, similarly, followed the blood-red, supplementary instruction. "Absolutely do not use the water from the faucet." A cold, indescribable chill began to creep up Guya's spine. This was no longer a coincidence. These contradictory rules, full of malicious traps, were like an invisible, giant spiderweb enveloping every corner of this kindergarten. Something's not right. Old Man Wang's face also turned incredibly grim. He immediately barked into the intercom in a low voice. "Everyone stop the search immediately. Gather in the first-floor hall now. Repeat, gather immediately." However, no sooner had he finished speaking, ZZZZZZT. At the end of the corridor, the ancient wall-mounted broadcast speaker suddenly let out a harsh, grating static sound without warning. Immediately after, all the lights in the entire kindergarten flickered violently. For just that instant, the whole world was as bright as day. And in that instant, Guyi saw it. He saw that on the empty, clean corridor before them. In a flash, it was covered with dense, small, gray handprints, from the floor to the walls to the ceiling. Countless small handprints, as if seeping out from the walls, appeared and vanished in a flash. Immediately after, the lights went out. The world returned to darkness. Drip. Drip. Guyi heard it. He heard something cold and viscous dripping from the ceiling. It dripped onto his face. He subconsciously reached out and wiped it away, by the faint light of his flashlight. He saw that on his hand. It was pitch black, like tears, the next second, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. That cheerful, crisp end-of-class bell from an old era tore through all the deadly silence, echoing throughout the entire damned teaching building. The game had begun. Chapter 32, Hide and Seek. The harsh sound of the dismissal bell, which should have signified freedom and joy, now sounded like a death knell, harshly piercing the ears of everyone in Squad 7. Immediately after, the campus broadcast, which had been silent for 30 years, once again emitted a ZZZZZT of static. A childish voice, indistinguishable as male or female, with an eerie electronic distortion, echoed syllable by syllable from the loudspeaker. Ding-dong. "Attention, children. The game of hide and seek is now beginning. Everyone, please find your favorite spot and hide within 30 seconds. 30. The cold, mechanical countdown began. Damn it, it's a rule-based one. Wang Zhengyuo was the first to react, letting out an angry roar. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled everyone close to him, forming a back-to-back defensive formation. "Everyone, follow me to the main gate." Like a furious lion, he protected everyone and charged madly towards the gate they had entered through. However, clang! A loud bang. The old wooden door they had just walked through seemed to be violently gripped by an invisible giant hand, slamming shut heavily in front of them. Old Man Wang kicked the door, but the thin wooden door remained motionless, as solid as a concrete wall. They couldn't get out. They were completely locked into this cursed game field. 25. 24. The ominous countdown continued over the broadcast. Shit. Old Man Wang made a snap decision and immediately roared. Plan B, disperse and hide, quick. Like a seasoned commander, he quickly pointed out directions for everyone in the shortest time. Aunt Liu, into the utility room over there. Monkey, Sparrow, you two are agile, go upstairs, find a classroom to hide in. Glasses, you go to the power distribution room. Its structure is complex. 15. 14. There was no more time. Li Fei and Lin Zioki exchanged a glance, no longer hesitating, and like two nimble monkeys, they instantly darted up the stairs to the second floor, disappearing into the darkness. Chen Hao also pushed up his glasses and plunged into the power distribution room at the end of the corridor. Auntie Liu Fang, urged by Old Man Wang, stumbled and crawled into the utility room piled with discarded desks and chairs. The vast first-floor hall was instantly left with only Wang Zhengguo and Gu Yi. 10. 9. Old Man Wang looked around, his gaze finally settling on a man-high storage cabinet in the corner of the hall, originally used for cleaning supplies. The spot was too small, it couldn't hide two adults at all. But Old Man Wang didn't hesitate. He forcefully shoved Gu Yi towards it. "Kid, get in, curl up." His voice brooked no argument. Gu Yi had no time to think. Relying on instinct, he curled his body and plunged into the narrow, musty-smelling cabinet. "Captain Wang, what about you?" he asked in terror. "I have my own place." Old Man Wang glanced at the huge fire pipe running across the entire hall above his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Stop with the goddamn nonsense. Survive." With that, he slammed the storage cabinet door shut with a bang. 3. 2. Gu Yi was trapped in suffocating darkness and confinement. He could only nervously peek out through a tiny, ventilating slat in the cabinet door. Then, he saw it. He saw Old Man Wang, like an aging but still agile leopard, take a few steps to gain momentum. He kicked off the wall, then with an unimaginable burst of power, he leapt up and firmly gripped the fire pipe, which was at least 3 meters above the ground. Like a giant gecko, he silently hid his body completely in the shadows between the pipe and the ceiling. 1. And in that instant, the cold, emotionless notification sound of the bizarre compendium exploded in his mind. Detecting high-concentration, rule-based bizarre energy. Scan complete. Discovering containable entity. E-rank rule-based bizarre entity, the game of hide-and-seek. Entity classification, law-based. Containment condition, the last victor, as the last human on the field not to be found, personally ring the true dismissal bell. 0. Time's up. Now, it's our turn to find you. The eerie child's voice on the broadcast let out a giggle, a spine-chilling laugh. Then the entire world fell completely silent. Gu Yi huddled in the cramped cabinet, not daring to even breathe. At first there was nothing, but very quickly he heard it. Tap, tap, tap. It was an extremely faint sound, like fingernails lightly scraping on a concrete floor. No, it wasn't on the floor. The sound was coming from the wall next to him. Gu Yi immediately pressed his eye to the tiny crack in the cabinet door to peek out. Then he saw it. He saw a gray figure, about the size of a 6- or 7-year-old child, like a burnt film negative. It was crawling rapidly along the corridor wall, using both hands and feet like a spider. Its body seemed to have no weight, its movement completely defying the laws of physics. It wore a tattered, old-fashioned kindergarten uniform. It had a nose and a mouth. The small, gray mouth was even slightly, eerily upturned, as if smiling. But where its eyes should have been, there was a smooth, chillingly flat patch of skin. It had no eyes, it just crawled silently on the wall. Its eyeless face was turned towards various corners of the hall, as if listening. It was looking for people. Immediately after, a second, a third, more and more gray figures seeped out from the cracks in classroom doors, from the corners of the ceiling, and even directly from the solid walls like water. They were like a group of invisible mice living in the wall cavities. They were the only ghosts in this kindergarten. Their advantage was not strength, not speed, but numbers. Gu Yi's heart instantly sank halfway. How the hell was he supposed to hide from this? Gu Yi, curled up in the cabinet, forcibly suppressed his heartbeat to the lowest possible rate. He watched as those gray, silent little figures hopped past the cabinet where they were hiding. One child even stopped. Its blurry, featureless face was pressed against the cabinet door, less than 10 centimeters from Gu Yi. Gu Yi's blood nearly froze in that instant. He didn't dare to move, didn't dare to breathe, and didn't even dare to swallow his saliva. He could clearly feel it. This thing was listening. Carefully listening to see if a living person was hidden inside this small, enclosed cabinet. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Gu Yi could even hear his own heart pounding like a drum, uncontrollably, due to extreme fear and tension. Thump, thump, thump. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, just as Gu Yi was about to be overwhelmed by the immense fear. The child seemed to lose interest. It turned its head, like a real spider, using both hands and feet, silently climbed onto the ceiling and crawled towards the second floor. Whoosh! Gu Yi only dared to slowly exhale the breath he had been holding in his chest after the figure completely disappeared. He felt as if his entire body was thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. This game wasn't about how well you hit at all. It was about your luck and your mental endurance. Suddenly, creak. An extremely faint sound of a wooden door being pushed open came from the utility room nearby, where Auntie Liu Fang was hiding. Guya's heart tightened sharply. He saw another small gray figure silently walk down from the wall, then, like a curious child, push open the unlocked utility room door and slip inside. Immediately after, another and another. A total of 3 or 4 gray figures followed, slipping inside. Inside the storage cabinet, Guya's heart instantly sank to the bottom. He knew Auntie Liu Fang might be found. Chapter 33, The Price of Victory. Liu Fang held her breath. She was hiding in the storage room, under an old, dusty iron bed. It was dark and narrow in here, filled with the smell of rust and mold. She could even feel the cold wire bed frame pressing against her back, leaving her no room to turn over. She desperately covered her mouth with her calloused hands. She was afraid that she would make even the slightest sound out of fear. The ear-piercing bell outside just now, and the eerie, childish voice from the broadcast had sent a chill down her spine. She didn't know what was happening outside. She only knew that Captain Wang's order was to hide. So she hid desperately. Time passed minute by minute. Every second felt as long as a century. Outside, it was very quiet, so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. Liu Fang huddled under the bed, not daring to move. She could even hear her own heart pounding violently from tension. Thump, thump, thump. She was afraid. Afraid that this damn heartbeat would, like drum beats, attract those things that she didn't know what they were. Just then, creak. An extremely faint sound of a wooden door being pushed open came from above her head. Liu Fang's heart instantly leaped into her throat. Something had come in. She saw it through the narrow gap under the bed. A pair of small, gray, bare feet silently landed on the floor in front of her. Immediately after, there was a second pair, a third pair, 3 or 4 indistinct little things squeezed into this already small storage room. They were searching. With an eerie, childlike movement, they searched every corner of the room. Clang! A tin bucket piled in the corner was knocked over by one of the children. It made a sound like thunder in the dead silence. Liu Fang's body trembled violently, but she still desperately covered her mouth. No sound. Absolutely no sound. Those children seemed more interested in the tin bucket. They gathered around the bucket, tilted their heads, listened for a while, and then lost interest. They began to walk, step by step, towards the iron bed where Liu Fang was hiding. Liu Fang's eyes were wide open. Fear, like cold seawater, completely engulfed her. She saw pairs of small, gray feet stop by her bed. Then, a child slowly squatted down. Its smooth, eyeless face slowly leaned down. Liu Fang was on the verge of fainting, but just when she thought she was doomed. Those children didn't seem to have found her. They just stayed by the bed for a while. Then they stood up and walked out towards the door. They left. They left. Liu Fang didn't dare to slowly exhale the breath she had been holding in her chest until the last faint creak of the door closing sounded. Saved, she was saved. The immense joy of surviving a catastrophe washed over her nerves. She even wanted to cry. She slowly turned her already stiff neck, wanting to find a more comfortable position. However, the moment she turned her head, her movements froze, because she saw it, right beside her, right under this narrow, dark bed. At some point, another child was hiding there. It was lying there with her under the bed frame, face up on all fours in a spider-like posture that defied human anatomy. Its smooth, eyeless face was less than a fist's distance from her own. Its small, gray mouth was slightly upturned, as if it was giving her a silent, malicious sneer. Ah. The string named Reason finally snapped completely under this extreme, unbearable fear. A shrill scream, piercing through the walls and echoing throughout the entire first floor, erupted from Liu Fang's throat. Second floor, women's restroom. Li Fei and Lin Zaiaoki were hiding in the coldest cubicle in the corner. They heard it. they heard Auntie Liu Fang's desperate scream from downstairs. "Damn it, it's Aunt Liu." Li Fei's eyes instantly turned red. He was about to push open the cubicle door and rush out. "Don't move." Lin Zioki, however, used all her strength to hold him tightly from behind. "Monkey, if you go out now, you're just throwing your life away." Her voice was tearful, yet exceptionally clear. "Then what do we do? Just fucking listen to it?" Li Fei roared, but he only dared to roar in a whisper, because right outside their cubicle door, tap, tap, tap. The dense, rain-like footsteps of the children were getting closer and closer. Guye also heard that scream. His heart instantly sank to the bottom. He peered through the tiny gap in the cabinet door. He saw that the moment Liu Fang's scream rang out, all the children wandering in the first-floor lobby suddenly stopped. Then they all in unison turned their eyeless faces and looked towards the storage room. The next second, all the gray figures surged like a tide towards that pathetic, small wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. "Let go of me. Help. Help." The dense, frantic sounds of banging on the door and Liu Fang's now distorted, desperate cries mingled together. Then, everything came to an abrupt halt. All sounds disappeared in an instant. Then everything came to an abrupt halt. Creak. After an unknown amount of time, the storage room door, which had just been violently shaking, slowly opened a crack. Gu Yi, through the tiny gap in the cabinet door, stared intently at that dark crack in the door. He saw it. It was empty inside. Gu Yi, curled up in the cabinet, saw everything clearly. No Liu Fang, only those gray children. She had just disappeared like that. A cold chill, mixed with sadness and eeriness, spread throughout his body. But he didn't lose his head. His brain was working frantically at an unprecedented speed. He once again recalled the golden containment condition in his mind. The last victor, as the last human on the field who has not been found, personally ring the true end-of-class bell. The last human. Guye chewed on these words, and a terrifying, yet the only possible, scenario emerged in his mind. This condition was not for him to save everyone. On the contrary, it was forcing him to witness everyone's elimination. He had to wait until Captain Wang, Li Fei, Lin Zioki, Chen Hao, everyone was found just like Auntie Liu Fang, until he was the only human player left in this game field. Only then would he be qualified to ring the bell that ended the game. What kind of damn victor was this? This was simply the most vicious curse. Chapter 34, Breaking the Deadlock. The last victor, as the last human on the field not yet found, personally ring the true end-of-class bell. The last human. This sentence weighed on him like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. But just as he was repeatedly chewing on this sentence, his gaze suddenly fixed on the latter half of it. Ring the true end-of-class bell. True, what does that mean? Could the cheerful bell that had just echoed throughout the entire campus be fake? It was just a signal to announce game start. And the true bell that could end this damned game was still hidden somewhere in this kindergarten. There's a solution. This situation has a solution. They weren't just passively waiting to be found like mice. They could fight back, just as he was lost in thought. Tappy tappy tap. That familiar, hair-raising sound of nails scraping against the wall rang out again. And this time, the source of the sound was very close to him, extremely close. Guye immediately pressed his eyes back to the tiny gap in the cabinet door. Then he saw it. He saw a small, gray, eyeless figure, silently hanging upside down from the ceiling like a spider. And the direction it was crawling was precisely the fire pipe where Old Man Wang was hiding. Guye's heart instantly leaped to his throat. Captain Wang, that child slowly crawled directly above the fire pipe. Then it stopped. Its smooth, eyeless face slowly lowered, almost touching the pipe. It was listening. It's over. Captain Wang has been pinpointed. Guye's pupils suddenly constricted. He had even instinctively prepared to transform into a skeletal hound and rush out to create chaos. However, just as that child seemed to have confirmed its target and was about to pounce from the ceiling, Old Man Wang moved. He neither fled nor counterattacked. He just very slowly pulled something out of his pocket. A metal flat object that Guye was all too familiar with. An empty Blackwater liquor bottle. Then Old Man Wang, using all his strength, threw the bottle fiercely towards the deepest darkness at the other end of the hall. Clang! A crisp sound of shattering glass, echoing throughout the entire hall, exploded without warning. At that instant, All the children wandering around, including the ghost that was about to pounce on Old Man Wang, stiffened as if electrocuted. Immediately after, like a pack of hounds hearing their master's command, they all turned their eyeless faces in unison and surged towards the direction of the sound. Faint, it worked. And the moment they were lured away, Old Man Wang moved. Like an old but still agile ape, he silently slid down from the high fire pipe. He didn't hesitate for a moment, and with a few flashes, he arrived in front of the storage cabinet where Guya was hiding. "Kid." He lowered his voice, his tone filled with the relief of surviving a disaster and an undeniable command. "Come out, follow me." Guya immediately pushed open the cabinet door and crawled out. "Captain Wang, you." "Stop your damn nonsense." Old Man Wang interrupted him, panting. "Those little bastards are blind. They only rely on sound to locate you. Also, don't you dare hide in one place for too long. They'll sniff you out like dogs." His voice was hoarse and filled with ferocity, like a wounded beast trapped in a cage. "Aunt Liu, Guya began with difficulty. "I saw it." Old Man Wang closed his eyes, an unspeakable pain flashing across his weathered face. Only then did Guya realize that Old Man Wang's hiding spot offered a clear view of the entire first-floor hall and the entrance to the utility room. But he took less than a second to push that pain back into the deepest part of his heart. When he opened his eyes again, only cold, steel-like determination remained in his murky eyes. "I need to go upstairs to find the others now." Old Man Wang spoke very quickly. "I'm afraid those two fools might not be able to resist making some noise. You go find glasses." He pulled out a crumpled, wrinkled architectural schematic of the kindergarten from his Hua. This was the only intel they received from the company before their mission. He pointed his finger heavily at two locations on the first floor of the map. "Glasses should be in the power distribution room, now. I suspect the key to ending this damn game is that broadcasting system. You go find him, tell him what I found. Let him see if there's a way to restart that cursed broadcast from the power distribution room. We need to create a bigger commotion to lure all these ghosts away." Old Man Wang's strategy was clear and direct. Since the enemies rely on sound to hunt, then use louder sounds to manipulate them. "Understood." "Understood," Guya nodded vigorously. "Good." Old Man Wang said no more, simply patting Guya's shoulder heavily. "Kid, don't die." With that, he crouched low like a true ghost and silently disappeared into the darkness of the stairwell. Guya stood alone in the empty classroom. He knew this was not the time for hesitation. Everyone in the team had found their mission. And his mission was to find Chen Hao. He chose not to risk it in human form. Transform, skeletal hound. Click-clack. Accompanied by a suppressed, faint sound of bones reforming, Guya's figure rapidly curled into a perfect white hound, born only for stealth and slaughter. He didn't hesitate for a moment, using all four paws to propel himself silently like a white shadow, sneaking towards the room marked Power Distribution Room on the map. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any more wandering children along the way. It seemed that most of the children had been lured to the other end of the hall by Old Man Wang's earlier move. He smoothly arrived at the door of the power distribution room. Then, he quietly listened at the door. After confirming, there were no hair-raising, crawling sounds of ghost children inside. Only then did he silently walk in. This was the power distribution room. The air was filled with a mixture of ozone and dust. Rows of standing power distribution cabinets divided the entire space like a labyrinth. Guya knew Chen Hao's personality. In this environment, he would definitely choose a place that could both hide himself and be closest to the power source and circuitry. That would give him the greatest sense of security. Guya's gaze quickly swept across the entire room. Finally, it settled on the deepest part of those rows of power distribution cabinets. A very narrow, almost unnoticeable gap formed by two huge cabinet bodies. He didn't make a sound, nor did he shine his flashlight. He just slowly extended his finger and tapped on the cold metal cabinet, with a rhythmic pattern that only members of Squad 7 understood. He gently tapped 3 times, tap, tap, tap. That was the simplest friend or foe identification signal that Old Man Wang had taught them. Inside the pipe, there was dead silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, just as Guya thought he had misjudged. From the depths of that gap, 2 answering taps came. Tap, tap. The secret code matched. Guya's tense nerves finally relaxed. Only then did he slowly approach the gap. Lowering his voice, he whispered a call at a volume only 2 people could hear. A how? Ah yeah. A voice equally suppressed to the extreme came from inside. It was Chen Hao. Guya walked over and saw Chen Hao curled up in that extremely narrow gap. His face was covered in cold sweat, but his eyes were unusually calm. Lucky. He seemed to relax when he saw Guyi. Since I came in, not a single thing has entered here. Captain Wang sent me to find you. Guyi didn't waste time. Immediately and concisely telling him all of Old Man Wang's findings and his own speculation about the true end-of-class bell. He didn't mention any containment conditions, only saying that he felt the fake bell might be a switch. Chen Hao, the usually quiet tech head, didn't immediately make a judgment after hearing Guya's narration. He just pushed his glasses up, then turned on his flashlight, the beam illuminating the row of power distribution cabinets next to him. Come over and look. His voice was calm, but it carried a strange, unconcealed seriousness. Guya walked over. Then he was stunned. He saw that under the light of Chen Hao's flashlight, the power distribution cabinets that should have been covered in dust and rust were actually spotless. The complex instrument panels and circuit interfaces on them, although old models, were extremely well maintained. Not even a single screw was rusty. This place is not right. Chen Hao gently stroked the metal casing of a power distribution cabinet with his gloved hand. His voice filled with the unique confusion and excitement of a technician who had discovered an anomaly. "Two's new. It doesn't look like something that has been abandoned for 30 years at all. It's more like someone was here yesterday performing routine maintenance." He stood up and shone his flashlight on the ground. "Look here, there isn't even a speck of dust. It's exactly the same as when I came in." Guya's heart suddenly sank. A chill deeper and more unknown than those ghost children rose from the soles of his feet. Captain Wang's idea and your speculation might be correct. Chen Hao didn't dwell on this eerie phenomenon, but quickly brought the conversation back to breaking the situation. He pointed to one independent power distribution cabinet that looked like a backup circuit. This school's broadcasting system and the main power system are semi-independent. And this power distribution room is still usable. He walked to that power distribution cabinet, opened a small inspection port, and connected his personal terminal to it. The terminal screen instantly lit up with a dense array of circuit diagrams and data streams that Guyi couldn't understand at all. "I need some time." Chen Hao's eyes were fixed on the screen. "I need to find the one circuit interface among these hundreds of circuits that leads to the broadcast room on the 2nd floor. Then, figure out a way to power it separately." Chapter 35, The Silent Hunter. "I'm temporarily safe here." Chen Hao's gaze never left the terminal screen, his voice calm. "You go up first, meet up with Captain Wang and the others, then find the broadcast room." He looked up, his calm eyes fixed on Guyi. "Once I succeed, I will send a connection successful signal to all of your devices via my personal terminal. At that time, your task will be to find a way to activate that dismissal bell in the broadcast room. If the bell isn't the answer, we can still use the broadcast system to stall them and buy us time, since we'll be occupying the broadcast room." Guya looked at his focused profile, illuminated by the data stream, and nodded heavily. "I understand." He said nothing more, turning and silently exiting the power distribution room, which had become the source of hope. The corridor was still deathly silent. He hid in the darkest corner and quickly switched forms. Transform, Echo Bat. Accompanied by a faint sound of bones and flesh reorganizing, Guya's figure instantly transformed into an Echo Bat, a silent hunter of darkness, just like those ghost children. He spread his cold, membranous wings and glided silently beneath the high ceilings of the teaching building. Soon, he saw it. He saw a small, gray, eyeless figure with its back to him, crouching at the end of the corridor, tilting its head. An opportunity. A cold, predatory impulse surged through Guya's heart. He wanted to try, to see if his brand-new claws were effective against these things. He didn't hesitate for a moment. He folded his wings and, like a black lightning bolt, silently swooped down from the ceiling. At the same time, he opened his mouth. Screech. A conical ultrasonic wave, compressed to its limit, slammed into the back of the gray figure. The child didn't even have time to react. Its translucent, phantom-like body, at the moment of impact, twisted and rippled violently like a calm surface of water struck by a stone. Immediately after, Guya's razor-like claws arrived. A faint sound, as if tearing wet newspaper, rang out. He easily tore the child's body in half down the middle. However, there was no blood, no scream. The torn gray figure did not dissipate in midair. Instead, like two plumes of thick smoke scattered by the wind, it rapidly melted and faded, finally merging completely into the omnipresent, dense shadows around it. It disappeared. Did it work? A hint of joy had just risen in Guya's heart. But the next second, his sonar senses caught a sight that made his scalp tingle. Right behind him, less than 10 meters away. In the empty shadow he had just flown past, a small, gray outline was slowly squeezing out of the shadow bit by bit again. In just a few seconds, an intact gray figure, identical to the child he had just torn apart, reappeared in the corridor. It was immortal. Guya's heart instantly sank to the bottom. He finally understood. These children were not true, anomalous entities. They were merely shadows projected by the rules of the game of hide-and-seek. As long as the game of hide-and-seek continued, as long as these rules had not been broken, then, no matter how many times you killed them, they would endlessly regenerate from any corner of this kindergarten. Attacking them could only disperse them temporarily, but it was meaningless. In fact, the sound of combat would only attract more children. Guya stopped making any superfluous attempts. He suddenly flapped his wings, no longer paying attention to the shadows, aimlessly wandering on the ground and walls, and flew straight towards the second floor. The scene on the second floor was much more chaotic than the first. As soon as Guya flew into the second floor corridor, he saw 3 familiar figures running frantically towards him at the other end of the corridor. It was Captain Wang, Li Fei, and Lin Zai-oki. And not far behind them, a dozen small, gray, eyeless figures were following them unhurriedly, like a pack of zombies that had smelled blood, with the not-so-fast pace of children. They didn't run either. They just maintained a fixed distance, as if playing a malicious and playful chase game of cat and mouse. Damn it, these little brats are like dogskin plasters, impossible to shake off. Li Fei cursed in a low voice as he ran. His face was covered in cold sweat, clearly indicating he had been chased for a while. Don't make a sound, control your breathing. Old man Wang's stamina was clearly flagging, and he was breathing heavily, but his eyes were still sharp. Their speed isn't fast. As long as they don't corner us in a room, we still have a chance. Lin Zai-oki followed closely behind Old Man Wang, a small crossbow in her hand, her face pale and silent. Guya's heart instantly tightened. He saw that in front of the three's escape route, in the shadow of a corner, 2 more gray figures were silently infiltrating out of the wall. They were about to form an encirclement. Once Captain Wang and the others were caught in a pincer attack and cornered in this narrow corridor, the consequences would be unimaginable. What to do? Fighting head-on was useless. And sonar would affect everyone. In the nick of time, Guya's sonar senses swept across a hanging, long inactive fire alarm on the corridor ceiling. He had it. He no longer hesitated. Like a black lightning bolt, he swiftly passed over Captain Wang and the others' heads. Then, with all his might, he fiercely grabbed his razor-like claws onto the dusty alarm. Grab, tear, throw, clang. The heavy, metal-cased alarm was brutally ripped from the ceiling by him. Then he fiercely threw it into an empty classroom at the other end of the corridor. The sound of breaking glass and metal hitting the ground instantly erupted into a deafening roar on the deathly silent second floor. At that instant, all the gray figures that were chasing Captain Wang and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks, as if a pause button had been pressed. Immediately after, like a group of children who had found new toys, they all turned their eyeless faces in unison and surged towards the direction of the sound. The crisis was temporarily averted. Well done. A gleam flashed in Old Man Wang's eyes. He didn't know who had done it, but he would never miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Go, into this classroom, quick. He pulled the still dazed Li Fei and Lin Zai-oki and plunged into the nearest art classroom next to them, whose door was still open. And Guya, having completed this feint, did not linger for a moment. He flapped his wings and silently flew to the end of the corridor, into the darkest corner where discarded drawing boards were stacked. After confirming that this was everyone's blind spot, he slowly descended, disengaged his transformation, and reverted to the panting, somewhat disheveled human cleaner. Then, clutching his dagger, he carefully crept towards the art classroom, pretending to have just arrived. Chapter 36, The Teacher's Roll Call. Guya gripped the dagger, took a deep breath, and walked into the art classroom. The classroom was empty. "It's me," Guya whispered. "Damn it, Aye, you scared the life out of me." Li Fei was the first to leap out from behind an easel, grabbing Guya's shoulder, his face filled with the relief of surviving a great danger. Old Man Wang and Lin Zioki also emerged from different hiding spots. Tear streaks still marked Lin Zioki's face, but she bit her lip hard, not letting out a single sound. As for Old Man Wang, his rock-like face showed no expression. He just silently wiped his old revolver over and over again. No one mentioned Aunt Liu's name again. "Where's glasses?" Wang Zhengguo finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and metallic, filled with a coldness. "He's still alive." Gu Yi immediately and concisely reported Chen, Hao's discovery and plan. "The power distribution room is still functional. He's looking for the broadcast room's wiring and needs us to wait for his signal there. He said, perhaps we really can make that bell ring again." Wang Zhengguo's eyes suddenly lifted in the darkness. "Good." He uttered only one word. Then he stood up and looked at Li Fei and Lin Zioki. "There's no time for grief." His beast-like gaze swept over everyone. "We have to finish the job first." He paused, every word squeezed out through gritted teeth. "Then we'll take Aunt Liu home." The plan was simple. The broadcast room was at the other end of the second floor, almost in a straight line from their current location in the art classroom. But this straight line was completely segmented into death zones by countless wandering, invisible ears. They had to move forward. "I'll lead the way." Old Man Wang tightly gripped his old revolver. "Monkey, you cover the rear. Sparrow, Aye, you two in the middle. Remember, 3 meters apart and absolutely no unnecessary sounds. Use hand gestures to communicate. We'll move through room by room." The 4 of them, like an elite special forces team, silently left the art classroom. They stepped onto this death corridor leading to hope. The corridor was very quiet. Those small, gray, eyeless figures still crawled silently on the walls and ceilings. They were like a group of ceaseless ghosts living in the wall cavities. The 4 suppressed their breathing to the absolute minimum. They strictly followed Old Man Wang's orders, tiptoeing silently. Like 4 shadows blended into the darkness, they moved slowly but steadily towards the broadcast room. Suddenly, Old Man Wang, who was in front, abruptly raised his right hand, forming a fist. "Stop." Everyone instantly froze in place. Guya followed Old Man Wang's gaze forward. Not far ahead, an office door was ajar, and a gray child was curiously pressing its eyeless face against the crack in the door, seemingly listening to the movements inside. Their path was blocked. Old Man Wang's eyes became incredibly solemn. He slowly raised his hand, making a few simple tactical gestures. "Feint. Prepare to breach." Guyi instantly understood his meaning. Old Man Wang unhooked an empty metal water bottle from his waist. He signaled everyone with his eyes to get ready. Then, with all his might, he hurled the water bottle towards the far end of the long corridor behind them. Clang. A crisp metallic crash, echoing throughout the entire second floor, exploded. In that instant, all the wandering children, including the ghost blocking the office door, stiffened as if electrocuted. Immediately after, they all simultaneously turned their eyeless faces and surged towards the direction of the sound. "Go." Old Man Wang roared softly. The 4, no longer hesitating, rushed into the half-open office like 4 arrows released from a bow. Then they slammed the door shut from inside. They were temporarily safe. "Don't let your guard down." Old Man Wang leaned against the door, vigilantly listening to the sounds outside. Guya took this opportunity to quickly survey the office. This seemed to be a teacher's office. Some children's homework books were scattered on the desk. Suddenly, Guya's gaze was drawn to a piece of paper on the corner of the desk, stained with overturned ink and with somewhat messy handwriting. It seemed to be a page hastily torn from a work handbook. On it, in extremely hurried handwriting, with several words even misspelled due to the owner's fear, were several lines of blood-red, shocking words. "The monster, it's inside. Can't block it, the children will die. The only way. Play a game." Hide and seek, their favorite game, it can keep them quiet. Wait for the dismissal bell. Must wait for the real dismissal bell. Guya looked at those lines of text, and his heart felt as if it had been fiercely clutched by a cold hand. He didn't have time now for sadness or to imagine some teacher's greatness. From these few short lines, he extracted the most crucial intelligence that could keep them alive. First, 30 years ago, this kindergarten was invaded by the supernatural, and the teacher made the children play a game of hide-and-seek. Second, those gray children were the real children who couldn't wait for the bell back then. Third, and most importantly, the dismissal bell. Guya's mind instantly cleared. His conjecture was confirmed. The bell that started the game earlier was fake. It was a trap. And the key to ending this damned game, which had lasted for 30 years, was that real dismissal bell that had yet to ring. After confirming that the ghost children outside had been lured away, the four set off again. Fortunately, the broadcast room was not far from there. They arrived without further incident at the locked door with the campus broadcast station sign. "Monkey," Old Man Wang commanded. Li Fei immediately took out professional door-breaching tools from his backpack. Click. A soft sound, the door opened. A heavy, dusty smell of old electronic components wafted out. The broadcast room was small and messy, but the large broadcast control console in the center, like the power distribution room, was eerily clean, just as they had closed the door and hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath. Buzz, buzz. Guya's personal terminal suddenly vibrated. It was an encrypted text message from Chen Hao. The message contained only one word: connected. It worked. Old Man Wang's eyes instantly lit up. "Ayis now, go ring that bell." Guya no longer hesitated. He dashed to the complex control console. He didn't understand the complex buttons, but he saw in the very center of the control console a button protected by a glass cover labeled Emergency Broadcast. He ripped open the glass cover. Then he pressed it down hard. ZZZZZ. All the equipment in the broadcast room instantly lit up with countless indicator lights. Immediately after, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. A dismissal bell that was crisper, louder, and more filled with hope than the previous game start bell echoed throughout the entire teaching building. It worked. Li Fei and Lin Zioki were so excited they almost cheered. Old Man Wang's perpetually stoic face finally showed a relieved smile. However, the scene they had anticipated of the ghost children vanishing into thin air did not occur. They only heard. From the corridor, from upstairs, from downstairs, from all directions, came whispers of children filled with fear and panic. "It's the teacher. The teacher is here. Hide quickly, it'll be bad if the teacher finds us." Immediately after, all the gray figures, like startled rabbits with terrified, silent screams, frantically fled back into the walls, back into the floor, and disappeared. The entire world returned to deadly silence. But this time, the silence was colder, heavier than before. "Is it over?" Li Fei asked, somewhat uncertainly. "No." Lin Zioki's voice carried an uncontrollable tremor. They seemed to be afraid. The smile on Old Man Wang's face completely froze at this moment. His eyes were fixed on the small glass window in the broadcast room door, used to observe outside. The game is not over. It just changed players. Guya also followed his gaze outside. Then he saw it. He saw, in the empty, silent corridor outside their door, a tall, thin, blurred, translucent black figure, wearing a faded old-era teacher's uniform, was facing away from them, slowly emerging from the darkness at the end of the corridor. In its hand, it held a long, wooden pointer. As it walked, it rhythmically and gently tapped the palm of its hand with the pointer. Tap. 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 The sound was like the Grim Reaper's pocket watch, counting down their final moments. Then, the black figure stopped. It slowly turned around. Its face had only a stiff, eerie eye and a smiling face drawn with red chalk, and in the very instant it turned around. "Buzz." A cold, emotionless voice, as if from the depths of hell, emanated from the black figure's body, directly echoing in their minds. There are still little friends who haven't hidden well. The eyeless head with the drawn smile slowly turned towards their direction, towards the broadcast room. "Don't worry. Let the teacher help you hide a little deeper." Chapter 30, 7 The Real School Bell. Let the teacher help you hide a little deeper. The moment that cold, emotionless voice echoed in his mind, Wang Zhengguo moved. Without the slightest hesitation, he yanked open the fragile wooden door of the broadcast room and let out a hysterical roar. Run. 4 people, 4 directions, don't you dare crowd together. Monkey, Sparrow, you two go left to the rooftop. Aya, you go right to the library. I'll go through the middle, draw its attention. Hurry. With that, he no longer hesitated, being the first to rush out, frantically charging into the deeper darkness of the 3rd floor. Li Fei and Lin Zioki exchanged glances, instantly reacted, and sprinted desperately towards the stairs on the left. Guya's heart was practically leaping out of his throat. Driven by instinct, he plunged into the equally dark corridor on the right. The 4 people, like 4 rabbits scattered by a hound, instantly vanished into different shadows. Guya alone rushed into the library reading room. Bang! He slammed the door shut behind him and propped it with a row of heavy bookshelves. He leaned against the cold door, gasping for breath, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Tap. 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 The familiar sound of the teaching cane tapping a palm, like a death god's pocket watch, slowly drifted from the direction of the stairwell. It was coming up. Guya felt that he and his teammates in the other 3 directions were like 4 bright red light bulbs, simultaneously illuminated in the sight of that teacher. He could even see that black, gaunt figure already stopped in the middle of the 3rd floor corridor. Its face, painted with a smile, slowly turned. First, it turned to the left, the direction Li Fei and Lin Zioki had fled towards the rooftop. Then, it slowly turned to the middle, the direction of the chemistry lab where Old Man Wang was hiding. Finally, it turned to the right, towards the library reading room where he was located. It was choosing which poorly hidden child to inspect first. Guya clutched the dagger in his hand, even stopping his breathing. He watched the black figure hesitate in place for a full 10 seconds. Ultimately, it seemed to give up on chasing these nearby targets. It chose to turn and go downstairs. It actually walked towards the 1st floor, in the direction of the electrical room where Chen Hao was. Its speed was not fast, but every step was filled with an undeniable, rule-like oppressive force. It was very smart. It chose to first deal with the most unruly technician who had been causing trouble in its perception. It wasn't until that suffocating pressure completely disappeared around the stairwell corner that Guya dared to slowly slide down to the floor, leaning against the bookshelf. He was temporarily safe. But Chen Hao, immense fear and urgency, like 2 invisible hands, gripped his heart. He forced himself to break free from that damned post-escape relief. His brain was working at an unprecedented, frantic pace. Why? What went wrong? All the clues, the bloody last words, all pointed to the broadcast room, all pointed to the end of class bell. Why? Why didn't the game end? Personally, ring that true end of class bell. The Codex's containment condition flashed through his mind again like lightning. Ring, ring. This word struck his soul like a heavy hammer. Guya's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. He finally understood. A broadcast bell had nothing to do with ringing. That damned broadcast bell on which they had placed all their hopes was never the true end-of-class bell from the start. Then, what was it? A bell that needed to be rung with a hand? A true, physically existing bell. This discovery rekindled a burning flame in Guya's heart, which had almost sunk to rock bottom. He no longer hesitated. Transform, Echo Bat. Guya became a black lightning bolt. He spread his cold, leathery wings, making not a sound, and flew silently out of a broken window, clinging to the reading room's ceiling. He once again activated those eerie, sonar eyes. Squeak. Invisible, high-frequency sound waves, centered on him like ripples on water, instantly swept through the entire silent teaching building. A black-and-white, 3-dimensional model composed of countless echoes and outlines rapidly formed in his mind. He saw it. He saw Li Fei and Lin Zioki at the left rooftop entrance, back to back, nervously guarding the shaky iron door leading to the rooftop. He also saw Old Man Wang in the chemistry lab at the other end of the 3rd floor, like a silent lone wolf, hiding behind a ventilation duct, motionless. He also saw the black figure of the teacher in the electrical room on the 1st floor, already blocking the doorway. And Chen Hao was curled up behind a huge electrical cabinet, trembling all over, tightly gripping a small pistol as his last means of self-defense. But his current goal was not to save people. It was the bell. It was a metallic, hollow, circular thing that fit the concept of a bell. He turned the sonar's power to maximum, scanning every corner of this building again and again. First floor, nothing. Second floor, nothing. Third floor. Suddenly, just as he cast his sight towards the very top of the teaching building, the long-abandoned attic, an extremely tiny yet exceptionally crisp, standard and round echoing bright spot suddenly popped out in his mental model. Its echo was utterly different from all surrounding objects. That shape, that size, that material, it was it. A small, brass, handheld bell hanging from a wooden beam needing to be rung by hand. That was, 30 years ago, the true end-of-class bell of this kindergarten. Found it. Guya's heart filled with wild joy. However, just as he locked onto the target and was about to fly over to ring the bell. Ah! A scream filled with pain and terror, belonging to Chen Hao, unexpectedly came from the electrical room on the first floor. Immediately following. Ba-bang! A crisp, decisive gunshot ripped through all the silence. Then, everything abruptly stopped. Chapter 38, the last bell. That gunshot and Chen Hao's abruptly cut-off scream struck Guya's heart like an invisible, heavy iron hammer. It was too late. Chen Hao was in trouble. He dared not hesitate any longer. He knew that he was now the last hope of this small team. His fleshy wings, belonging to the Echo Bat, flapped violently. Like a black lightning bolt, without any detour, he shot straight towards the attic at the very top of the teaching building, which he had just locked onto with sonar. The attic window was already shattered. Gu Yi, like a gust of wind, directly entered through the dark, cavernous window. The attic was filled with a suffocating smell of dust. By the pale moonlight that filtered through the broken roof, Gu Yi saw it. He saw, hanging quietly from the thickest, cobweb-covered wooden beam in the center of the attic, a small, palm-sized, ancient brass handbell, already covered in dust and the passage of time. Found it. Guya didn't hesitate for a moment. The instant he landed, he deactivated his transformation, once again turning back into the panting but resolute human. He lunged forward, leaped up, and firmly grasped the cold, heavy bell. Then, he used all the strength in his entire body and vigorously shook it. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling-ling. A crisp, down-to-earth ringing sound, completely different from the electronically synthesized bell heard on the broadcast, rang out. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a drop of water falling into a calm lake, instantly sending out invisible ripples, circle after circle, filled with the meaning of conclusion. It spread throughout the entire teaching building. It spread throughout the entire silent campus, the moment that crisp bell rang. First floor, power distribution room. Chen Hao had already been knocked unconscious by the tall, black teacher figure. The small pistol in his hand had long been knocked away. His thin body was effortlessly held tightly under the teacher's arm with one hand, like a disobedient doll. However, just as the black figure was about to leave the power distribution room, its smiling face slowly lifted, as if listening to something. Third floor, chemistry lab. Two black figures who were about to corner Li Fei and Lin Zioki also stopped all their movements. Immediately after, the two identical black teachers began to become transparent at a visible speed. Their blurred bodies peeled away and dissipated, like sand paintings scattered by the wind. The stiff, smelly face, drawn on their faces with red chalk, also slowly faded. In its place was a look of relief, release, exhaustion, a truly genuine smile. Class dismissed. Children, you can go home. A gentle, final obsession, belonging to the desperate teachers of 30 years ago, flashed through everyone's minds. Then, the two black figures completely transformed into countless black specks of light and vanished. And those gray children, who had originally disappeared, reappeared in the corridors and classrooms. But this time, they were no longer cold, malicious ghosts. They returned to the appearance of ordinary children with innocent smiles on their faces. They waved in unison towards the attic, towards where the bell sound came from, as if performing a farewell that was 30 years late. Then, they also transformed into countless gray specks of light and merged into the moonlight. The game of hide-and-seek was over. Gu Yi, only when the bell in his hand could no longer produce any sound, collapsed exhaustedly onto the cold, dust-covered floor. He had succeeded. He had made the right bet. Just then, in his almost blank mind, the cold, final judgment-like prompt from the bizarre compendium arrived as expected. Detected rule type bizarre. Meets the conditions for law card generation. New function module enabled. the Scroll of Truth. Generated law card No 001, the game of hide-and-seek, automatically recorded on the first page of the Scroll of Truth. An invisible, gray stream of light, representing rules themselves, flew out from the now lusterless brass bell and was fiercely branded into Guya's back. Containment successful. Obtained E-grade law card, the game of hide-and-seek. Mental strength upper limit increased, 2737. Guya gasped for breath, not even having the strength to immediately check this trump card. He just wanted to lie there until dawn, but he couldn't. Chen Hao, anti-Liu Fang? He struggled to probe his consciousness into the codex. He wanted to see what this damned card, which had cost him such a heavy price, actually was. Number No 001. Name the game of hide-and-seek. Grade E. Type law card. Description: a game created by love and despair, lasting 30 years. Players who are found do not die, but are taken by those lonely children as new playmates and dragged together into their initial and final shelter. Ability: hide-and-seek can consume a large amount of mental strength to forcibly designate an intelligent life form to play a game of hide-and-seek. If the opponent is found within the specified time, they will be temporarily assimilated and obey your commands for 10 minutes. The final shelter. Guya's gaze was fixed on that description. Players who are found do not die. Instead, they are dragged into the shelter. His heart was instantly gripped by a huge, incredible surge of ecstasy. Liu Fang and Chen Hao, they might still be alive. Guya didn't know where he found the strength. He suddenly scrambled to his feet. He rushed out of the attic, running frantically towards the third floor to the room where Old Man Wang was hiding. Captain Wang. He pushed open the half-closed door. Old Man Wang was leaning against a bookshelf, completely exhausted, but his eyes were fixed on the window outside. "It's over?" he asked hoarsely. "It's over." Guya nodded, but Aunt Liu in glasses might still be alive. He combined the codex's description with his own guess and told Wang Zhenguo at the fastest possible speed. A flash of brilliance instantly reignited in Old Man Wang's already dim eyes. Shelter. He chewed on these 3 words, then slapped his thigh. Damn it, it's the basement. All old-era school buildings have a civil defense basement to deal with war. That place is the most solid and hidden spot in the entire kindergarten. Soon, the 4 survivors reunited in the hall on the first floor. Li Fei and Lin Zioki, although looking like they had survived a great ordeal, their faces were also filled with irrepressible hope. "Where's Chen Hao?" Lin Zioki's voice was tearful and anxious. He got into trouble in the power distribution room. "Save him first." He made a decisive decision without any hesitation. "Monkey, Ye, you two come with me to the power distribution room. Sparrow, you're fast on your feet. Go to the utility room on the first floor. Look for an entrance to the basement. Remember, if anything feels wrong, immediately fire a warning shot." "Yes." Guyi followed closely behind Old Man Wang and Li Fei. Without the obstruction of the ghost children, they quickly rushed back to the power distribution room on the first floor, which was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The door was ajar. Old Man Wang kicked the door open. The sight before them made all 3 of their hearts sink. Chen Hao was slumped motionless in the corner of a row of huge power distribution cabinets. Beside him, the small pistol was still emitting a wisp of smoke. Glasses. Li Fei was the first to rush over, embracing Chen Hao's cold body. "Damn it, don't you dare scare me. Wake up." He frantically shook Chen Hao's shoulders. Old Man Wang quickly stepped forward, extending 2 fingers to check Chen Hao's carotid artery. Then, a look of relief finally appeared on his rock-like face. Still breathing. "He's just unconscious." Guyi also breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as he's alive. Let's go." Li Fei stopped talking nonsense, immediately carrying the thin Chen Hao on his back. "We're going to find Zioqi." When the 3 of them rushed to the familiar utility room on the first floor, Lin Zioki was standing in the center of the room, looking anxious. "Captain, found it." She pointed to the ground, where a heavy old desk, which she had just managed to move halfway with all her strength, lay. Under the desk, a square, iron-ring trapdoor to the basement was revealed. "Damn it." Old Man Wang cursed, immediately stepping forward with Li Fei and Guyi, working together to completely move the heavy desk. Old Man Wang took a deep breath and pulled open the heavy iron door leading underground. A cold, 30-year sealed air, mixed with the smell of earth and decaying corpses, rushed out. The four of them turned on their flashlights and descended the narrow, moss-covered steps, one by one. The basement was small and oppressive. Then they saw it. They saw in the furthest corner of the basement. More than a dozen small, already skeletal remains of children were quietly curled up there, in a posture of huddling together for warmth. And in the center of that small, heartbreaking pile of bones, Auntie Liu Fang lay motionless, her eyes tightly closed. Her face was deathly pale, as if all the blood had drained from it, but her chest was still rising and falling, ever so faintly. Alive. Auntie Liu Fang was still alive. Home. Lin Zai-oki looked at the two familiar faces and could no longer hold back, squatting on the ground and crying aloud. This time, they were tears of joy. Chapter 39: The Bill and the Hypocritical Appeasement. Still alive? Wang Zhengguo's hoarse voice held an uncontrollable tremor and wild joy. He was the first to rush down the steps, reaching out to check Liu Fang's breathing. Though faint it was. Steady. Quick, monkey, Yi, give us a hand. Carry the two of them up. The immense joy of survival, like a powerful stimulant, re-energized the four exhausted individuals with a surge of strength. They clumsily carried their two unconscious companions back into the commuter vehicle. On the way back, the atmosphere in the vehicle was unprecedentedly heavy and silent. No one mentioned the E-grade bounty anymore. The relief of surviving a disaster was quickly replaced by a heavy worry for the future. The vehicle did not drive directly back to the hive. At the entrance to Rust Bone Street, the vehicle stopped. I'll take them to Syringe's place. Li Fei's voice was low, devoid of its usual vitality. Captain, as for the company, I'll go alone. Wang Zhengguo's face was as grim as iron about to freeze. Fatty Ma, he has to give me an explanation today. With that, he alone drove the empty commuter vehicle towards the cold purification station that led inside the wall. Meanwhile, Gu Yi and Lin Zai-oki helped Li Fei carry their two unconscious companions out of the vehicle and quickly walked towards the dark alley filled with the smell of medicine. The pharmacist's corner, Black Clinic. The clinic was much busier than they had imagined. Dr. Syringe, wearing his huge welder's goggles, was treating the wounds of a bounty hunter whose arm was covered in bloody holes. Behind him, 3 or 4 other injured scavengers who looked like trouble were waiting in line, filling the small space with the smell of blood and a restless atmosphere. Get out and queue. He didn't even turn his head, his voice like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. The bounty hunters also turned around, glaring at them with a fierce, disturbed look. Doctor, help will pay extra. Li Fei couldn't care less about formalities and immediately transferred 50 credit points. The surgical knife in Dr. Syringe's hand stopped. He slowly turned around. His gaze first went to the increased credit points on his personal terminal, then slowly moved to the unconscious Liu Fang and Chen Hao who had been carried in. Behind his huge goggles, his eyes, always filled with profit and calculation, showed no ripple. He merely spoke to the bounty hunters in his uniquely grating voice. Your routine treatment is over. If you want stitches, get back in line. Damn it, what did you say? The bounty hunters instantly exploded. He abruptly sat up from the operating table, his good hand already reaching for the gun hilt at his waist. I was here first. That's right. Why should they cut in line? The scavengers waiting behind also started to clamor, and the atmosphere in the entire clinic instantly became tense. Dr. Syringe didn't even bat an eyelid. Then, in a cold, factual tone, he said to everyone, "You can also pay extra." One sentence. It silenced the enraged bounty hunters and all the clamoring scavengers behind him. They suddenly felt that waiting a bit longer was acceptable. This was the rule of the Gray Millstone. Here, credit points were reason. The bounty hunters eventually grumbled and climbed down from the operating table, clutching his still bleeding arm, retreating to the side, glaring at Gu Yi and the others with murderous eyes. Dr. Syringe then pointed to the cold metal operating table, freshly stained with blood that had just become vacant. Put them on. Queue-jumping fee is 200 credit points, pay up front. Li Fei's face twitched. 200 points? This was daylight robbery, but he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately transferred the funds. Dr. Syringe confirmed the transaction and then slowly walked over. He first roughly checked Chen Hao's condition, pried open his eyelids, listened to his heartbeat. Then, like throwing a sack, he directly pushed Chen Hao off the operating table. "Kid, catch him." Guye instinctively caught Chen Hao's limp body. "He's fine." Dr. Syringe's voice was cold. "Mental exhaustion plus excessive shock, he just fainted. Go back, get some sleep, drink 2 bottles of black water, and he'll be bouncing around again." Then he turned his gaze to Auntie Liu Fang, still lying on the operating table, her face pale. This time, his expression finally showed a slight change. He took out his rusty, old contamination value detector and placed the earpiece on Liu Fang's forehead. Buzz. The machine emitted a teeth-grinding roar. A minute later, a chilling red number flashed on the display, making everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. 68%. Damn it. Li Fei couldn't help but curse under his breath. This value had far exceeded the 50% warning line. It was an absolutely dangerous value, enough to cause a normal person to start showing symptoms of mental erosion. Trouble. Dr. Syringe took off his goggles, and for the first time, his voice carried a hint of excitement. It was a morbid excitement, the kind that comes from seeing a difficult case that means a sky-high bill. Her body is fine, but her mind has been thoroughly scoured by high-concentration, rule contamination. It's like a computer infected with a virus. Although the hardware isn't broken, the operating system is about to crash. "Is there still hope?" Lin Zioki asked tremblingly. "Yes." Dr. Syringe nodded, then held up 5 fingers. 5,000 credit points, 30% deposit up front. "What?" Li Fei's eyes instantly turned red. "Why don't you just rob us?" "I am robbing you." Dr. Syringe sneered, putting his goggles back on. "You can also choose to carry her back. Let her completely turn into a drooling, self-harming lunatic within half a month. Or be more lucky and directly mutate into a brand new, F-grade little monster worth only 50 credit points." "You." Li Fei was so choked by his words that he couldn't utter a single sound. He knew that what the other person said was true. "I'll pay." Guye suddenly spoke. He stepped forward and handed over his personal terminal. "Transfer 1,500 first. Once she's cured, I'll pay the remaining 3,500. Dr. Syringe looked at him with some surprise. He seemed not to have expected that this seemingly most inconspicuous young man was the richest and calmest of the 3. "All right." He nodded, "but she can't go on missions anymore, not even once. She must rest in bed for at least a month. Every day, she'll need to use my gibberish tapes and special sedatives to slowly grind down her contamination value. And even if she recovers, her mind will become much more fragile than before. Another shock could cause her to mutate completely at any time." This verdict weighed like a huge stone on everyone's hearts. No more missions. For a cleaner in the C-ring zone who relied on risking his life to make a living, this was tantamount to a death sentence. B-ring district, Jingchen Security Company, manager's office. Ma Wenbin, manager Ma, was leisurely leaning back in his soft leather chair, savoring a cup of instant coffee reportedly from before the Great Fracture, acquired from the black market. Bang. The office door was violently slammed open by a great force. Wang Zhengguo, like a furious, red-eyed beast, walked in, exuding a cold, killing intent. "Old Wang." Manager Ma frowned, put down his coffee cup, and forced a fake smile onto his face. "Mission accomplished? You've worked hard, worked hard. I knew this little matter wouldn't trouble your 7th squaw." "Ma Wenbin." Wang Zhengguo interrupted him, every word squeezed out from between his teeth. "You better give me an explanation." His hand rested on the gun holster at his waist. "What easy job? What simple investigation? E-grade rule-based anomaly. Do you know what that means? I almost left an entire team of people in that goddamn place." The smile on manager Ma's face froze, but he was, after all, a shrewd man. He quickly regained his composure, spread his hands, and put on a helpless expression. Old Wang, don't get excited, sit down, let's talk. This matter was an accident. I admit, my intelligence work had a flaw. But you can't blame it all on me." He sighed, cleanly shifting the blame. The original intelligence came from the garrison troops. They said it was suspected. Who would have thought that place really hid such a big guy? The garrison troops. Old man Wang sneered, his eyes like he was looking at a clown. Ma Wenbin, have you forgotten where I came from? He heavily tapped his already graying, scar-covered head with his finger. I served in that force for 10 years, from a greenhorn to a squad leader. I know their procedures better than my own son. He suddenly took a step forward, and the veteran's killing aura, forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, instantly made Manager Ma's chubby face turn a shade paler. A vague suspected intelligence report without secondary verification. They dare to directly issue it to an outsourced company like us. Do you think thersafety regulations are written on toilet paper? Unless... Every word from Old Man Wang was like a nail, firmly driven into Manager Ma's heart. Someone intentionally omitted this step in the middle, disguising a report that should have been marked high-risk pending as a low-risk junk contract. Manager Ma's face finally became somewhat grim. He hadn't expected Wang Zhengguo, this old man, to be so difficult to deal with, but he still didn't admit it. Old Wang, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. Are you accusing me? Damn it, I'm accusing you. Wang Zhengguo slammed the table, the loud noise making the coffee cup jump. One of my people is still lying half dead in the clinic. Another was almost scared insane. How do we settle this account? The office fell into a deathly silence. The two stared intently at each other. One was an angry beast filled with killing intent. The other was a cold-eyed, hypocritical, venomous snake. Ultimately, Manager Ma was the first to back down. He knew that today, if he didn't let this mad old dog gnaw off a piece of flesh, he would never give up. All right. He let out a long sigh and leaned back into his chair. This time, I'm unlucky. He opened his terminal and made a few operations. The E-grade mission bounty doubled. A total of 12,000 credit points. Additionally, I'll personally contribute another 10,000 points as your work injury nutrition fee. This matter ends here. Continuing to make a fuss will do no good for either you or me. Wang Zhengguo looked at the huge sum that quickly arrived in his terminal, enough to drive any C-Ring Zone family crazy, and the killing intent that was almost gushing out of his eyes slowly subsided. He knew this was the best outcome he could achieve. He didn't say another word. He just gave Manager Ma a deep look. Then, he turned and walked out of the disgusting office without looking back. Behind him, the fake smile on Manager Ma's chubby face slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a cold gaze, as if looking at a dead man. Chapter 40, A White Lie. In the Black Clinic, Li Fei and Lin Zioki both silently watched Auntie Liu Fang, who had been moved to a hospital bed and was still unconscious, with red eyes. 5,000 credit points. This number, like a mountain not too big or small but heavy, pressed down on everyone's hearts. It was almost a huge sum that their entire Squad 7 could only save up by working for several months without eating or drinking, risking their lives. And now, merely for treating an illness. Just then, the dilapidated door of the clinic was pushed open with a creak. Wang Zhengguo walked in. His face was still terribly grim, but when he saw the three young people in the room, though disheartened, none were missing. His tense gaze finally softened a little. "How's the situation?" he asked hoarsely. Li Fei recounted the syringe doctor's verdict in full detail. When Old Man Wang heard 5,000 credit points, his eyelids merely twitched slightly. He showed no anger nor surprise, as if this price was already within his expectations. He just walked up to Guye. "You kid, you've got guts." He looked at Guye, and a hint of what could be called approval appeared in his murky eyes. Then, he opened his personal terminal. "Payment successful, 1,500 credit points. I'm returning the money you fronted. I've already paid the rest of Liu Fang's medical expenses." After he finished the operation, he didn't even give Guye a chance to refuse. "Captain Wang, this." Li Fei became anxious. He knew that this money was definitely not a small sum for Old Man Wang either. "Shut up." Old Man Wang stopped him. Then, looking at the worried youngsters in the room, he finally squeezed out an explanation through gritted teeth. Fatima gave a hush money. His voice was cold, filled with undisguised disgust. "This mission's bonus is doubled, plus 10,000 credit points for work-related injury nutrition expenses. I took it, so this money should come from me. He paused, every word seemingly chiseled from ice. This is what we earned with our lives. The clinic fell into a deathly silence. Everyone understood. Old Man Wang must have had a big scene in Manager Ma's office just now, and in a way they couldn't imagine, he had forcibly bitten off a bloody chunk of flesh from that fat man who devours people without spitting out bones. Immediately after, he performed a few more operations. Payment successful, 2,400 credit points. Payment successful, 2,400 credit points. Payment successful, 2,400 credit points. Gu Yi, Li Fei, Lin Zioki, and even Chen Hao and Liu Fang, who were still unconscious, all received a transfer of 2,400 credit points at the same time. This is the double bonus for this E-rank mission. Old Man Wang's voice was calm. I'll hold on to the remaining nutrition expenses for Liu Fang. I'll give them to her when she wakes up. 2,400 credit points. This huge sum was enough to drive any scavenger in the C-ring zone mad. But at this moment, no one felt even the slightest joy because of it. They only felt that the money in their hands was scalding hot and heavy, stained with Liu Fang's blood. Don't all look like your fathers died. Old Man Wang, seeing their appearance, finally couldn't help but curse. She's still alive, that's a great thing. If money's gone, earn it again. If life's gone, then nothing's left. Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open again. A girl, who looked only 16 or 17, wearing a faded B-ring district, technical college uniform, and with a ponytail, timidly peeked in. Her face still carried a trace of student-like innocence and cleanliness, untouched by the gray millstone. But her eyes were red from anxiety and fear. Excuse me. Her gaze quickly scanned the clinic, finally settling on the familiar figure lying on the hospital bed. Mom. The girl's voice instantly became tearful. Jingya. Lin Zioki and Li Fei were both stunned. They knew this girl. She was Auntie Liu Fang's daughter, her sole pride and her entire world, Li Jingya. The true top student who, through her own efforts, fought her way out of countless children in the C-ring zone and got into the B-ring district technical college. A genius in the top 1%. Mom, what happened to you? Li Jingya could no longer hold back, crying as she rushed to the operating table, tightly grasping Liu Fang's cold, limp hand. Old Man Wang silently stepped forward and draped a coat over the trembling girl's shoulders. I notified her to come. He explained softly to the others, this kind of thing can't be hidden. And her mom, in her current state, needs her the most. Li Jingya cried for a while, then as if suddenly remembering something, she abruptly looked up, her red eyes fixed on Wang Shengguo. Uncle Wang, my mom, didn't she say she found a very easy job in C-Zone, keeping accounts in a warehouse? Why is she so badly injured? This question was like a knife, piercing deeply into everyone present. Easy, high-paying, everyone knew that was the gentlest, yet also the cruelest lie a mother had fabricated to prevent her daughter from worrying. Auntie Liu Fang had only been a cleaner for a year. The Human Federation had waived all tuition fees for those 1% who made it out of the C-ring zone and even provided a monthly subsidy enough to live. But Liu Fang wanted her daughter to live a little better. She wanted her to have confidence when dining with classmates who grew up in the B-ring district, instead of just silently drinking free purified water on the side. She wanted her to be able to wear a beautiful, brand new cotton coat when winter came, instead of just shivering in the ugly old-school uniform provided by the school. She wanted her to have a carefree future full of hope, just like all the children in the B-ring district. That's why she chose to use her life to exchange for that little bit of extra, yet incredibly precious, dignity for her daughter's life. Old Man Wang's lips moved. His mouth, which could roar at Manager Ma and shriek at the bazaar, was at this moment unable to utter a single word. He didn't know how to reveal this bloody truth to the still somewhat naive girl in front of him. Finally, Guya stepped forward. He looked at the girl, who was about the same age as Lin Zioki but whose eyes were much cleaner. He knew that sometimes, a lie was more compassionate than the truth. Your mom, she's fine. Guya's voice was soft, yet unusually firm. She was in the warehouse, counting goods, when a falling shelf hit her head, which is why she fainted. The doctor said it's nothing serious, just needs a good rest for a while. We're her colleagues from the same warehouse. We happened to pass by and brought her here. This lie, full of holes, made Li Fei and Lin Xiaoqi look at him with incredulous eyes. But unexpectedly, the girl, who was already distraught, actually believed him. Perhaps Gu Ye's unfamiliar face and calm tone were more convincing than Old Man Wang and the other acquaintances. Or perhaps subconsciously she was more willing to believe this less terrifying version. "Ria, really?" she asked, sobbing. "Really?" Gu Ye nodded. Then the medical expenses. A trace of worry and embarrassment reappeared on Li Jingye's face. She knew how expensive medical treatment was in the C-ring zone, especially here at Syringe's place. Before Gu Ye could say anything more, Wang Zhengguo had already stepped forward. On his rock-like face, he forced out an expression that was uglier than crying, which could be called comfort. "You don't have to worry about the money." His voice was hoarse, but filled with undeniable power. "I've already received the company's compensation. It's enough to cover all your mom's medical expenses and a month's nutrition expenses. You don't have to worry about anything. Just stay here with her with peace of mind and wait for her to wake up." After speaking, he no longer looked at the girl, who was completely stunned, but turned to Li Fei and Lin Xiaoqi and said, "You two stay here too and lend a hand. I'm going out for a smoke." Guy also silently retreated. He knew that at this moment, leaving the space to these true family members was most appropriate. Outside the clinic, the night in Rustbone Street was cold. Old Man Wang didn't go far, leaning in the alley's shadow, lighting a mint cigarette, silently puffing away. Guye also didn't leave. He just found a more inconspicuous corner, leaned there, and quietly watched the small, yet never-stopping, black clinic in front of him. He saw the bounty hunters they had cut in line for, cursing and grumbling as he sat back on the operating table. The syringe doctor showed no apology nor any unnecessary words. He merely used his fast, machine-like cold technique to perform the most brutal, yet most effective, suturing on the opponent's bone-deep wound. No anesthetic. The bounty hunters, as strong as a bear, convulsed with pain, veins bulging on his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and didn't utter a sound. Because he knew that here, groaning required extra payment. Soon, the next patient was brought in. It was a day laborer whose stomach had been cut open with a broken beer bottle during a brawl in the flesh market. The next one was an addict who had hallucinated from smoking inferior, fun stuff and crashed into a wall. The injured, like parts on an assembly line, were brought in one by one. Then, under the syringe doctor's mechanic-like technique, they were hastily repaired. And then, dragging their half-dead bodies, they walked out again. This was not a clinic. This was more like flesh and blood repair shop. An exchange where prices were clearly marked, measuring whether your worthless life was still worth repairing with cold credit points. Guye watched all this, no longer feeling the previous sadness and anger in his heart. Only a deeper, colder realization remained. He finally understood this damned gray millstone more profoundly. Injury was routine here. Death was the norm. All human affection and warmth were like wild grass in the cracks, precious and rare. And his own small, Squad 7, where people were willing to empty their savings for a companion's medical expenses. In this cold world, it was itself an existence close to a miracle. Chapter 40, One Guns Are for Killing. The next day, when Guye woke up, it was just dawn. Last night he, Captain Wang, and Li Fei brought Chen Hao, who had woken up but was still very weak, back to the hive from the Black Clinic. Lin Xiaoqi insisted on staying at the clinic to help Li Jingye care for Auntie Liu Fang, who was still in a coma. Guye had barely slept all night. But strangely, his mind was exceptionally clear, not feeling a trace of fatigue. He knew this was because his rapidly increased mental power, now at 37 points, was at work. His soul, or rather, spirit, had begun to transcend the realm of ordinary people. He sat up from the bed, looking at the perpetually gray sky outside the window, and began to ponder his path forward. Auntie Liu Fang had fallen. This meant the team would be unable to undertake collective missions for a long time. And his junk-picking business with Chen Hao was temporarily halted because the scrap metal mountain had been depleted. All sources of stable income were cut off, but Guye felt no anxiety in his heart. This was a confidence stemming from his golden finger. He now possessed 3 transformation cards, 1 armament card, and 1 rule card. In terms of life-saving and stealth capabilities, he was confident he was already among the top scavengers. From the subway tunnel to the abandoned kindergarten, one thing had been proven: as long as he could transform into an aberration. Then in this world, he possessed the most powerful disguise and the most reliable talisman for survival. But that was all in his non-human form. Once he returned to this human body, he was still an unarmed, fragile, ordinary person who could be shot dead at any moment. Guya felt he might need to strengthen his combat abilities in human form. The first thing he thought of was buying a gun. His current balance was 4,500 credit points. This amount of money was already an undeniable fortune in Rust Bone Street, but he didn't know what to buy. When in doubt, it's always right to consult Captain Wang first. Guya couldn't help but sigh. An elder in the family is like a treasure. It truly wasn't a lie. Bang bang. Who is it, so early in the morning, attending a funeral? Old man Wang's door was impatiently pulled open. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot. Clearly he hadn't slept all night either. Captain Wang, Guya went straight to the point, I want to go to Wrench's place to buy a gun. And then I'd like to ask you to teach me how to use it. Wang Zhengguo's gaze swept across Guya's face, which appeared unusually clean due to his abundant mental power, and his eyes, which were frighteningly bright. He was silent for a moment, then nodded. Come in. The room was filled with smoke. Old man Wang took a big gulp of black water for himself, seemingly using alcohol to dispel the damned fatigue. How much money do you have? He asked. 4,005. Old man Wang's hand, holding the cigarette, paused. He looked deeply at Guya, his gaze complex. You kid, you're more troublesome than I thought. He stubbed out his cigarette, and his voice became serious again. Kid, I ask you, what do you want to practice shooting for? Aberrations, Guya replied without hesitation. Wrong. Old man Wang rudely interrupted him. Completely wrong. Kid, do you think that with a gun, you can stand and fight those ghostly things head-on? I'm telling you, this thing in your hand is useless against most aberrations. He pointed at Guya, teaching this rookie word by word with his bloody experience. He placed the well-maintained, gleaming revolver heavily on the table. This thing. He tapped the cold gun body with his finger. It's not for killing ghosts. It's for killing people. Old man Wang stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the perpetually gray sea ring zone filled with struggle and sin. In this place, sometimes the greatest danger isn't aberrations. It's your kind. And a gun. He picked up the revolver again. It is a symbol of your identity. It tells everyone that you are not a soft persimmon to be casually crushed. In the sea ring zone, in the wasteland beyond the wall. Aberrations, they want your life. But people, they damn well want your money, your equipment, your food, and then yours life. To deal with aberrations, you rely on your brain, on intelligence, on your various life-saving trump cards. But to deal with people, Old man Wang slowly patted his old revolver. You rely on this. So, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. But you remember this, never use it against an aberration unless absolutely necessary. That's a waste of bullets. And never easily use it against a person. Because the moment you pull that trigger, you can never turn back. Old man Wang's hoarse voice, like a stone, heavily struck Guya's heart. Guya was silent for a long time, then nodded solemnly. I understand, Captain Wang, thank you. He pulled out his personal terminal from his pocket. This tuition fee. Tuition fee my ass. Wang Zhengguo's eyes widened, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly exploding. I teach my own team members how to use a gun, and I have to charge money. If that gets out, what about my old reputation? But Captain Wang, I understand the rules. Guya still wanted to insist. In the sea ring zone, knowledge, especially life-saving knowledge, was never free. Rules. Wang Zhengguo's expression, however, suddenly softened. He looked at Guya, and in his bloodshot eyes, there was a trace of extremely complex emotion, mixed with dread and relief. Kid, he said in an unprecedentedly serious tone. Yesterday you saved all our lives. I, Wang Zhengguo, don't owe favors, especially not to juniors. This lesson, consider it me repaying you. He paused, then returned to his impatient demeanor, waving his hand. This matter is settled. Don't you dare mention money to me again, or I'll throw you out right now. Guyi eventually followed Wang Zhenguo back to Wrench's shop, which was filled with oil and gunpowder smells. Back again, kid. Wrench's red mechanical eye scanned Guyi. What, got enough money this time? He's buying. Wang Zhenguo answered for him. Wrench glanced at Wang Zhenguo, saying nothing more. He knew he still had to give face to this old man. He pulled out the 3 pistols from the greasy iron box again and tossed them on the table. Pick one yourself. This time, Guyi didn't look at the gaudy, scavenger, custom-modified gun. His gaze fell directly on the oldest, most inconspicuous, gravedigger revolver. This one. Good taste. Old man Wang nodded. This thing may be ugly, but it will never let you down when you need it. Guyi nodded, looking at Wrench. 3,000. 3,000. Wrench's mechanical eye flickered. He glanced at Wang Zhenguo beside him, seemingly giving face to the old soldier, and added another sentence. On old Wang's account, I'll give you a holster and throw in 6 of the cheapest lead-core bullets, just so you can hear a bang. Guyi's heart slightly relaxed. Wait. Just as Guyi was about to nod, old man Wang suddenly spoke. He pointed to a box of loose, dusty bullets in the corner. Wrench, what's the price for your training rounds here? Wrench glanced at him, seeming a bit surprised. Same old rule, 2 credit points a round, just for the sound, can't kill anyone. Give him 100 rounds, old man Wang said to Guyi. Then he looked at Wrench again. And give him 48 proper lead-core bullets and 2 alchemist rounds. Guyi looked at old man Wang's unquestionable gaze and instantly understood. He was teaching him firsthand how to manage his household, how to spend money wisely. All right. Guyi took a deep breath and handed over his personal terminal. Payment successful, 3980 credit points. 3,000 for the gun plus 100 training rounds, 200 plus 48 lead core rounds, 480, plus 2 alchemist rounds, 300. Guyi watched his wallet bleed with a pang of pain. But when he held that cold, heavy weapon, completely his own, along with that large bag of yellow, dusty bullets emanating the smell of death, in his hands, an unprecedented, solid excitement spread throughout his body, whether in his previous life or this one. This was his first time truly touching a real gun. Wang Zhenguo didn't take him to any shooting range. He directly led Guyi to a huge, completely abandoned, garbage compression station on the edge of the turbid pool in the West District. This was the noisiest place in the entire C-ring zone, and also the most suitable place for gun practice. Watch carefully. Old man Wang didn't teach him any flashy techniques. He simply demonstrated to Guyi, in the simplest, most direct way, how to load, chamber, and aim. Your hand must be steady. Your heart must be calm. Don't be like those idiots in movies, showing off with one hand. Hold it tightly with both hands. Treat it as a part of your body. Then forget you're shooting a gun. You just want to put another hole in whatever your eyes see. He handed Guyi a revolver loaded with the cheapest training bullets. Shoot it empty at that pile of scrap over there. Guyi took a deep breath. He imitated old man Wang, gripping the cold gun handle tightly with both hands. He aimed the sights at a rusty oil drum 100 meters away. Then he held his breath and slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew off to who knows where, and his ears were ringing from the huge roar. The smell of gunpowder smoke choked him, bringing tears to his eyes. How does it feel? Old man Wang's voice sounded in his ear. Very noisy. Very numb. And very exciting, Guyi grinned. That's right. Old man Wang also smiled. Welcome to the adult world, kid. Chapter 42, New Bounty Mission. West District, Garbage Compression Station. Bang, bang, bang. Guyi mechanically pulled the trigger, firing the last round of training bullets at the oil drum 100 meters away, which was already riddled with holes. The tremendous recoil left his entire right arm sore and numb. His ears were filled with a buzzing tinnitus. All right. Old man Wang's voice sounded behind him. Did you find the feel? Almost. Guyi put down the gun and let out a long breath filled with the smell of gunpowder. After feeding it 100 bullets, he finally understood the temper of this thing. Old man Wang walked forward and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, it's getting late. Let's go see Liu Fang. The two didn't go directly to the clinic. Wang Zhengguo first led Gu Yi into the slaughterhouse back alley, filled with the smell of blood and decay. He skillfully navigated around several butcher gang members who were processing unknown materials, and found a butcher shop owner who seemed to have the highest status, sitting on a pile of cargo boxes, smoking a cigar. Old man Wang didn't waste words, directly scanning 100 credit points to the other party. The usual, the best piece. The boss glanced at the credit points, then at Wang Zhengguo, seemingly recognizing his old face. He nodded, and from a locked, cold-insulated box behind him, he took out a small piece of protein block, sealed in a vacuum bag with an oddly pink color and seemingly excellent quality. It even had the words "special grade" printed on it with a red label. You know, good stuff. The boss tossed the item over. Old man Wang took the item, and then went to another black market store to exchange for a bag of relatively clean, nutrient solution. He carried those two items, which were considered luxuries in this gray millstone, and led Gu Yi away from this area that even made him uncomfortable. On the way, he said to Gu Yi, "Liu Fang needs this most right now. Relying solely on syringes medicine, her body won't be able to hold up." The clinic was much quieter than yesterday. When they entered, the small cubicle, the only one that could be called a ward, separated by a curtain, emitted Li Jingya's suppressed, soft voice. Lin Zhaoqi sat on the bench outside, dozing off. Seeing Wang Zhengguo and Gu Yi, Lin Zhaoqi immediately stood up. "Captain Wang, Yi Ji." "How's the situation?" Old man Wang asked. "She's already awake." Lin Zhaoqi's voice was still a bit hoarse. Syringe said she's stable now, it's just, she's still very weak and sleeps most of the time. Just then the curtain was pulled open. Li Jingya helped the pale-faced, staggering Auntie Liu Fang walk out. "Old Wang, Yi." Auntie Liu Fang's dull eyes finally showed a glimmer of life when she saw them. "You, why are you here?" "To see you." Old man Wang handed over the items in his hand. "From the company, to help you recover." Again wasting money? Auntie Liu Fang looked at the expensive bag of protein blocks, and her eyes immediately reddened. She wanted to say something, but Li Jingya supported her and bowed deeply to Old Man Wang and the others. "Uncle Wang, thank you." Gu Yi didn't go in to disturb them further. He just stood outside with Old Man Wang for a while. Then he silently turned and left. He opened his personal terminal and checked his balance. He was back to being a pauper who could be kicked out of the hive at any time for not being able to pay rent. And the heavy, oppressive atmosphere in the clinic earlier made him feel an unprecedented, strong sense of crisis. No, he couldn't go on like this anymore. He had to take the initiative. He gripped the cold, heavy revolver at his waist. He also felt the card in his codex. He now had a gun, a trump card, and experience. He was no longer the rookie who had just arrived. It was time to continue taking on missions. The One-Eyed Tavern. This time, Gu Yi's steps were much steadier as he walked in. He no longer paid attention to the vague glances around him, walking straight to the row of old public mission terminals next to the bar, whose screens were covered in scratches. He took out his scavenger ID card, engraved with 734, and gently swiped it across the terminal's sensor area. Beep. Identity, scavenger, ID 734. Access, F-rank missions. A green mission list instantly popped up on the screen, full of technological flair, but somewhat lagging due to the old equipment. Gu Yi's gaze quickly scanned over it. He first filtered out all missions with locations within the C-Ring zone. In the C-Ring zone, his biggest trump card, the transformation ability, would be greatly diminished, and his mental energy consumption would double. Moreover, most missions in the C-Ring zone were trivial, odd jobs with pitifully low rewards. Low pay, but the risk for him was not proportional, not worth it. His goal this time was very clear. First, the location must still be in the South Ring Wasteland. That map, worth 300 credit points, could not be wasted. Second, the mission description must contain clues of suspected new anomalies. Third, and most importantly, he now had an Echo Bat card that allowed him to fly. Many missions that he couldn't even imagine before, which required crossing complex terrain, could now be put on the agenda. Soon, his gaze locked onto 3 missions, which he marked with red circles. Mission 1, recover filter components from the air purification station. Location, Southring Wasteland, Zone A2. Requirement, 3 intact, carbon crystal filter components. Reward, 600 credit points. Remarks, scavengers have recently reported being attacked by reanimated scrap metal in this area. Mission 2, investigate the abnormal growth at the top of Ventilation Tower 2. Location, Southring Wasteland, Zone A5. Requirement, collect samples and photograph them. Reward, 700 credit points. Remarks, the ventilation tower is approximately 50 meters high, with no climbing path. Mission 3, find a missing scavenger. Location, Southring Wasteland, Zone A4, near the broken overpass. Requirement, find a living person or a dog tag. Reward, 500 credit points. Guya took out Old Man Wang's hand-drawn map and carefully compared them. A2, A5, A4, these 3 places were all within 5 kilometers of each other. If he planned his route well, he could complete them all in one day, especially the second mission. No climbing path. For his past self, this would have been an insurmountable chasm. But for his current self, who could transform into an echo bat, it was practically a freebie. Now he wasn't as timid as last time, only daring to take one mission at a time. He took a deep breath and pressed his finger heavily 3 times on the scratched, greasy touchscreen. Mission, recover components, accepted. Mission, investigate growth, accepted. Mission, find missing person, accepted. Accompanied by the click sound from the terminal, like a gun being cocked. Guya turned and walked straight out of the tavern. No one would care if a scavenger took on a few more dirty jobs today that might cost him his life. In this tavern, people disappeared every day, and every day new, hungrier, wild dogs filled their places. Chapter 43, stepping into the Southring Wasteland for the second time. Guya stepped out of the tavern, and the cold wind outside, carrying the smell of rust and dust, immediately cleared his head. He didn't head straight for the wasteland outside the city. A hunter must first check his claws and teeth before going out. Guya first returned to the Beehive apartment. The room was still the same, but it was no longer bare. In the corner was a second-hand electric heater he had just bought 2 days ago. Although its casing was dented, when plugged in, the dim yellow filament lit up, finally bringing a little warmth to this tin box of a room. He spread all his belongings on the bed. He pulled out the revolver from his waist, disassembled it, and carefully wiped it down with the cheapest lubricating oil. 3 purification bullets, 2 alchemy bullets, 48 lead core bullets. He counted them 3 times. Finally, he carefully loaded 6 bullets into the cylinder in the order of 3 lead, 1 alchemy, 1 lead, 1 purification. Lead core bullets to clear the way, alchemy bullets to break defenses, purification bullets for survival. He remembered the position of every single bullet clearly. This was what Old Man Wang had taught him. In a critical moment, that 1 purification bullet is worth more than your entire life. He touched the map he had bought for 300 credit points in his pocket and rechecked his newly bought respirator and filter. Finally, he dragged out half a box of Calm brand nutritional paste from under the bed. This stuff tasted like mud, but it was his only ration now. He broke off 10 tubes, stuffed them into his backpack, and filled an entire military canteen. He also threw the sample recovery box, obtained with the mission voucher, and some scattered life-saving gadgets, such as a mirror, a fluorescent marker, and a compass, into his backpack. After all this, he looked at the balance on his personal terminal. 520 credit points. He was dirt poor, but this time he wasn't flustered at all. Half an hour later, Guya was already standing in front of the South Gate 6 checkpoint on the southernmost edge of the Southring Wasteland. There was no clamor of the ring railway here, only the woo-woo sound of the wind blowing through the barbed wire. The guards at the entrance were still the same 2 old hands. They merely glanced at the scavenger ID card with 734 engraved on it that Guya showed, then lazily waved their hands, indicating permission to pass. In their eyes, this was just another unlucky newcomer who would probably become a new number on the missing persons list in a few days. He passed through the symbolic barbed wire. A unique scent of the wasteland, a mix of decay, wild grass, and damp dust, wafted over him. Guya pulled up his respirator. The world instantly fell silent. The never-ending clamor of the gray millstone behind him was shut out. Before him was still the same gray sky and the vast, uneven wilderness. This time, his state of mind was different. there was still tension, but it was no longer fear. Instead, it was a hunter's focus upon entering the hunting grounds. Guya took a deep breath and pulled out the map Old Man Wang had given him from his pocket. The edges of the map were already frayed from his touching. His finger carefully confirmed his position and the direction of his first target on it. The 3 mission points this time, A2, A5, and A4 zones, were all deep within the South Ring wasteland. They were 5 or 6 kilometers away from the South Gate 6 checkpoint behind him. That was almost the boundary of the safe zone in the South Ring wasteland marked by the scavengers. Beyond that was the true hunting zone. 3 circles were marked on it with a red pen. The first place he was going was the air purification station in Zone A2. There lay the main objective of his mission, 3 sets of carbon crystal filter components. It was also the only place among the 3 missions with a clear monster sighting report. Living scrap metal. Guya put away the map and did not follow the relatively safe vehicle tracks pressed into the wilderness. Instead, he unhesitatingly plunged directly into the yellowed, withered grass beside him, which was taller than a person. The stealthy habits brought about by transforming into a skeletal hound made him more accustomed to an environment where he could hide and launch surprise attacks at any time. After he had walked for dozens of meters, a very slight, prickling sensation appeared. Someone was following him. Guya's heart sank sharply. He didn't look back. He just glanced back with the corner of his eye. 3 thin figures trailed behind him in the distance. Not too far, not too close. Like hyenas following a lion on the savannah, ready to scavenge scraps. They were scavengers. Or rather, they were scavengers who specialized in targeting lone newcomers. Guya tightened his grip on the hilt of the military dagger hidden under his jacket. Last time he came, he was lucky not to encounter any. But this time, he was carrying a bulging backpack, looking like a fat lamb fresh out of the nest. Trouble had found him. Guya stopped. He didn't choose to speed up, nor did he choose to confront them. He just casually leaned against a half-human high piece of abandoned concrete, like an ordinary scavenger who had grown tired from walking. He unbuttoned his jacket, letting the worn jacket hang open, with utmost casualness. He revealed the cold, heavy revolver tucked into his belt. The 3 figures in the distance also stopped. Their eyes were fixed on the gun. In their gaze, there was greed and surprise. But more than that, there was apprehension and a fear of power. In the C-Ring zone, those who could afford a few hundred credit points for food were rich. But those who could spend thousands of credit points to buy a gun were absolutely ruthless. Such people were either madmen or desperate individuals with true capability. Neither type was someone that trash like them, who could only rely on sneak attacks and outnumbering others, could afford to provoke. A few seconds later, they exchanged glances, then turned around without a word. Soon, they disappeared into the grass on the other side. Guya rebuttoned his jacket. He didn't leave immediately. He just stood quietly for a while. Old Man Wang's words echoed in his ears again. A gun is for killing. He took a deep breath, his eyes growing colder and more vigilant. Then, he continued towards Zone A2. The rest of the journey was undisturbed. Approximately 40 minutes later, he passed through a sparse, long-dead grove of trees. A massive, square concrete building appeared before him. The building's exterior walls were covered in rust and dried moss, and a huge, long-extinguished red fan logo indicated its former identity. Security Zone Number 13, Second Air Purification Station. The main gate was tightly locked, covered in deep claw marks as if torn open by some giant, sharp claws. Guya didn't force his way in. He walked around the building once. Soon, he found a pool of dried, dark brown bloodstains beneath a broken window on the side. Next to the bloodstains, a crushed toolbox lay discarded. Guya knelt down and lightly scraped the bloodstain with his dagger. The codex showed no reaction. It wasn't strange blood. It was human blood. It seemed the attacked scavenger had escaped from here. Guya tightened his grip on the dagger and slipped through the broken window. Inside was a pitch-black corridor. The air was filled with a strong, pungent smell of rust. Guya turned on his tactical flashlight, and a beam of light pierced the darkness. The walls on both sides of the corridor were also covered in those grotesque claw marks, and the floor was littered with scattered, torn metal sheets and parts. He walked step by step, extremely slowly and steadily. His ears, under the influence of the Echo Bat card, became exceptionally sensitive, catching any abnormal sound in the dead silence. Drip, drip. It was the sound of a leaking pipe, Whoosh, whoosh. It was the sound of wind blowing in through the broken window. And crunch. A very faint sound, like metal parts being crushed, came from the machinery room at the end of the corridor. Guya's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately turned off the flashlight and instantly pressed himself into the nearby shadows. He didn't draw his gun. He slowly squatted down, transform into a skeletal hound. In the blink of an eye, the living person who was there had vanished. In his place was a skeletal hound, its entire body composed of pale bones, with 2 points of ghostly blue fire burning in its eye sockets. This form had no breath, no heartbeat. It was a perfect stealth operative. Guya lowered his body, moving on all fours. The bones of his paws cleverly adjusted their angles, making no contact with the gravel on the ground. Like a white shadow, it silently crept to the entrance of the machinery room. Then, from the shadow of the doorframe, half of its skull-composed head peeked out. 2 points of ghostly blue fire looked towards the source of the sound. The sight before him made Guya gasp. There was something in the machinery room, not one, but a group. They resembled giant, deformed metal worms clinging to the massive turbine generator in the center of the machinery room. Their entire bodies were haphazardly pieced together from countless rusty wires, rebar, nuts, and bearings. They had no heads, no feet. Only iron arms like segmented limbs with ends sharp as blades. They were gnawing at the generator, tearing off pieces of its metal casing and stuffing them into their constantly writhing bodies made of countless parts, making a creak-creak sound that set teeth on edge. Just then, one of the metal worms closest to the door seemed to sense something. Its body, made of countless parts, paused. Then it abruptly looked in the direction where Guya was hiding. Chapter 40, 4 Metal Worms. The monster, made of scrap metal, stared straight at him. Guya's muscles instantly tensed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to stretch into a thick syrup. Just as Guya thought the thing would pounce on him like the contaminated blood last time, it slowly turned back. It continued to tear at the generator's casing with its blade-like limbs, emitting a grating creak that set teeth on edge. For a moment there, he really thought he had been exposed. Was it a coincidence, or was it seeing fundamentally different from human seeing? As thoughts raced through his mind, the bizarre compendium in his head lit up slightly. A line of cold, metallic-textured information flowed out. Scanning surrounding environment. Found scannable object. Efrank Bizarre Compendium Metal Worm. Containment conditions. Host must personally strip the original core from its body. Guya's ghostfire eyes flickered. Core. He looked at the dozen or so wriggling metal worms in the generator room. Their bodies were all composed of countless parts. Which part was the so-called core? He had to find a way to lure one out individually. His gaze fell on the position of his waist in his human form. A military dagger was tucked there. It was made of metal. A bold plan quickly formed in his mind. He needed an imperceptible hunter and a precisely perceptible lure. And he happened to have both. As a skeletal hound, he was the perfect stealth operative. And that dagger was the perfect lure. Guya first retreated to a safe distance to revert from his transformation. Then, with intense focus, the invisible armament card Rusty Hand materialized. This pale hand silently grasped the dagger's hilt and pulled it from Guya's waist. The entire process was soundless. The dagger floated in midair. Then Guya controlled the Rusty Hand, carrying the dagger, to drift towards the factory building where the metal worms were. The moment the dagger appeared at the doorway, all the metal worms in the generator room reacted as if electrocuted. The dozen or so monsters abruptly, uniformly, stopped their gnawing and all turned towards the doorway. They saw it. They saw a delicious, tempting piece of moving steel. Guya didn't panic. He decisively transformed back into a skeletal hound. At the same time, he controlled the Rusty Hand, holding the dagger to deliberately lightly scratch the concrete floor. Scratch. A faint but clear noise sounded. The metal worm closest to the door moved. Its body, made of countless parts, began to writhe. It left the generator and crawled towards the doorway. It took the bait. Guya's heart swelled with joy. He immediately controlled the Rusty Hand, holding the dagger, to retreat quickly along the wall, like a swimming fish, deeper into the corridor. And the metal worm chased after it without hesitation. Clack, clack. Its sharp metal limbs scraped white marks across the concrete floor. Guya was very patient. He manipulated the dagger, dangling it unhurriedly in front, leading the isolated monster all the way to the other end of the corridor. away from the generator room, away from its kin. This was the hunting ground he had chosen. The time was ripe. Just as the metal worm was about to catch up to the dagger, a white lightning bolt suddenly lunged out from the darkness beside it. The skeletal hound launched its surprise attack. Its speed was astonishing. It slammed into the metal worm almost instantly. Clang! A huge crash. The metal worm was directly knocked to the ground by this immense impact. Countless tiny parts scattered from its body. Opportunity. Killing intent flared in Guya's ghost fire eyes. Without any hesitation, he opened his eerie white bone mouth and bit down fiercely onto the monster's body. He wanted to use his bone teeth to tear open this thing's defense. However, screech! An extremely harsh, teeth-grinding metallic friction sound suddenly erupted. Guya felt as if he had bitten into a high-speed rotating alloy drill bit. A huge reaction force shockwave reverberated from his teeth through his entire skull. The monster suddenly shuddered. All the parts on its body surface instantly began to rotate rapidly in reverse. The originally merely hard shell instantly transformed into a living, steel meat grinder, covered with blades and gears. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Guya's heart. He wanted to let go and retreat, but it was already too late. Crunch, crunch. The grating, scraping sounds were incessant. He could clearly hear his sturdy skull and front claws being furiously cut and ground by the rotating parts. Deep gouges were carved into his bone claws. Even a few tiny bone fragments were forcefully flung out. Damn it, this thing was too hard. Physical attacks were completely useless against it. If this continued, in less than a minute, his proud bone frame would be ground into bone powder. He couldn't fight it head-on. In a flash of lightning, Guya made his decision. Not only did he not let go, but he used all his strength to press his entire body down, temporarily jamming the rotating parts with his bones. At the same time, he placed all his hope on his only trump card, Rusty Hand. He controlled the pale, severed hand floating nearby, no longer hesitating. He aimed at the metal worm's body, which he was holding down, and pressed down hard. Ability activated. An invisible force representing decay and decline instantly erupted from the pale palm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The previously indestructible metal worm, upon contact with this force, reacted as if splashed with strong acid. Its struggle intensified several times, emitting a silent, violent wail, but it was merely its final frenzy. The power of decay was its natural enemy. The high-speed rotating parts visibly became sluggish and fragile. Large patches of reddish-brown rust, spreading like a plague, appeared on its surface. It's working. Guya's spirit soared. While suppressing it with his broken bone claws, he fully activated the power of the Rusty Hand to sense the location of the core. Soon, he saw it. In the very center of the monster's body, a bearing that was so rusted it was almost unrecognizable reacted most strongly to the power of rust. That was the core. Now. Guya gave it no more chances. The skeletal hound's broken bone mouth suddenly released, then, at a more cunning angle, clamped down tightly on several parts surrounding the core. Like the most precise vice, it completely immobilized them. At the same time, the Rusty Hand, already deeply embedded in the monster's body, spread its 5 fingers, transforming into the coldest scalpel. It aimed at the rusty bearing and plunged in fiercely. No blood, only a grating sound of breaking parts. The fingers of the Rusty Hand precisely hooked onto the core, then, with a sudden pull outward. Rip! Accompanied by a harsh sound of metal breaking. The rusty bearing was actually ripped out of the worm's body by Guya. Rip! Accompanied by a harsh sound of metal breaking. The rusty bearing was actually ripped out of the worm's body by Guya. Containment conditions met. The Codex's cold voice finally echoed in Guya's mind. Contain. Guya gave the order without hesitation. The metal worm, having lost its core, instantly became paralyzed. Its huge body rapidly decomposed and disintegrated in the light, eventually transforming into a pure metallic stream of light. With a whoosh, it vanished into Guya's body. Armament card metal worm collected. Collected to the second page of the Cabinet of Marvels. New card collected, soul capacity expanded. Mental power upper limit increased, 3742. Mental power restored. It worked. Guya let out a long sigh of relief. He reverted from his transformation, returning to human form. The intense fatigue and mental emptiness he had felt were quickly washed away by the mental recovery brought by each collection. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily. At the other end of the corridor, in the generator room, the metal worms were noticeably agitated due to their companion's sudden disappearance. Guya glanced at them. He wasn't greedy. The hunt was successful. There was no need to keep risking his life. Besides hunting, he was also here for the mission, for the money. He opened the codex and looked at the brand new card. It was a bronze-colored card. The card face depicted a hideous metal worm composed of countless parts. Armament card, No 002. Name, Metal Worm. Grade, F. Potential limit, E. Type, entity/inanimate. Promotion conditions. Consume and absorb multiple rusted cores of its kind through the metal siphon ability to unlock its potential limit and promote to E-rank armament card. Description: it is not a single creation, but a collective of hunger. Every piece of abandoned steel in the wasteland may retain memories of the old era. When enough hunger gathers, they awaken, forming these mindless, devouring metal life forms. They have no eyes, but every inch of steel in the wasteland is their eye. Abilities. 1. Manifestation. Can consume mental power to manifest it in human or transformed form, using it as an equipment or item. 2. Living armor. After manifestation, the worm's metal components rapidly decompose and reassemble, covering the host's entire body like a liquid, forming a heavy, movable metal exoskeleton armor. It significantly enhances physical defense and provides immunity to low-level piercing and slashing damage. However, maintaining the armor form continuously consumes its internal metal reserves. 3. Metal siphon. Can replenish its metal reserves by actively contacting and consuming other metal objects. The more abundant the reserves, the stronger the armor's defense and self-repair capabilities. Weaknesses. 1. Strong acid. High-concentration acidic liquid can quickly dissolve the inferior metal forming its body, causing structural damage. 2. High-voltage current. Powerful electric currents will instantly overload and melt its internal metal parts, leading to temporary paralysis or disintegration. 3. Strong magnetic field. Strong magnetic fields will interfere with the cohesion of its internal parts, making its movement sluggish and even causing forced disintegration under extreme magnetic fields. Remarks: it's a good fighter and a big eater. It needs continuous metal feeding to maintain its activity and defense. Be careful not to let it starve, or it might chew on your gun. Living armor. Guya's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed most right now. This was simply a life-saving artifact tailor-made for his fragile human body. And another potential card. He turned his flashlight back on, his gaze sweeping towards the generator room where a dozen or so monsters still lurked, his eyes filled with greed. Too much risk? To hell with risk. Go for broke and a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. This wasn't greed, this was investing in himself. He didn't move again. Instead, he found the safest corner, sat down with his back against the cold wall. He pulled out a tube of calm, brand nutrient paste from his backpack, twisted it open, and squeezed it into his mouth expressionlessly. The unpleasant taste spread in his mouth, but his brain was working at high speed. The plan needed to be reformulated. Making money and upgrading cards, he wanted it all. Chapter 45. Battle, awesome. About 10 minutes later, Guya stood up but did not walk towards the server room. Instead, he turned and walked into an abandoned storage room next to it. The room was piled high with various rusty, discarded metal parts. There were scrapped ventilation pipes, broken rebar, and scattered nuts and iron plates all over the floor. In other people's eyes, this was a pile of trash, but in Guya's eyes, this was feed. He extended his right hand, and his mental power surged. That bronze-colored armament card, Metal Worm, was activated. Buzz. A faint light flashed. The metal monster that had just been contained appeared out of thin air. As soon as it landed, it instinctively curled into a ball. The parts on its body surface emitted cautious, subtle rubbing sounds, but soon it smelled the strong scent of food around it. It was no longer cautious. Instead, like a python that had been starved for a long time, it pounced fiercely on the pile of metal trash. Crunch, crunch, squeak. Tooth-grinding chewing sounds echoed in the small storage room. Guyi could clearly see. The pile of metal trash was being devoured and absorbed at a visible speed, and the body of the rustworm was also undergoing subtle changes as a result. The gaps in its body were filled with new metal. The luster of its surface also became heavier and more solid. On the card in the codex, the value in the metal reserve column was rapidly jumping upwards. 10%, 30%, 60%. Until all the edible metal in this storage room was completely devoured. Its metal reserve finally reached a full 100%. Very good. Guya nodded, his eyes becoming sharp. Then, it's time to eat. He did not recall the metal worm. Instead, he issued a new command. Living armor, whoosh. The huge body of the well-fed metal worm instantly disintegrated. It transformed into thousands of tiny, flowing metal components, like living, viscous, rust-colored liquid. The next second, this torrent of metal swept fiercely towards Guya's body, completely devouring and enveloping him from head to toe. Cold, hard, heavy, this was Guya's first feeling. He looked down. His body was already completely covered by a set of ferocious, crude, industrial-style dark red metal exoskeletons. The surface of the armor was covered with layers of overlapping plates, mimicking biological muscles. At the joints, there were exposed, complex mechanical structures. He was like a steel monster that had stepped out of a steampunk nightmare. This is the power of an armament card. Guyi clenched his fist. The metal armor emitted a dull, humming sound. An unprecedented, powerful sense of security enveloped him. But he knew this was not enough. His gaze fell on his right hand. What if it could be like this? A crazy thought flashed through his mind. He wanted to use 2 armament cards simultaneously. Mental power surged again. Armament card, rusty hand, was activated. Buzz. Another faint light flashed. That pale, eerie severed hand did not materialize independently as usual. Instead, it transformed into a grayish-white fluid resembling flesh and blood. It fiercely merged into his right arm, which was covered by the metal armor. Sizzle, sizzle. 2 completely different, eerie powers began a violent, painful fusion. Guya's right arm armor began to wildly and uncontrollably twist and deform. The dark red metal plates were stretched open and torn apart by the grayish-white flesh and blood tissue. Bones, muscles, metal, nerves. Everything was being forcibly pieced together and reorganized in the most primitive, brutal way. Ah. A heart-wrenching pain came from his right arm, making Guyi unable to help but let out a low growl. His mental power was also being consumed frantically at a double speed. But he held on. A few seconds later, the reorganization was complete. His right arm had completely transformed into a different appearance. It was a ferocious, asymmetrical, monster gauntlet that was a full size thicker than his left arm. One half of it was the heavy, dark red metal armor of the metal worm, and the other half was the pale, twisted flesh and blood tissue of the rusty hand, as if still streaked with blood. Metal and flesh and blood intertwined and fused in an extremely bizarre way, forming an ugly yet powerful hybrid that would make one's sanity plummet at a glance. And from the back of this hand, several sharp claws extended, composed of pale finger bones and rusted metal, sharp as knives. It succeeded. Guya gasped, raising this brand new arm. He could feel it. This arm contained 2 powers simultaneously, the solidity of the metal worm and the decay of the rusty hand. Although mental power consumption doubled, this power was absolutely worth it. He no longer delayed. Dragging this heavy armor, he walked out of the storage room. Then he picked up the dagger on the ground, which had been used as bait. He used the same trick again. He controlled the ferocious monster gauntlet, holding the dagger, and gently shook it at the entrance of the server room. Ding! A crisp sound. Instantly, inside the server room, all dozen metal worms rioted. They rushed madly towards the entrance like sharks smelling blood. This time, Guya did not retreat. He even bothered to lure monsters. The powerful strength in his body now gave him immense confidence. He just stood still, like a statue, allowing the metal worm that was rushing at the forefront to pounce fiercely towards him. Clang! Another loud bang. The worm crashed heavily into Guya's chest plate. Its high-speed rotating meat grinder body frantically cut at Guya's armor. For a moment, sparks flew everywhere. The grating friction almost pierced people's eardrums. But this time, Guya did not move an inch. The attack, which was enough to grind a skeletal hound into powder. landed on the full-state living armor but could not even leave a decent scratch. Its own kind could not break through his defense. My turn. A cold, metallic voice came from under Guya's helmet. He suddenly extended that ferocious, asymmetrical monster right arm, ignoring the flying sparks and rotating blades. He plunged it fiercely into the body of the metal worm. Pft! The power of decay erupted instantly. The sturdy metal body was as fragile as a block of tofu in front of this monster gauntlet. Guya didn't even need to search deliberately. The moment his right hand was inserted, he instinctively sensed the strongest core, aura. He closed his fingers together. He squeezed hard. Then he pulled out fiercely. Rip! A rusty bearing was pulled out of the worm's body by him, along with a large piece of broken parts, literally alive. The worm instantly became paralyzed, but Guya did not stop. He pressed his left hand on the paralyzed worm corpse. The metal siphon ability of the living armor was activated. Whoosh whoosh. The relatively intact worm corpse actually rapidly decomposed and disintegrated like quicksand. It transformed into a pure torrent of metal, merging into Guya's armor. It was eaten on the spot, and the core he was holding in his right hand emitted a pure energy. It was directly absorbed by the codex. The entire process was smooth as flowing water. From impact to counterkill to devouring, not exceeding 10 seconds. Clean, swift. At the entrance of the server room, the other metal worms seemed to be intimidated by this bloody scene. There was a brief moment of confusion, but Guya gave them no chance. A cruel smile appeared on his face, which was covered by the metal helmet. Next. He actively took a step, dragging the heavy, humming armor. Step by step, he walked into the server room, which had become a cafeteria for him. Next, it was a one-sided, cold slaughter. Clang. A worm crashed from the side. Guya did not dodge, letting it hit him. Then he extended his right hand and precisely dug out its core. He pressed his left hand down and devoured it. Clang. Another one pounced from the ceiling. Guya didn't even bother to raise his head. He tore it apart in midair with a backhand claw. Core absorbed, remains devoured, slaughter, feast again, this monster lair that once made scavengers tremble with fear. At this moment, it had become the most efficient canning factory. Guya was that cold, relentless can opener. His mental power was rapidly being consumed. But his living armor was becoming more and more solid and more powerful with each meal. On the armor plates, even ferocious, dark red patterns resembling blood vessels began to appear. Finally, when the core of the 13th metal worm was crushed and absorbed by him, the entire server room fell completely silent. Only Guya's heavy, beast-like breathing remained. He disarmed. The heavy metal armor receded like a tide, revealing his sweaty, pale body. With a thump, he could no longer support himself and knelt on one knee on the ground. His mental power was completely exhausted. His brain hurt as if pricked by needles, but he smiled. He opened the codex. The card of the metal worm had undergone earth-shattering changes. The border of the card was still bronze, representing F rank, but the card face itself seemed to have been injected with life. The pattern of the worm was several times more solid than before. And on it there was an additional faint, silver glow, as if it could break out of its cocoon at any moment. Guya could clearly feel it. This card was craving more power of the same origin. It was only one step away from the threshold called E rank. When he looked at the card's description again, his heart warmed even more. The existing entries had all been strengthened. After the description of living armor, a line of small text was added. Current status: metal reserve sufficient, defense increased by 30% and gained low-level self-repair ability. After the description of metal siphon, a sentence was also added. Current status: devour efficiency increased by 50%. In addition to this, a brand new entry was added. New trait: kin suppression. When manifested as living armor, it will generate a powerful deterrent effect on metal worms of the same origin and lower rank. Worth it. Guya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself. Chapter 46, The Hunter's Chess Game. Guya knelt on one knee on the cold ground. Around him were a dozen hollow metal wrecks, completely digested. He gasped for air. Each breath tugged at his skull, which felt like it was about to split open. The feeling of depleted mental energy was more painful than any physical injury. It was like someone had put your soul into a juicer and squeezed out the last drop. He was well aware that his current state was extremely dangerous. He struggled to his feet. Dragging his heavy steps, he walked to a corner of the machine room. There was a huge, long-abandoned power distribution box there. He used his last bit of strength to pull open the heavy iron door. The inside was hollowed out, with only some broken wires remaining. The space was just large enough to accommodate one person. He crawled inside and then closed the iron door. Click. A soft sound, darkness and absolute silence enveloped him. Only a faint sliver of light filtered in through the door crack. He was safe, at least for now. He leaned against the cold iron wall and closed his eyes. He began to enter a state close to hibernation. Time passed minute by minute, on this desolate wasteland. Time was both the cheapest and most luxurious thing. After an unknown amount of time, Guye slowly opened his eyes. The needle-like headache had receded considerably. His mental energy had recovered by about 30%. He glanced at his codex. Mental energy limit, 42. Current mental energy, 13. With this little mental energy, attempting another living armor transformation to clash head-on with a dozen monsters would be suicidal. But it was enough for what he needed to do. Time to get down to business. Guye pushed open the power distribution box door and stepped out. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated his transformation. His body rapidly shrunk and twisted. His skin turned into black wing membranes and his bones became hollow. He transformed into an echo bat, which consumed the least mental energy. Buzz. He flapped his wings, flying silently. He flew along the ceiling out of the factory building. Then he opened his mouth. An invisible sound wave, inaudible to humans, spread out from him. Sonar detection. The next second, the entire world changed in his vision. There were no longer colors, no longer light and shadow. Only a black and white, absolutely precise, 3D model constructed from countless echoes. He flew and detected simultaneously. This massive air purification station held no secrets in his eyes. The thickness of the walls, the direction of the pipes, the structure of the rooms, and those moving hotspots, over 40 slowly moving white dots, emitting strong metal signals, clearly appeared in his mind. Metal worms. They were entrenched in many corners of this building. Guye noted down the locations of these points, one by one. Then, he began to search for his targets. The images of the carbon crystal filter components from the mission briefing surfaced. He began to perform a keyword search on this giant 3D map. Soon, one by one, target machines that met the criteria were marked by his mental energy. Found, 20. However, the result made him frown. Of these 20 machines, 8 of them had already had their components removed. 6 had their components still intact, but they were severely damaged and rusted, and 2 more were gnawed to an empty shell by metal worms. No wonder this mission had been posted for so long without anyone completing it. This was simply a junkyard that had been sifted through multiple times by countless scavengers. Ultimately, only 4 target points still had a chance of recovery. Guye zoomed in on these 4 points. The situation was even less optimistic. The first point, it was in the power core area on the first floor. The component there was intact. However, at least 5 metal worms were entrenched around that machine. The second point, it was at the bottom of a completely submerged underground reservoir. 3 worms were also sleeping underwater. The third point, it was on an elevated exhaust platform on the top floor of the purification station. Similarly, 2 worms were nesting there. The fourth point, it was in the exhaust gas treatment pipe on the 3rd floor. It was safe there with no monsters, but the diameter of the pipe was only 30 centimeters. The size of an echo bat simply couldn't fit through. Over 40 monsters. 4 mission objectives, either heavily guarded or hidden in desperate places. This was not an F-rank mission at all. Any ordinary scavenger, seeing this situation, would have probably given up long ago. But Guye did not. The giant 3D map in his mind slowly rotated. 4 red dots and over 40 moving white dots formed a complex chessboard. His first target was the seemingly most impossible one, the 30-centimeter diameter pipe on the 3rd floor. Guye flapped his wings like a black shadow, flying upwards along the ventilation ducts in the corner of the wall. Soon, he found the entrance to the exhaust gas treatment pipe. It was a circular, rusty iron grate, only the size of a wash basin. He landed in front of the grate. He activated another transformation card. Transformation card, contaminated blood. His body began to melt, flesh, bones, skin. Everything, within a few seconds, turned into a bubbling, dark red, viscous sludge. This sludge flowed directly and unconcernedly through the gaps in the iron grate. It entered the narrow, dark interior of the pipe. A choking smell of dust assaulted him. Guyi, or rather, this sludge, didn't care. It rolled forward. In this environment, the form of the contaminated blood was perfectly at home. Soon, he found the small gas analyzer deep within the pipe. The mission objective, the carbon crystal filter component, was in the card slot of that machine. It was secured by several screws that had long since rusted solid. Guyi had no hands, but he had something more convenient. He separated a small part of his body into a viscous fluid. It covered the screws. Corrosive slime. Sizzle. A faint, teeth-grinding sound echoed. Those sturdy screws were rapidly corroded and dissolved at a visible rate. Click. A soft sound. The palm-sized black filter component loosened. Guyi again separated a part of his body. Like a tentacle, it carefully wrapped around the component. Using his own body, he formed the most perfect cushioning layer. Then he returned the way he came. When the sludge flowed out from the great gaps again, he then deactivated his transformation. He reverted to human form. He opened his hand, and the component wrapped in slime was completely intact. He carefully wiped it clean with his clothes. Then he put it in his backpack. First one acquired, clean, swift, without alarming a single monster. Guya's heart filled with joy. He immediately transformed back into an echo bat. He flew to the next target. The power core area on the first floor, guarded by 5 worms, this was a tough nut to crack. He still didn't intend to confront them directly. He flew directly above the power core area. The ceiling there had a huge, long-stopped exhaust fan. There were enough gaps between the blades. He hovered in the air like a drone. He looked down, surveying the battlefield below. 5 metal worms, like loyal guards, stood watch near the core machine, and the mission component was on the side of that machine. Guyi did not act immediately. He was searching for a suitable bait. Soon, his gaze locked onto a huge, long-abandoned ventilation duct suspended in midair nearby. That thing was thick, long, and made entirely of metal. It was simply the perfect fishing bait. He flew over silently. He landed on the fixing bracket where the pipe connected to the wall. Then he activated the rusty hand. A pale white hand materialized. It made no sound. It just gently pressed against the already rusty metal bracket. The power of decay activated. Crack! Crunch. The internal structure of the bracket was silently collapsing. Guyi was very patient. He corroded it little by little, until only the outermost, thin layer of metal skin of the entire bracket remained connected. Only then did he retract the rusty hand. Then, he flew back above the power core area. He was waiting for an opportunity to catch all his prey in one fell swoop. He began to use sonar to carefully observe the movement patterns of the 5 worms. They were not stationary. Instead, they were slowly patrolling around the core machine. Occasionally, 2 or 3 would cross paths, but it was rare for all 5 to gather together at the same time. Guyi narrowed his non-existent eyes. He needed a bullseye. A bullseye that would draw all the worms together. He thought of the military dagger, so he briefly flew to a safe place, temporarily deactivated his transformation. He used the rusty hand to grab the dagger. Then, he returned to the position of the exhaust fan. He took a deep breath, calculating the distance and speed of the 5 worms. Now, he let go. The dagger, like a precisely guided bomb, fell from the sky. Clang. A crisp, tempting sound. The dagger, without deviation, plunged into the ground directly below the core machine. Instantly, the 5 rust worms were like iron filings attracted by a magnet. All of them abandoned their patrols. They surged madly towards the dagger. They crowded together, pushing and shoving, vying for this little snack that had fallen from the sky. A perfect target appeared. Now, Guyi no longer hesitated. He controlled the rusty hand to corrode and break the bracket. Screech. The massive metal bracket could no longer support the weight. It snapped violently. Rumble. The heavy, tens of meters long ventilation duct lost its support. Like a wild horse unleashed, it plummeted from the ceiling with the force of thunder. It smashed heavily onto the open ground dozens of meters away. Crash. A deafening roar, the entire purification station seemed to tremble. A huge pit was smashed into the ground. Smoke and dust billowed. The 5 rustworms didn't even have a chance to react. They were crushed to death by the battering ram that fell from the sky. Some were flattened into metal pancakes on the spot. Some had their bodies broken and couldn't move. Others were tightly wedged between the pipe and the ground, struggling madly, but to no avail. One strike, annihilated. Guya looked at the tragic scene below, a cold smile flashing in his ghostly eyes. He didn't hesitate for a moment. He swooped down fiercely through the gaps of the exhaust fan, like a black lightning bolt. His first target was incredibly clear. It was the core machine, now completely unguarded. He swept past quickly. The rusty hand activated simultaneously. The power of decay transformed into sharp claws. It fiercely grabbed the filter component. Snap! The card slot, along with the component, was brutally torn off by him. Mission item, acquired. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he carefully placed the component on a clean table nearby. Then, he slowly turned around. His gaze fell upon the ruins below, still wriggling and struggling. In his codex, the metal worm transformation card was emitting an unprecedented, scorching hunger. Mission items and upgrade materials. He wanted them all. Guyi landed on the massive ventilation duct. He looked down from above at the prey below, which had completely lost the ability to resist. Then, he extended that pale white scalpel. The rusty hand aimed at the first worm, whose body was broken in half. He plunged it in fiercely. He precisely located the core. Then, a twist and a pull, stripped, absorbed. Next, it was the second. The third. Chapter 47, E-Class Armament, Unbound Iron Legion. When the fifth core was absorbed by the codex, he could clearly feel that the rust worm card had become even hungrier. It craved more. Guya didn't stop. He put the intact filter component and the previous one into his backpack, then transformed into an echo bat and took off again. His target was the next mission point, the submerged underground reservoir. He flew to the entrance of the reservoir. It was a rusty iron ladder leading into profound darkness. He didn't descend. Instead, he landed next to a huge, long-abandoned water pump. This machine was also made of metal. His plan was simple and brutal. He used his rusty hand to corrode the fixing bolts at the bottom of the pump, then, with all his might, pushed this iron lump weighing several hundred kilograms down. Thud! With a loud crash, the heavy water pump smashed into the pool, stirring up huge splashes. The three rust worms sleeping at the bottom of the water were instantly awakened. They felt the massive metal impact. Like three crocodiles smelling blood, they frantically lunged at the sinking water pump. Opportunity. Guyi instantly transformed into contaminated blood, turning into a puddle of mud and silently slipping into the water. He avoided the three monsters that were scrambling for food and dove straight to the bottom of the water. He found the filter device already covered in aquatic plants. Corrode the screws, wrap the component. Then, silently, he slipped away. The third component was acquired. 3 cores were also acquired. The final objective. The suspended exhaust platform on the top floor of the purification station. There were the last 2 worms up there. Guya didn't even bother with tactics anymore. He flew up then, from the rooftop of another building dozens of meters away, found a long metal flagpole that had been blown down by the wind. He used his rusty hand to pick up the flagpole, as if picking up a javelin, then fiercely threw it at the 2 worms that were nesting. Whoosh! The flagpole flew through the air with a whistling sound. Clang! It landed precisely on the open ground on the other side of the platform. The 2 worms didn't hesitate. They immediately abandoned their guard and crawled towards the flagpole. Meanwhile, Guyi, like a phantom, descended from the sky. He took the last intact filter component and incidentally harvested those 2 cores. At this point, the first mission was overaccomplished. 4 components acquired. The mission only required 3. 20 cores accounted for. In his codex, the rust worm card was emitting an unprecedented, scorching glow. The hazy silver light was getting brighter and brighter, as if it would break out of its cocoon at any moment. But it was still missing a little, just that final push. Guya's eyes gleamed with an almost insane obsession. He didn't stop there. Instead, he once again unfolded the map covered with white dots. He wanted to turn all the rust worms in this purification station into fuel for his advancement. In the time that followed, Guya completely transformed into a ghost, wandering through this steel ruin. He became an emotionless, highly efficient hunting machine. He used Echo Bat for reconnaissance, used contaminated blood for infiltration, used Rusty Hand to create traps, used Skeletal Hound for the final assault. He utilized all his abilities to the extreme. When his mental power was exhausted, he would find a corner, hide, and recover. When hungry, he would gnaw on a tube of unappetizing nutrient paste. When thirsty, he would drink a mouthful of cold water. He completely forgot the time, forgot that he was still a human. Only one thought remained in his mind: hunt, devour. He used an iron plate to lure a worm into a narrow passage, then ambushed it from behind with his rusty hand. He corroded the steel bars in the ceiling, letting concrete blocks fall and paralyze another one. He even used the form reshaping of contaminated blood to sneak into a scrapped machine, disguised as a part, waiting for prey to deliver itself. 1, 5, 10. The number he hunted kept increasing. The rust worm card also became brighter and brighter, hotter and hotter. Finally, when he used his rusty hand to extract the core from the 30th rust worm, an anomaly occurred. Buzz. A torrent of energy, dozens of times more powerful than before, erupted from that core. It surged frantically into his codex. The rust worm card could no longer bear this immense energy. Crack. With a crisp sound, as if an eggshell had shattered, the bronze glow on the card's surface completely shattered. In its place was a deeper, more solid black iron luster, representing E rank. A brand new piece of information was seared into the depths of Gu Yi's soul like a brand. Armament card, No 002, promotion conditions met. F rank rust worm has evolved into E rank unbound Iron Legion. At the same time, Gu Yi felt as if his spiritual world had been broadened. A mental power, far more immense than before, flowed back from the codex, nourishing his already parched soul. Mental power limit increased, 42, 45, 48, 52. Who? Gu Yi let out a long breath. He didn't rush to stand up, but instead, immediately calmed his mind and looked at the completely transformed new card. It was a card entirely of cold black iron color. On the card face, it was no longer a single worm, but a slowly wriggling iron fortress, composed of countless metal components and ferocious arms, as if possessing life. Just looking at it gave one a sense of unshakable weight. Armament card, No 002. Name, Unbound Iron Legion. Rank, E. Type, entity/inanimate. Description, hunger gave birth to it, consumption endowed it with will. It is no longer a scattered mess, a chaotic aggregate. The fusion of countless cores gave birth to its most primitive hive mind. It learned how to combine more efficiently, how to kill more perfectly. It is no longer a mere worm, but a nascent, collective-willed, insatiable Iron Legion. It is a living fortress, a walking furnace. Abilities. 1. Manifestation. No change can consume mental power to manifest it in human or transformed form, using it as an equipment or item. 2. Living armor. Form reshaping. After manifestation, it is no longer a single heavy armor form. The host can freely mobilize the armor's metal reserves through thought for form reshaping. For example, weakening full-body defense to concentrate all metal on the right arm, forming a huge tower shield capable of withstanding heavy impacts, or concentrating metal on the legs to form power bones for short bursts of sprinting. Active self-healing. As long as metal reserves are not empty, the armor will slowly and continuously self-repair any damage it sustains. 3. Swarm predation. Metal siphon evolved version. Consumption efficiency. Speed of consuming ordinary metal increased by 100%. Remote siphon no longer requires full contact. Several siphon tentacles, composed of tiny metal components, can extend from the armor's surface to remotely siphon specified metal targets within a 3-meter range, slowly stealing their metallic substance. 4. Myriad armaments. E rank unlocked new ability. Weapon forging. The host can consume metal reserves to command the Unbound Iron Legion to forge F rank, non-special ability disposable cold weapons on any part of the armor. For example, extending a sharp arm blade from the arm, covering the fist with a heavy fist armor, or generating several bone spears from the back for blocking or thrusting. The strength and size of the weapon depend on the amount of metal reserves consumed. Weaknesses, resistance increased. 1 strong acid, resistance to acidic corrosion is increased. Higher concentrations of acid are required to cause effective damage. 2 high-pressure current, internal structure has become more stable. Ordinary current will only charge it, only truly ultra-high pressure, instantaneous current can overload it. 3. Strong magnetic field. The emergence of the hive mind has given it some resistance to magnetic field interference. Stronger magnetic fields are needed to restrict its movement. Remarks, it is full, but also pickier. Ordinary scrap metal can no longer satisfy its appetite. It instinctively begins to crave devouring alloys that are rarer, harder, and contain special energy. Remember, never let a legion go hungry. Holy shit. Even Gu you couldn't help but curse inwardly after reading this brand new card. This was no longer an upgrade. This was a fucking major overhaul. Form reshaping, remote siphon, and that most abnormal myriad armaments. This meant that as long as his metal reserves were sufficient, he could become a mobile arsenal anytime, anywhere in battle. This was what an E-rank armament should look like. He finally came to his senses. Only then did he realize that it was already pitch black outside the window. A broken moon, emitting an eerie red glow, hung in the sky. It's night. He was stunned. This was his first time spending the night alone outside the safe zone. If it were before, he would probably have been scared to death and tried to burrow into a crack in the ground. But now, he looked down at his new trump card, radiating a cold black iron luster. He also felt the abundant mental power within him. Instead of fear, an uncontrollable excitement welled up in his heart. He walked to the window, looking at the wasteland that had become even more sinister and eerie under the crimson moonlight. The world at night. How will it be different from the daytime? He licked his somewhat chapped lips. There were still 2 missions unfinished in his backpack. Perhaps tonight was a good opportunity. Chapter 48, the first lesson of the night. Guya knelt on one knee in the messy server room. His face still carried a trace of an unhealthy flush that hadn't completely faded. That was the after effect of his mental energy being pushed to its limit and then forcibly refilled. But his eyes shone with a terrifying brightness. He looked at the card in the codex, which emanated a cold, black iron luster. E-rank, Unbound Iron Legion. An uncontrollable impulse surged from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to experience it firsthand. How powerful this trump card, made from the corpses of 30 metal worms, truly was. Living armor, Dawn, he roared, activating this brand new card. Buzz. A surge of mental energy, far greater than any previous manifestation, was instantly drawn from his body. A slight dizziness swept through his brain. But the next second, he was completely stunned by the sight before him. A stream of black iron light burst forth from the codex imprint. It was no longer the chaotic metallic torrent from before. Instead, it was an iron legion composed of countless tiny metal components. They swiftly spun and flew in the air, emitting a uniform, buzzing sound, like a swarm of bees flapping their wings. Then, like knights who had found their king. With a ritualistic sense, almost akin to pilgrimage, they covered Guya's body piece by piece. Clank, clank, click. Plate after plate interlocked precisely. Gears and connecting rods meshed perfectly. Cold, heavy, yet it carried an indescribable sense of life, as if connected to his very bloodline. In just 3 short seconds, the dawning was complete. Guya slowly straightened his body. He looked down. Before him was a body of steel he had never imagined. This was no longer the tin can with a rough industrial style from before. Instead, it was a true iron armor with smooth lines, a sense of power and destructive aesthetics. The surface of the armor was no longer rusty red. Instead, it was a deep black iron color, formed after countless hammerings and fusions. Upon it, savage markings, like medals from previous battles, still remained. His chest was covered by a thick, integral breastplate, strong enough to withstand a heavy hammer. His shoulders bore 2 ferocious shoulder guards, curving upwards like the fangs of a fierce beast. The joints were no longer exposed mechanical structures. Instead, they were wrapped in layers of more intricate metal fiber bundles, like biological muscles. Even his head was protected by a full-coverage helmet, offering a wide field of vision yet dense protection. He was like a dark knight stepping out of an ancient legend, filled with a cold, unquestionable sense of oppression. This is the power of E-rank. Guya clenched his fist. Buzz. A sense of power so strong it made his heart palpitate echoed back from every corner of the armor. He even had the illusion that if he wanted to, he could punch through this concrete wall right now. But he also immediately noticed the cost. His mental energy was being consumed at an unprecedented rate. 1 point consumed every 12 seconds. This meant that maintaining the form of the Legion armor for 1 minute would consume a full 5 points of mental energy. That was 5 times the consumption when he maintained his F-rank transformation before, with his current maximum mental energy of 52 points. Even at full capacity, he could only maintain this armor for combat for a maximum of 10 minutes, as expected. The greater the power, the greater the cost. Guya's heart tightened. He immediately disengaged the armor. The incredibly cool armor receded into his body like a tide. A faint sense of emptiness surged up. He looked at his hands, which had returned to normal. That powerful feeling, as if he could control everything, still lingered in his nerve endings. It was intoxicating. He glanced out the window. The crimson crescent moon was now half obscured by dark clouds. The night deepened. He slung the backpack containing the 4 filter components onto his back. Then, he transformed into an echo bat. Silently, he flew out of this purification station that had given him a new lease on life. Having acquired an E-rank armament, Guya now felt terrifyingly strong. The anxiety that had plagued him since his transmigration finally began to ease. He felt he could be a little less cowardly. To be honest, he had always been quite curious about this world. Previously, his strength didn't allow it, and he constantly suppressed this curiosity. Now, shouldn't he be allowed to satisfy it a little? He wanted to see what the night in this wasteland truly hid. He flew directly towards his second mission objective, the tall tower, while constantly observing his surroundings along the way. He wanted to see what the night in this wasteland truly hid. During the day, this area had been utterly desolate. Aside from freaks like metal worms that gnawed on metal, not even a mutated mouse could be seen. But now, he had the unbound Iron Legion as his trump card. His courage had grown significantly. The wasteland at night, it was no longer just dead silence. Instead, there was a hint of vitality. Though it was a twisted kind of vitality. The knowledge from the original owner's memories, those things only found in the Guide to Anomalous Survival textbooks, was now displayed before him in such a direct way for the first time. We can imagine the Human Federation's walled cities as an enormous heating rod plunged into the ground, except it doesn't emit heat, but rather reality stability. The area 0-10 kilometers adjacent to the high walls is called the Withered Zone by the locals. This is the strongest radiation zone of the stable anchor field, with field intensity between 20% and 40%. The C-ring zone Rusttooth ring was built upon this relatively safe, withered zone. Like planets too close to the sun, the reality here is too hard, making it difficult for anomalies to generate and survive here. However, the cost is that the land here is equally barren, plants grow twisted, and even mutated rats are rare. There is no danger, but also no value. And now, this purification station is beyond the withered zone, having left that barren land. It has entered a completely new domain, the hunting zone. Here, the stable anchor field has attenuated to a just right level. Reality has become soft. Thus, life began to flourish in a twisted manner. Textbooks categorize anomalies outside the wall into 2 main types. One type is called phenomenon-class anomalies. They are pure anomalies born from the direct distortion of reality rules by root pollution. They are not living beings. They are a phenomenon, a curse, a piece of information. The other type is what he sees before him, living-class anomalies. They don't appear out of thin air. They are the evolutionary products of the old world's biosphere. They are animals, plants, and insects that underwent adaptive mutations under the pollution of the root. These things, though twisted and terrifying, still follow the most basic biological instincts. They need to eat, reproduce, and have their own territories. In this new dark forest, they each occupy a unique ecological niche. There are producers, consumers, and decomposers. Together, they form a complete food chain. And now, this food chain was playing out vividly before his eyes. He saw it. Some fungi, emitting a faint phosphorescence, grew from the cracks in the concrete ground. Decorating this wasteland like a graveyard of will-o'-the-wisps, he also saw it. A few palm-sized beetles with rat tails were gnawing on those fungi. Suddenly, a claw, composed of several pale bones, lurking nearby, suddenly shot out from the ground. It snatched a beetle with lightning speed and dragged it underground. He also saw it. Some creatures he had never seen before, with even more bizarre forms. There were giant moths with human faces. There were scorpions dragging half-human corpses, crawling on the ground. and there were huge shadows hidden deep within the ruins, whose vague outlines even his sonar could barely detect. The weak are prey to the strong. Survival of the fittest. This was a dark forest as cruel and real as the primeval jungles of the old world. Guya's codex flickered frequently. Found containable object. F-rank anomaly, grudge rat. Containment conditions. Found containable object. F-rank anomaly, corpse shellworm. Containment conditions. Found contained object. F-rank anomaly, skeletal hound, juvenile. Containment conditions. A series of prompts flooded his mind. Interesting. Guya was not afraid. Instead, he became more excited. This was more like it. This was a living, perilous world. Just then, he discovered something even stranger. In the ruins ahead of him, tiny, warm points of light like fireflies appeared. The lights were faint but clear. They converged into a winding path, extending into the distance in the darkness, as if guiding him along a safe route. Found containable object. F-rank anomaly, guide firefly. Containment conditions. Reach the end of the path before its light extinguishes. The codex's prompt sounded again. Reach the end. Guya looked at the path made of light points. This containment condition sounded almost like a bonus stage. No apparent danger. He was brimming with confidence now, plus his curiosity about this world. He didn't think much of it. He descended from the air, undid his transformation, returning to human form. Then he stepped onto the path made of fireflies. Beneath his feet was soft sand. It felt comfortable to walk on. He followed the guidance of the light points, walking forward step by step. It was very quiet around him. Only the warm fireflies danced silently beside him. The atmosphere was even somewhat peaceful. He walked deeper and deeper. He had already penetrated nearly 100 meters into the ruins. The surrounding scenery was swallowed by darkness. Only this path of light remained illuminated. Just then, the codex in his mind, without warning, lit up again. But this time, the prompt was completely different. Found containable object. E-rank anomaly, corpse-eating vine. Containment conditions. Sever its mother root buried deep underground. Guya's steps abruptly halted. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. E-rank? How could there be an E-rank anomaly here? He suddenly lifted his head, looking around. But all around, besides the dancing fireflies and endless darkness, there was nothing. Where was the corpse-eating vine? An invisible fear instantly clutched his heart. He unhesitatingly transformed into an echo bat again. Sonar detection. Max power, buzz. The next second, the entire world in his blackened white vision presented its most real and terrifying appearance. He was standing at the very edge of a giant quicksand pit, and the so-called soft sand beneath his feet. It wasn't sand at all. Instead, it was a carpet made of countless tiny vine barbs disguised as grains of sand. If he took just a few more steps forward, this carpet would instantly tighten, dragging him beneath the bottomless quicksand, and at the very bottom of that quicksand lurked an incredibly huge, twisted outline. That thing had no fixed form. It was like a giant plant heart formed by countless tangled roots and vines. It was slowly pulsating. Each pulsation caused the surrounding quicksand to undulate with it, and those guide fireflies, which seemed warm and harmless, were suspended directly above his head, like a group of diligent guides holding lanterns, silently enjoying their dinner that had walked right into the trap. Damn it. He dared not linger for another second. He flapped his wings violently, about to shoot into the sky. However, although the guide fireflies wouldn't actively attack, their mission was to mislead prey. How could they easily let him leave? Just as he was about to take flight, all the firefly lights suddenly flared brightly. A strong, dazzling light enough to cause dizziness instantly burst forth. At the same time, a strange, mind-soothing fragrance permeated the air. Guya's mind went blank instantly, as if soaking in a hot spring in the dead of winter. His whole body felt languid, unable to muster any strength. Even the thought of flying became blurred. So comfortable. Just stay here. His wings stopped flapping. His body began to fall uncontrollably towards that gentle, sandy ground. Chapter 49, First Battle of E-Class Armed Forces. His body was falling. His consciousness seemed to sink into warm syrup. Lazy, comfortable, not wanting to wake up. But at the deepest part of that gentle embrace, a cold, stinging sensation suddenly exploded. That was Guya's own mental power, far exceeding that of ordinary people. It was like a steel needle plunged deep into his soul. It was frantically resisting that fatal warmth. Wake up. Guya let out a silent roar within his own soul. A violent headache surged like a tide, instantly dispelling that false comfort. He suddenly opened his eyes. Before him was that death carpet, disguised as his end, and his body was irreversibly falling towards it. Damn it. A fierce glint flashed in Guya's eyes. It was too late to escape. Then he wouldn't escape. Living armor dawn. He activated his trump card, which had been completely reborn in midair. Buzz. A massive surge of mental power was instantly drained. A cold, black-iron stream of light erupted from his chest. Like a well-trained steel legion, it rapidly reassembled and interlocked in midair. Just a second before his body was about to touch the thorn carpet on the ground, a sleek, menacing armor, full of destructive aesthetics, completely enveloped him from head to toe. Boom. A heavy thud. Gu Yi, like a black meteor, slammed heavily onto Thee's end. The ground trembled violently. Countless vine thorns disguised as grains of sand were shaken by the impact and shot into the sky, but they failed to pierce anything. They only scraped against the solid black iron armor, producing a harsh screeching sound in vain. Roar. As if sensing the prey struggle, the corpse-eating vine lurking beneath the earth let out a silent roar. The next second, the entire quicksand pit came alive. Whoosh! Countless black vines, as thick as arms, covered in barbs and slime, suddenly burst out from underground like demonic tentacles reaching out from the depths of hell. They blotted out the sky, forming a massive cage woven from vines. Guya was completely sealed inside. Then, like a black tsunami, they frantically swept towards the only steel can in the center of the cage, whipping, entangling, tearing, piercing. Clang, 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 clang. For a moment, only the dense, blacksmith-like clang of vines and steel wildly colliding echoed through the ruins. Guya stood in the center of the cage, his legs firmly nailed to the ground like nails. He felt the continuous, hammer-like impact coming from the armor. Each collision caused the ground beneath his feet to crack a little more. His entire body was also involuntarily shaken by the immense force. But that was all. These vines, capable of tearing a small car to shreds, landed on the living armor. Aside from making him feel the brute impact, they couldn't even leave a decent scratch. No defense penetration. E-rank. This is the E-rank defense. Guya felt this powerful sense of security. His fighting spirit was completely ignited. He didn't want to be passively beaten anymore. Myriad armaments. He let out a low roar. The armor on his chest began to rapidly squirm and deform. A large number of metal components surged towards his right arm. In the blink of an eye, a 2-meter-long, ferocious-looking, black-iron arm blade with a cold glint on its edge was forged on the spot. Break for me. Guya brandished this weapon, extended from his own body. He ruthlessly slashed at the vines surging like a tsunami. Rip! The black blade light flashed past. A dozen incredibly tough vines snapped in response. A black, foul-smelling sap spurted out. It splashed onto his armor, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound. But the metal components on the armor's surface merely brightened slightly, and the corrosive marks quickly returned to normal under the active self-healing ability. Effective! Guya's spirits were greatly boosted. He began to frantically swing his arm blade. Like a tireless meat grinder, he cut down and shredded every vine that approached him. For a time, black sap and broken vines flew everywhere. He actually, by himself, managed to withstand the E-rank anomaly's storm-like onslaught. But soon, Guya noticed something was wrong. There were too many vines. Every time he cut one down, 2 or 3 more would grow back from underground. Endless. As if as long as the ground beneath it existed, it would have infinite troops. And himself. Guya glanced at the codex panel. Mental power, 36/52. Metal reserve, 87%. No, he couldn't keep this up. This thing was clearly a tank. It was using its almost infinite HP to consume his limited mana and armor value. If he continued fighting, he would undoubtedly lose. Even though they were both E-rank, he couldn't take it down in 10 minutes. He had to find a way to break through. A look of determination flashed in Guya's eyes. He no longer tangled with the vines. Instead, he activated form reshaping. The armor covering his legs rapidly extended backward, forming a pair of explosive power exoskeletons. At the same time, the arm blade on his left arm quickly dissolved, transforming into an incredibly thick black iron tower shield. Clear a path for me. He let out an angry roar. He held the shield in his left hand, holding it in front, his legs suddenly exerted force. Boom. He shot forward like a cannonball. He slammed fiercely into the cage barrier woven from vines. Bang, bang, bang. Countless vines were brutally snapped by his impact, but more vines, like pythons smelling blood, frantically coiled around him. They held him tightly, making it impossible for him to move an inch. Damn it. Guya's heart sank little by little. Metal reserve, 79%. Mental power, 27/52. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death here in less than 3 minutes. Just as he was about to force his way out at all costs, a change occurred. Hiss. An extremely faint hissing sound, like a snake's tongue, echoed from the shadows not far away. The next second, a huge black shadow silently darted out from the darkness. It was a giant lizard as large as a small truck, covered in black scales. Its eyes had no pupils, only 2 pure dark abysses. Guya's codex instantly lit up. Detected containable. E-rank anomaly, shadow-born stalker. Containment conditions. Guya's heart suddenly sank. Another E-rank. What kind of dragon's den and tiger's lair was this cursed place? He had already prepared for the worst, facing 2 E-rank monsters at once. However, the newly appeared Shadowborn stalker didn't even glance at him. Its target was not Guyi, nor the frantically attacking corpse-eating vine. It was the guiding fireflies floating in midair, emitting tempting light and strange fragrance. Puff. The Shadowborn stalker opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow a cow. It didn't spit fire nor venom. Instead, it was a giant spider web, woven from pure viscous shadow. The net grew with the wind. It instantly covered the entire sky. It caught all the guiding fireflies, who were still dutifully playing the role of bait, in one swoop. Then, with a sudden pull, the thousands of glowing, fragrant insects, like a school of fish caught on shore, were tightly wrapped by the shadow net and dragged back. They were swallowed whole by the giant lizard. Burp. The Shadowborn stalker let out a satisfied burp. Then, it didn't even bother to look at the immortal fight between the E-ranks below. It turned and dragged its plump body, merging back into the shadows and disappearing, as if it had just come out for a midnight snack. And the corpse-eating vine, having lost its guiding fireflies, was like a battleship whose radar had been ripped out. It instantly fell into a strange confusion. All the vines stopped attacking and began to twitch frantically and aimlessly in place. As if searching for its suddenly disappeared eyes and nose, opportunity, a sharp glint flashed in Guya's eyes. He no longer hesitated. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime window of confusion, he cranked the power exoskeletons on his legs to maximum. Break for me. He slammed fiercely into the now uncontrolled vine cage. Boom. This time, nothing could stop him. He successfully burst out of the death trap and ran wildly into the distance without looking back. Chapter 50, The Logic of Fists, 2 chapters combined into one. Guyi ran wildly without looking back. He ran at least 3 miles in one go, until the area behind him was completely swallowed by darkness, and he could no longer feel the chaotic and violent aura of the corpse-eating vine. Only then did he suddenly stop. Disarm. The ferocious armor that had saved his life and almost exhausted him receded into his body like a tide. An extreme sense of weakness instantly swept through his entire body. He gasped for breath. Each breath was like pulling a broken bellows. He opened his codex. The values on the panel were horrific. Mental strength, 18/52. Metal reserve, 79%. That battle just now seemed impressive. In reality, he hadn't even touched the opponent's main body. He had been drained of nearly half his mental strength and a fifth of his armor value. This was the terror of an E-class anomaly, too careless. Guya leaned against a cold rock, smiling bitterly. The arrogance and confidence he had felt earlier due to his promotion had been slapped hard in the face by the Wasteland Knight in the most direct and brutal way. He understood. He was still just a bottom-tier newcomer struggling to survive in this dark forest. He no longer dared to be even slightly reckless. He glanced at the red moon, completely obscured by dark clouds. Then he made the most rational decision. Retreat. First, retreat to the relatively safe buffer zone. He no longer hesitated and transformed again. This time he chose the Echo Bat form, which consumed the least mental strength. He wanted to leave this troubled place as quickly as possible. He flew, cautiously scanning his surroundings with sonar. But soon, he fell into a new predicament. His mental strength was still not enough. At his current state, flying at full power, he could only last another half an hour at most. He couldn't fly back to the safe zone at all. If his mental strength ran out mid-flight and he fell from the sky, the consequences would be unimaginable. What to do? Find a place to hide and slowly recover. No, this hunting zone was 10 times more dangerous at night than during the day. Who knew what kind of old six, like a shadowkin stalker, was hidden in some rock crevice, just as he was burning with anxiety? He suddenly froze. I'm such an idiot. He cursed himself fiercely in his heart. He had fallen into a blind spot of thought. In the C-ring zone, anomalies were a rare resource. Every containment was a stroke of luck that was hard to come by. So he subconsciously treated containment as a major event that required luck. But where was this? This was the hunting zone. The one thing this place didn't lack was anomalies. Why should he wait for it to slowly recover on its own? Just find the weakest, easiest to contain F-class, soft target. Eat it like a blood pack. Use the Codex's mechanism to instantly replenish his status. Wouldn't that work? Once he figured this out, Guyi instantly felt enlightened. His gaze began to sweep rapidly across the ruins below, like a radar. He was looking for a suitable blood pack. Soon, his gaze locked onto the ruins of a collapsed residential building not far away, with only a few broken walls remaining. On the most intact broken wall, there was a simple stick figure crying face, drawn with long-dried dark red pigment. The codex glowed slightly. Discoverable containment, F-class anomaly, weeping wall. Containment condition, make it laugh in any way. A sharp glint flashed in Guya's eyes. This was it. He slowly descended from the air, landing not far from the broken wall. Then he released his transformation. He didn't go forward immediately. Instead, he activated living armor first. This time he didn't put on full body armor. Instead, through form reshaping, all the metal reserves were concentrated on his right arm. Buzz. The black iron metal components rapidly wriggled, forming an incredibly thick black iron tower shield, large enough to cover half his body. This was the strongest defensive form he could think of. After doing all this, he walked step by step towards the broken wall. He walked very slowly, very steadily, his eyes fixed intently on that eerie, crying face. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The moment he stepped within 3 meters of the wall, an anomaly occurred. The crying face drawn on the wall seemed to come alive. A drop of crimson blood tear seeped from its eye corner. Then it dripped. Plop. There was no sound, but Guya felt as if his heart had been fiercely squeezed by an invisible hand. An unspeakable, immense sorrow instantly overwhelmed his reason. That sorrow was like a rusty key, forcibly prying open the locked box deep within his soul, which he had always deliberately avoided touching. Inside the box were his parents from his previous life. Those warm faces with smiles. That stable, human life he could never return to. And now, only this damned hellhole where human lives were cheaper than dogs. Only the extreme fear that he might die any second. And that unventable grievance and constant apprehension. He didn't want to die. He just wanted to live a good life like a human being. Why was it so difficult? Tears slid uncontrollably from his eyes. He wanted to cry. He wanted to kneel on the ground and wail. No good. It's a mental attack. Guya bit the tip of his tongue hard. The intense pain instantly brought him a sliver of clarity. He unhesitatingly raised the tower shield on his left arm, protecting himself. Then he raised his right arm. Myriad armaments. Buzz. The armor on his right arm rapidly wriggled, instantly covering his fist with an incredibly thick black iron gauntlet covered in ferocious ramming horns. I'll make you cry, you bastard. Guya let out a suppressed roar of anger. The muscles in his right arm suddenly bulged. His fist, as large as a casserole, brought a whistling sound that tore through the air, and slammed fiercely into the wall that was still continuously shedding blood tears. Boom. A deafening roar, the entire broken wall trembled violently. He had forcibly smashed a huge, spider-web-like dent into the wall. The crying face twisted. Its wails became even more piercing. Still crying. Guya gave it no chance at all. One punch, another punch. Boom, boom, boom. He was like a tireless pile driver. unleashing all his anger, suppression, and resentment towards this fucked-up world onto this damned wall. The gauntlet and the wall collided furiously. Each impact would burst out a visible wave of air. Crushed stones flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. He didn't use any techniques. It was just the purest, most primitive, unreasonable violence. Finally, just before the wall was about to be completely smashed through by him, the twisted, crying face on the wall seemed to have been beaten into submission, beaten into acceptance. The corner of its eye, which had been continuously shedding blood tears, stopped crying. And the mouth, which had been smashed almost beyond recognition, tremblingly stretched into a curve even uglier than a cry. It was a bitter smile, full of fear, humiliation, and fawning. Containment condition met. Armament card, Weeping Wall, recorded. Mental strength upper limit increased. 52, 54. A pure, warm energy flowed back from the codex, instantly filling his already dried-up mental strength completely. It even overflowed a little. Mental strength, 54/54. Who? Guya let out a long breath of stale air. Full status resurrected. He slowly lowered his still slightly trembling fist. That almost out-of-control outburst of violence didn't make him feel weak. On the contrary, he felt as if a cold, hard stone that had been blocking his heart had been smashed to smithereens by his own hands. Ever since he inexplicably came to this damned place, he hadn't truly relaxed for a single day. Calm, proactive, desperately trying to get stronger, to adapt. Those were all put-on acts. They were a thick shell that an ordinary person put on themselves after falling into a wolf's den so as not to be scared to death or eaten alive. Beneath the shell was the accumulated, unvented fear, grievance, and anger. Today, using this wall, using this satisfying beating, he finally let out all that pent-up frustration he had held for too long after letting out this fire. His entire being, his spirit and energy, became even more transparent than before. The tightly strung nerve relaxed. It wasn't laziness, but a true sense of acceptance and resilience. He was no longer just passively struggling to survive in this fucked-up world. But for the first time, he actively used his fist to give the malice of this world a fierce middle finger. With a thought, he opened the codex to check on his new friend, whom he had just comforted in the most brutal way. A grayish-white armament card lay quietly in the cabinet of marvels. On the card face was a cracked wall, and on the wall, the modified face, both crying and laughing, appeared incredibly eerie. Armament card, No 003. Name, Weeping Wall. Grade, F. Type, Entity Type / Inanimate Object Class. Description, a wall that has carried too much sorrow. It has heard too many cries, seen too many partings, until one day, it forgot it was a wall and only remembered to weep. It yearns for companionship and hates anything that can make a laughing sound. Abilities. 1. Sorrow Projection. When manifested, it will form a movable, translucent wall of sorrow in front of the host, used to block physical attacks. At the same time, the host can actively activate it to perform a mental impact on a frontal fan-shaped area, causing enemies within the range to fall into a temporary state of sorrow and slow down their movements. 2. Despair Resonance. Prolonged manifestation of the weeping wall will cause the host to also be affected by its sorrowful emotions, leading to a slow loss of mental strength and a certain chance of falling into a depressed state. Weaknesses. 1. Strong positive emotions. Extreme positive emotions such as joy and fury can effectively resist its mental impact. 2. Mental protection. Any form of mental protection type item or ability can significantly weaken its effect. 3. Physical destruction. It is ultimately a wall. Powerful attacks exceeding its defensive limit can directly destroy it. Note, it doesn't like to fight, it just wants to cry quietly for a while. Don't bother it. A shield with mental control attached. Guya's eyes lit up as he looked at the card's attributes. This was simply a godsend. What he lacked most right now were defensive and control-type abilities. Living Armor, though powerful, was a trump card for trading blows and consumed a huge amount. And this weeping wall just filled his shortcoming of lacking blocking and soft control in regular combat. Although the side effect of Despair Resonance seemed a bit tricky. But used well, it was definitely a surprise weapon. He felt the renewed strength filling his body. He glanced at the codex again, at the unbound Iron Legion, which was both offensive and defensive, and this weeping wall, which could be used as a shield. The confidence that had been suppressed in his heart returned. He looked at the path he had taken to get here. Then he looked at the 2 uncompleted mission objectives on the map. To go back just like this would be too much of a loss. He licked his lips, his gaze sharpening again. He transformed into an echo bat again and flew towards the towering ventilation tower in Zone A5. With the lesson learned from his narrow escape just now, he became even more cautious. He avoided any places that looked abnormal from afar, preferring to detour several kilometers, rather than putting himself in unknown danger again, just as he was about to reach the area where the ventilation tower was located. He remotely detected a flickering firelight coming from an abandoned factory, and bursts of suppressed, intense sounds of battle. Someone's here. Guyu was startled. He immediately stopped, concealing all his aura. He glided silently like a true bat. He landed on a water tank at the highest point of the factory. Then he released his transformation, looking down from above. Then he saw a battle that made his brain freeze. In the open space of the factory, 3 people were attacking a monster the size of an elephant, covered in thick bone armor. Guyu had never seen such a thing. It was clearly much stronger than a metal worm. Every charge would plow a deep furrow in the ground. It was undoubtedly E-class in strength. But what shocked Guyu was not this monster, but the 3 people. One of them was a tall man. His right arm was encased in an arm guard made from the ferocious skull of some creature and several thick metal pipes pieced together. That thing looked like a part from a monster's body, forcibly transplanted onto him. He roared. The front end of the arm guard suddenly spewed out streams of viscous green flames several meters long. Another was an extremely agile woman. She wore a pair of uniquely shaped boots like gecko feet on her feet. Those boots allowed her to completely defy gravity, running and jumping at high speed on the vertically rusted factory walls. On the woman's back was a constantly wriggling, giant heart-like growth. Countless translucent blood vessels extended from the growth, plunging into her spine, as if pumping some strange energy for those boots. And the last one was a man completely shrouded in a tattered black cloak. He stood at the edge of the battlefield. In his hand, he held an ancient, constantly flickering lantern. Wherever the lamplight reached, the bone-armored giant beast's movements would become noticeably sluggish and stiff, as if it had fallen into an invisible quagmire. But the lantern didn't seem to be burning lamp oil, but some black, oil-like blood flowing from the man's wrist. Guyu watched from the water tank, his scalp tingling. What the hell was this? He subconsciously compared himself to these people. He transformed into an anomaly, but these people, they seemed to have taken parts of anomalies and worn them on themselves. The battle below looked more like a true monster brawl, except one side was pure monsters, and the other side was even crazier monsters in human skin. Chapter 51, This Prey is Mine. On the open ground of the factory, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The E-class behemoth, resembling a bony tank, had completely fallen into a frenzy. It suddenly opened its massive maw, filled with sharp teeth. Puff! A thick, dark green, highly corrosive acidic liquid sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun. The flame-throwing strongman couldn't dodge in time. Half of his body was splashed with acid. His protective suit, made of special material, was instantly corroded and riddled with holes, exposing the bloody flesh underneath. Damn it! He roared, pulling out a pouch made of some biological bladder from his waist. He squeezed it hard, bursting it. A foul-smelling liquid splashed back. Where the liquid hit the behemoth's bone armor, wisps of green smoke also rose. The woman, running along the wall, seized the opportunity. The tumor-like heart on her back pumped frantically. She leaped down from the wall like a phantom. Her dual blades plunged fiercely into the pit corroded by the strongman. Roar! The behemoth roared deafeningly in pain. It unleashed its most disgusting ability. The thick bone armor on its back suddenly opened dozens of gill-like slits. Puff, puff, streams of yellowish-green corpse poison mist spewed out from these slits, instantly enveloping a radius of more than 10 meters around it. The woman's face changed drastically. She was at the center of the toxic mist. Her speed visibly slowed down. Small patches of lividity even began to appear on her exposed skin. Boom! The behemoth seized this opportunity. Its massive body slammed into her. The woman tried to dodge, but her body, affected by the toxic mist, couldn't keep up with her reactions. Puff! She flew out, spitting blood like a kite with a broken string. She crashed heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away. Cough, cough, cough. She struggled to get up. but one leg was unnaturally twisted. It was clearly broken. Seeing this scene, the flame-throwing strongman and the cloaked man exchanged glances. A cold determination flashed in their eyes. They were only a temporary team. They had no obligation to risk their lives for a burden who had already lost combat effectiveness. Taking advantage of the moment the behemoth was distracted by the woman, they bolted towards another exit of the factory without looking back. Bastards! The woman watched the two figures disappear into the darkness. She was so angry that she spat out another mouthful of blood. She screamed and cursed in despair, but it was meaningless. The injured behemoth had already turned around. Its eyes, filled with tyrannical aura, locked onto her, the only prey left on the field. The woman struggled to retreat, but her broken leg bones made every movement accompanied by heart-wrenching pain. She knew she was doomed. She slowly closed her eyes, waiting for the impending end of being crushed into a pulp. However, the expected death did not come. Instead, there was a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Whoosh! The woman suddenly opened her eyes, just in time to see. A pitch-black, grotesque black iron bone spear descended from the sky. With an irresistible momentum, it shot fiercely towards the back of the bone-armored behemoth's heart. Puff! The bone spear accurately hit the weakest point of defense, the wound on the behemoth's back that had been corroded earlier. Most of the spear body instantly plunged in. Roar! The bone-armored behemoth roared deafeningly in pain, a cry filled with agony and rage. It twisted its body frantically, trying to shake off the damned nail on its back. Just then, thump! A heavy thud like a meteorite falling to the ground. A monster completely covered in grotesque black iron armor descended from the sky. It landed precisely in front of the bone-armored behemoth. What was that thing? A new bizarre creature. The woman's already despairing heart instantly sank to an even deeper abyss. She couldn't even defeat one. Now another one appeared. Moreover, this one looked even more terrifying and ominous than the bone-armored behemoth. Were these two monsters fighting over the right to eat her as their dinner? She gave a bitter smile. However, the next scene completely stunned her. The newly appeared black iron monster. It completely ignored her. The newly appeared black iron monster completely ignored her and directly launched an even fiercer charge towards the frenzied bone-armored behemoth. The armor on its right arm instantly transformed into a grotesque, black iron arm blade, 2 meters long. Puff! The arm blade, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, fiercely chopped into the bone-armored behemoth's already tattered neck. Black blood spewed out. A more primitive and bloody monster brawl began. The bone-armored behemoth roared in pain and frantically twisted its body. It wanted to use its huge head to shake off this annoying flea, but the black iron monster clung to it like a persistent disease, sticking tightly to its body. The arm blade in its hand continuously cut into its fragile wounds. The woman lay on the ground, completely dumbfounded. This E-class monster that they, all three of them, couldn't defeat even with all their might. In front of this mysterious, black iron monster. It was as clumsy as a bull being toyed with, just as the two monsters were fiercely entangled in battle. A glimmer of hope flashed in the woman's eyes. Run, now was the best opportunity. She gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain. Supporting herself with her hands, she desperately crawled towards the factory exit. However, she had only crawled less than 2 meters. Whoosh, 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 3 piercing whooshing sounds roared past her ears. Puff, puff, puff. 3 sharp, black iron bone spears were precisely embedded in the ground in front of her, forming a pin shape. They were less than 10 centimeters from her head. The spear tails were still trembling violently. Emitting a buzzing warning sound, the woman's body instantly froze. A cold, bone-chilling sensation shot from her tailbone straight to the crown of her head. She slowly turned her head and saw the black iron monster riding on the behemoth, slowly tilting its head. Its eyes, glowing like will-o'-the-wisps through the helmet slits, were coldly looking at her. The woman completely gave up. She slumped to the ground without the strength to even move a finger. Meanwhile, on the other side, the bone-armored behemoth was also completely intimidated. It wanted to run, but it couldn't shake off the iron can on its back no matter what. Instead, the iron can kept leaving one deep wound after another on its body with various strange-shaped weapons. Finally, the bone-armored behemoth was intimidated. It realized that it was no match for this iron can in front of it. If it continued to fight, it would definitely be torn into pieces alive. It suddenly roared to the sky. Then its massive, bone-structured body began to disintegrate in an incredible way. Crack, crack, crack. Countless bone fragments fell from its body, scattering like sand on the ground. And its core, a pulsating, poison sac heart, wrapped in flesh, instantly turned into a pool of yellowish-green, foul-smelling liquid. The liquid seeped into the ground instantly through the cracks already present on the surface, disappearing without a trace. It had actually used some kind of golden cicada shedding its shell, bizarre ability to escape directly. The black iron monster looked at the liquid seeping into the ground, then at the scattered, rapidly weathering bone fragments, and finally gave up the pursuit. He slowly turned around. His heavy footsteps, accompanied by a buzzing sound, walked step by step towards the woman who had already collapsed on the ground. "It's over." The woman watched the approaching dark figure like a demon god. The last glimmer of light in her eyes also extinguished. She was utterly disheartened. Just as those grotesque steel combat boots stopped in front of her, she didn't hear any questions or threats. A cold consciousness descended directly into her mind without any warning. It wasn't a sound. It was an undeniable rule, like a program code. Hide-and-seek game begins. You have 10 seconds. Hide. The woman was instantly stunned. Hide, hide. She looked at her broken left leg, twisted at an odd angle. Then she looked at the dark figure like a mountain looming over her. How could she hide? How could she play a damned game of hide-and-seek in front of a ghost who had already caught her? Her mind was blank, but the cold rule had already begun a merciless countdown in her soul. 10. 9. The black iron monster just stood there quietly, like a patient hunter, enjoying the prey's final futile struggles. 8. 7. The woman finally broke down. She frantically supported her body with her hands. Dragging her broken leg, she desperately crawled backward on the ground, leaving a long, humiliating trail of blood behind her. 6. 5. 4. She crawled very slowly, and the footsteps of the black iron monster were like the death knell, following her unhurriedly. 3. 2. She finally crawled behind a huge concrete pillar. Using all her strength, she curled herself up, as if as long as she couldn't see the monster wouldn't see her either. 1. A cold, grotesque steel hand made of black iron metal gently rested on her shoulder. Found you. The woman's pupils suddenly dilated. Then her consciousness completely plunged into darkness. Chapter 52, The Bounty Hunter's Crazy Survival Rules, 2 chapters combined. The factory was dead silent. Only Guya's armor remained, emitting a heavy, beast-like breathing sound. He looked down at the woman who had completely fainted. Then he looked in the direction where the bone-armored giant beast had disappeared. The bizarre compendium slowly appeared in his mind. A line of cold, gray text indicating failure was displayed on it. Containment failed. Target, carapace carrion beast, E rank. Containment condition, destroy its poison sac core. Reason for failure, target has escaped via liquefaction earth burrowing, liquefaction evasion, and cannot be tracked. It ran really fast. Guya looked at the description and slowly disarmed himself. Whoosh! The ferocious black iron armor receded like a tide, revealing his combat uniform, which was already soaked with sweat. Who? He let out a long breath of turbid air. An intense battle, plus a forced activation of a law card. His recently replenished mental energy was instantly depleted by more than half. Mental energy, 2454. Although he didn't successfully contain the E-rank bizarre entity, at least he saved a live one. He walked over to the woman and squatted down. His gaze fell on the bizarre heart tumor on her back, which had stopped beating, and the uniquely shaped gecko boots on her feet, as well as the arm blade sheath hanging at her waist made from polished insect limbs. What exactly are these things? Why can humans use them? And what is the price? These are the intelligence he most urgently wants to know right now. He wasn't some hero with a sudden burst of kindness. He intervened to save someone. Not because of some bullshit sense of justice. One was to see if he could seize the opportunity to contain the injured E-rank bizarre entity. The second was because he needed an intelligence source that could reveal a corner of this new world to him. There are many ways to obtain intelligence, but Guya's headache was that he had no experience in that area. How to make her talk, and also ensure she tells the truth, coercion and inducement, he didn't have that ability. Torture, he was even less suited for that. To discern the lies of a bounty hunters who had struggled in the wasteland, that was harder than fighting an E-rank bizarre entity. So he turned his attention to his only law card. Law card, the game of hide-and-seek. Ability, compulsorily designate an intelligent life form to play a game of hide-and-seek. If the opponent is found within the specified time, they will be temporarily assimilated and obey your commands for 10 minutes. Guya looked at this description and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Doesn't this thing sound a lot like hypnosis? Or rather, a more domineering form of mind control based on rules? It's worth a try, but the woman's reaction just now was a bit strange. He recalled the scene just now. He had only activated this card in his mind, but the woman reacted as if she had seen a ghost. Dragging a broken leg, she desperately crawled on the ground. It left Guya completely bewildered. The fear and despair in her eyes were even more intense than when she faced the bone-armored giant beast earlier. Is it that scary? I'm your savior, after all. Guyi scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Guyi felt that this woman seemed to have misunderstood something. Forget it. As long as the outcome is good. He didn't go forward immediately. Instead, he first made thorough preparations. He took out the newly purchased full-coverage respirator from his backpack and put it on his face. He also pulled up the hood of his combat uniform, covering his hair and half of his face tightly. He wasn't sure whether the other party would retain memories after this rule-based control ended, but it's always better to be careful. He had to ensure that this woman never knew who he was from beginning to end. After doing all this, he slowly walked forward. He reached out and gently patted the woman's shoulder. An invisible force of rules surged in. All right. Now it's time for questions. He cleared his throat and asked in as calm a tone as possible. What is your name? The woman slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes, which had originally been filled with fear and despair, were now hollow and numb, like a puppet whose soul had been extracted. She replied in a flat, uninflected tone. I have no name. The organization that raised me gave me the codename Mantis. Organization. Guya keenly caught that word. What organization? I don't know. Mantis numbly shook her head. I grew up in the organization's nest since I was little. I only knew to obey orders and learn to kill. Guya's heart tightened. It seemed the waters of this world were deeper than he imagined. He changed the question. All right, Mantis. Where did you get these strange-looking pieces of equipment on you? I bought them. Where did you buy them? Rust Bone Street. No. Mantis denied his question for the first time. Rust Bone Street is too clean. They only sell some ordinary firearms and low-grade scraps there. The really good stuff is in the West District. West District? Guya was startled. The turbid pool. Yes. Mantis nodded. West District, in the deepest part of the forgotten mechanical graveyard. There, find the artisans of the stitchers. Guya pressed on. How does he make these things? What's the source? Or can he make them himself? And not he. Mantis slowly shook her head, uttering a word that surprised even Guya. The Stitchers is not one person, but an underground organization, hidden in the deepest part of the West District's turbid pool, specializing in modifying and selling artificial armaments. No one knows how many of them there are, and no one knows who their leader is. We only know over 80% of all artificial armaments in the entire Gray Millstone come from their hands. Mantis slowly lifted her broken leg. The core of these wall-clinging boots is 3 pairs of feet from wall-clinging bizarre lizards. The Stitchers stripped them off and implanted them into these boots using a special method. And the boot's energy source, she pointed to the faintly wriggling tumor on her back, is another living blood-supplying worm. It parasitizes my spine to provide energy for these boots. Guya felt his scalp tingle. Living bizarre entities, parasitizing the spine. Is this a bizarre compendium item? Guya recalled the term he had only heard in rumors. No. Mantis shook her head. A bizarre compendium item refers to naturally formed items with bizarre characteristics. Like the black blood lantern in the cloaked man's hand just now. That thing was scraped from an oil-painting vengeful spirit. It is very powerful, but the side effects are equally immense and completely uncontrollable. Today, it might just drain a little of your blood. Tomorrow, it might directly burn your soul dry like lamp oil. She paused, then continued. And for us, these things artificially created by the Stitchers. We call them artificial armaments. Their advantage is that their effects are relatively stable. The side effects are also predictable. Just like me, as long as I can endure this thing on my back eroding my body. Then I can continue to use these boots. Until the day I am completely drained by it. Guya's heart turned cold, these bounty hunters struggling for survival in the wasteland. What kind of method were they using to become stronger? They were walking a path of no return, using their own blood, flesh, and even souls to exchange for power little by little. Every person was making a gamble on their own body, a gamble destined to fail. Gambling that before they were completely devoured by these armaments, they could earn enough money to buy that ticket that would allow them to escape this wasteland. Guya finally understood a little. Why Old Man Wang would talk about those true bounty hunters with a look of both admiration and pity. Because these people could no longer be considered purely human. He then asked, "Can anyone go to them and buy from them?" "No." Mantis shook her head again. The Stitchers don't do business with strangers. To get something from them, you must have an introducer. Or take the armaments they personally crafted, bearing their unique mark as credentials. Without credentials, you won't even be able to find their operating room hidden in the forgotten mechanical graveyard. Guya fell silent after hearing this. His gaze slowly landed on the arm blade sheath at her waist, polished from insect limbs. Those arm blades had displayed astonishing sharpness in previous battles. Clearly, they were no ordinary items. "These arm blades of yours?" Guya asked indifferently, in an equally emotionless tone. "Were they made by him too?" Yes." "Do they have a mark?" Yes." "Very good." Guya extended his hand and held it open before the mantis. "Then they are mine now." His voice was flat, as if stating something self-evident. "Consider it the price for your life." The mantis did not hesitate at all. Under the rules of the game of hide-and-seek, Guya's commands were absolute truth. She merely used her hand, which could still move, mechanically unfastened the straps at her waist, and handed over the pair of ferocious-looking arm blades, along with their leather sheath. Guya took them. They felt cold to the touch and had a strange texture, neither metal nor stone. On the back of the leather sheath, he saw a small brand resembling a combination of a suture line and a spider. This was the credential. Guya put the arm blades into his backpack. This was an extremely closed-off, extremely mysterious, yet almost monopolistic underground circle of high-end combat power in the entire C-ring zone. And now, he had obtained the key to open this door. He then asked, "Are all you bounty hunters like this?" Most of us." "How does it work? How do you get jobs?" "The bounties at the One-Eyed Tavern are the most basic. The real money comes from private jobs for big clients, targeted eliminations, rivals of a certain gang, or clearing out a resource point coveted by a major power. Like today, it was a mission posted by an anonymous client on the second floor of the tavern, to have us come here to hunt that armored carrion beast and retrieve its poison sac. The reward is 30,000 credit points, split equally among the three of us." 30,000? Guya's heart skipped a beat. He asked a question that he had always been very concerned about. "You operate in the hunting zone year-round. And your armaments all carry contamination. How do you deal with your contamination value?" "Deal with it." For the first time, a trace of almost mocking strangeness appeared in the mantis's hollow eyes. "Why solve it? Contamination value, for us, isn't a sickness. It is fuel." Guya was completely stunned. "Fuel?" "Yes." The mantis's tone remained flat, but what she said completely overturned Guya's understanding. "The higher the contamination value, the higher our synchronization rate with these parts on our bodies. This blood-feeding worm on my back will become more excited, and these wall-clinging boots of mine will allow me to run faster and jump higher. That fire-breathing guy, when his contamination value exceeds 70%, the fire he breathes out can even melt steel. Contamination value is our power." Guya felt his worldview violently shaken. "Then, what about mutation? What about that critical line?" Everyone knows that line. The mantis said numbly. Everyone's critical point is different, but most are around 85%. Once you cross that line, you can never turn back into a human. So we control it. The mantis revealed the true survival rule of this circle. When on missions, we allow our contamination value to rise in exchange for stronger combat power. Once the mission is over, we go to the black market, drink the strongest Blackwater wine, smoke the most pungent mint smoke, and use these cheapest, most body-damaging methods to suppress the contamination value back to a safe level of around 60%. Is there no more effective method? For example, does Dr. Syringe sell any special remedies? Guye asked tentatively. Syringe. A barely perceptible, numb sneer appeared at the corner of the mantis's mouth. He is just a middleman who collects corpses for the poor and the dead. The truly good stuff he can't even touch. Only the Stitchers have the medicine that can buy a life. But we call that stuff retirement money. Retirement money. Yes. The mantis's voice became somewhat distant. You only touch that stuff in two situations. First, if you've messed up, with one foot already over the threshold of mutation, and you'll do anything to pull that foot back. The second is when you've earned enough money, want to wash your hands of it, and retire. Then you'll spend everything you have to get those few injections, those placebos, that let you live a few more years. Then find a place and quietly wait to die. Wait for the day when the contamination and nightmares accumulated in your soul completely devour you. Guye fell completely silent. These bounty hunters were not fighting contamination. They were dancing madly on a tightrope named mutation. Each mission was an active approach to the abyss. Each suppression was a painful crawl back from the edge of the abyss. Round and round it went, until the day they could no longer crawl. Do you usually live in the C-ring zone? Yes. How do you hide these things? It's simple. The mantis's tone was completely unruffled. The gray millstone is not just a place to imprison people. It is also a cage that imprisons these things on our bodies. Guye was startled. The stabilizing anchor field of the high wall is just as effective on these parts of ours. The mantis explained. Here they become very docile, very lazy. As long as you don't actively awaken them, they spend most of their time sleeping. So we use clothes to cover up the cost. The mantis pointed to her clothes. Wear long sleeves, long pants, and a hood. Then, like rats, hide from all places bearing the Human Federation symbol. Especially official exchange points. Because the detection gates there will alarm. As for those guards, a flicker of imperceptible sarcasm passed through the mantis's hollow eyes. They actually know everything. They are just pretending to be blind. Why? Guye pressed. Because they need us too. The mantis's voice dropped even lower. They need us, these madmen willing to stick our hands into the cesspit. To deal with the garbage that they find inconvenient or unwilling to touch. This is a dirty, unspoken agreement. We help them maintain order in the shadows. And they turn a blind eye to us, these walking contamination sources. As long as we don't actively provoke them. And obey the last and most important rule. What rule? The mantis slowly raised her head. Her numb eyes looked at Guye. Don't let any ordinary C-ring zone resident see your cost. Don't scare those sheep, who still naively believe they live in a safe world. Guye was silent for a moment. He glanced at the woman's completely deformed, broken leg. Then he looked at the codex, where the game of hide-and-seek had less than 2 minutes of control time remaining. He asked the last question. In your current state, do you have a way to save yourself? Yes. The mantis nodded numbly. In my backpack, there's a tube of the Stitchers' special regeneration gel. It's made from scraps of the flesh mountain. It's single-use and very expensive. It can temporarily restore mobility to my leg. Chapter 53, Tea at Night. Night deepened. The never-ending clamor of the C-ring zone finally quieted down a bit. Only the faint sounds of revelry from the direction of the one-eyed tavern in the distance remained. Wang Zhengguo was wide awake. He sat on the creaking single bed, smoking the cheapest mint cigarettes one after another. Smoke swirled. His gaze wasn't on the false neon lights of Rustbone Street. Instead, it was slightly upward, through the crisscrossing wires and pipes. Looking towards the apartment rooftops completely swallowed by the night, there was an illegally constructed pigeon coop haphazardly built with tin sheets and asbestos tiles. That was Guya's room. At this moment, the room was pitch black, not a single glimmer of light. "You little brat." Old man Wang cursed under his breath. "It's been a whole day, and I don't know if he's dead or alive." Although Wang Zhengguo had told the kid to go out and make his own way, the worry in his heart, like an old father's, simply couldn't be suppressed. The night of the wasteland devours people, especially fat meat like Guyi, who harbored so many secrets. Damn it. He cursed softly. He fiercely extinguished the cigarette butt, which was almost at its end, in a tin can already full of butts. That leg, which bore an old injury, began to ache faintly again. The weather was about to change, whether it was the actual weather or the weather of this C-ring zone. He stood up. He dragged a locked wooden box from under the bed, which looked even older than him, opening the box. Inside, there was nothing valuable. Only a neatly folded, faded old military uniform of the Great Wall Legion, and a well-maintained, gleaming military dagger. He didn't touch those items. Instead, he took out an ordinary-looking commuter vehicle key from a false bottom in the box. A small whistle, handcrafted from a bullet casing, hung on the key. He picked up the key and left the room. His footsteps were light. The dilapidated commuter vehicle roared like an old ox panting. It drove away from Rustbone Street. It didn't head towards any bustling place. Instead, it went straight east, driving towards the most peripheral and desolate area of the C-ring zone. Finally, the car stopped beside a long-abandoned, solitary guard post. This used to be one of the main routes to the cemetery in the northern district. Later, as the danger level of the cemetery became increasingly high, this road was completely abandoned. Old man Wang got out of the car. The cold wind made his thin work clothes flap loudly. He dragged an equally old canvas bag from under the car seat. From it, he took out a very simple outdoor tea set, a small alcohol stove, a blackened tin kettle, and 2 chipped enamel tea mugs. He lit the alcohol stove. The blue flame flickered in the cold wind, casting shifting light and shadow on his wrinkled face. The water boiled quickly. He threw a small pinch of tea dust, obtained from who knows where, into both tea mugs, then poured in the scalding hot water. A faint aroma of tea, mixed with the dust of the wasteland, diffused into the air. He didn't drink first. Instead, he placed one of the tea mugs on a stone opposite him, then holding the other tea mug himself, leaning against the cold front of the commuter vehicle. He slowly drank, sip by sip, as if waiting for a late old friend. Time passed, minute by minute. The wind grew colder, just as the alcohol in the stove was about to burn out. A ghostly figure emerged from the shadows behind the guard post. It was a man in a crisp Human Federation garrison troops officer's uniform, looking travel-worn. His face showed an undisguised weariness, but his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. He walked directly opposite Old Man Wang, and with a familiar gesture picked up the already not-so-hot tea, drinking it in one gulp. Then he let out a long breath of hot air. "Damn, your wild tea here is still the strongest." Old Man Wang glanced at him and snorted through his nose. He didn't get up, nor did he salute. He just said, in a tone as plain as everyday conversation, "What have those gentlemen in the General Bureau, who sit in offices, finally remembered that there's still this nail of mine that's almost rusted?" The officer gave a bitter smile. He pulled out a document sealed in a waterproof bag from his embrace, handing it to Old Man Wang. "If all the nails rust, then those of us inside the wall would probably have rotted long ago." Old Man Wang took the document. It was an official report on the kindergarten incident submitted by Jingchen Security. He merely glanced at it before tossing it aside. Nonsense. He cursed. Something written by a bunch of bureaucrats who haven't even been to the scene. The officer didn't get angry. He just poured himself another cup of tea. "That's why I came to hear the nutritional part." Old Man Wang drained the last sip of tea from his cup. Then he pulled out a pack of mint cigarettes from his pocket. He lit one for himself, but didn't offer one to the other party. He took a deep drag and slowly said through the smoke, "The C-ring zone hasn't been clean lately. Someone is spreading a song. A very sinister song. People who hear it will hum along uncontrollably. And then they disappear. He took another drag of his cigarette and continued. Also, the red circles. Recently, some young punks in the underground black market have been secretly inquiring about red circles. They are said to be red circles drawn on walls and the ground. As long as you sing that song inside the circle, something good will happen. The officer's face gradually grew serious. The source? Untraceable. Old man Wang shook his head. It's like it appeared out of nowhere. But the last place my people heard the song was near Slaughterhouse Back Alley in the South District. He paused and looked up. A sharpness, completely at odds with his aged appearance, flashed in his cloudy eyes. This isn't an ordinary anomaly outbreak. It's too purposeful. And the method of transmission is too clean. I suspect it's mimetic contamination. As soon as the words mimetic contamination left his mouth, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. The last trace of relaxation on his face, brought by seeing an old friend, had vanished without a trace, replaced by a solemn expression. This isn't the most messed up part. Old man Wang kicked the report he had thrown aside. This is the most messed up part. An E-class rule-based anomaly appeared less than 5 kilometers from the C-ring zone. According to the disaster response regulations, this is already a level requiring intervention from an elite squad of the garrison troops. And what happened? It was treated as an ordinary F-class cleanup mission, assigned to an outsourced cleaning company that doesn't even have heavy firepower. He stared at the officer, saying word by word, "If there's no foul play here, I, Wang Zhengguo, will twist off my head and give it to you as a chamber pot." The officer fell silent. He held his teacup, not speaking for a long time. Finally, he nodded. "I understand. I will personally investigate this matter. Any worms who dare to trifle with the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the C-ring zone, I will personally nail them to the wall." "Stop with your official talk." Old man Wang impatiently waved his hand. "Just tell me what you plan to do." "I have already dispatched 3 secret investigation teams from the Mole unit," the officer said in a deep voice. "They will infiltrate the C-ring zone within 48 hours under different identities to conduct infiltration investigations of the slaughterhouse and all areas related to the red circles." Chapter 54, the disguise card is obtained. Gu Yi crouched in front of the unconscious woman. He glanced at the countdown to the game of hide-and-seek in his codex, which was about to hit 0. He didn't waste any more time. "Take out your regeneration gel." He gave the final command in a muffled voice filtered by his mask. "Then treat your own wounds. Once you're done, find a place to hide." The woman named Mantis still had vacant eyes. From her blood-stained backpack, she pulled out a metal syringe. Inside was a viscous, dark green, glue-like liquid. She pulled up her pant leg, revealing her already bloody, mangled, and bone-exposed broken leg. Then, expressionlessly, she plunged the tube of regeneration gel deep into it. Sizzle. A soft sizzling sound, like roasting meat. The dark green gel seemed to possess life. It transformed into countless tiny flesh buds, writhing and intertwining madly. The sight made even Gu Yi wince. He didn't look again. He turned and transformed into an echo bat. Silently, he flew into the shadows at the highest point of the factory, observing quietly. A few minutes later, the game of hide-and-seek's effect ended. Mantis on the ground trembled violently, her eyes regained clarity. She first looked around blankly, then suddenly lowered her head. She saw her broken leg, which, though still covered in grotesque flesh buds, could already move with some difficulty. Her face instantly filled with the relief of surviving a calamity and deep confusion. She couldn't remember what had happened. She only remembered being caught by that black iron monster. Then she couldn't remember anything. Did that monster save her? Or, she dared not think further. She cautiously looked around. Only after confirming that the 2 terrifying monsters had left did she limp to pick up her dropped weapon. Then, without looking back, she disappeared into the darkness. All this time, she never noticed. Just a few dozen meters away in the shadows, an inconspicuous bat was quietly watching everything. Doesn't remember. Gu Yi watched Mantis's retreating figure, deep in thought. It seems that the game of hide-and-seek, this rule-based control, doesn't leave behind relevant memories after it ends. This was excellent news for him. It meant this card was a truly perfect interrogation tool. He didn't linger. Flapping his wings, he flew towards the towering ventilation tower in Sector A5. Ventilation Tower number 2 was easy to find. It was a 50-meter-tall steel giant tower. Under the crimson moonlight, it stood like a silent, rusty giant. Guyi encountered no obstacles. He directly transformed into an echo bat and easily flew to the top of the tower. The platform at the top was covered with a sticky, slightly wriggling layer of abnormal growth that emitted a faint greenish glow. He scanned it with sonar. The codex had no reaction. It seemed that while this thing was strange, it didn't fall into the category of weirdness. He took out a pre-prepared sample collection box from his backpack. Carefully, using tweezers, he scraped enough samples from the moss. Then he immediately sealed it and put it into his backpack. The second bounty mission was successfully completed. He glanced at his mental energy, which had been considerably depleted again. He decided to resupply first. He activated his sonar again. He began to search for suitable prey nearby. Soon, at the bottom of the ventilation tower, in a pile of scrap material shrouded in shadows, he discovered an F-class energy signal. The signal was very strange. Sometimes it was motionless like a dead object. Other times, it would emit extremely brief, living signals filled with tyrannical aura. A trace of vigilance arose in Guya's heart. He flew over silently. He landed on a steel beam above the scrap pile. He looked down. It was a small mountain made of countless discarded mannequins piled on top of each other. Most of the mannequins were incomplete. Some had broken arms, some had no heads. And the source of that energy signal came from the center of this pile of dummies. The codex glowed faintly. Discoverable contained object, F-class weirdness, thousand-faced model. Containment condition, smash its face the instant it imitates you. Imitate. Guyi frowned. This condition sounded a bit confusing. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he canceled his transformation and returned to human form. Then he picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. He aimed at the pile of mannequins and threw it forcefully. Smack. The stone hit the head of a plastic mannequin and bounced off. No reaction. The entire pile of mannequins remained lifeless. Guyi narrowed his eyes. He slowly drew the cold revolver from his waist. Then, step by step, he walked towards the pile of dummies. He walked slowly and steadily. The muzzle was slightly lowered, but his index finger was already resting lightly on the trigger. The moment he stepped within 5 meters of the scrap pile, an anomaly occurred. The topmost and only relatively complete female mannequin in the originally lifeless pile of mannequins suddenly turned its neck with a snap at an inhuman 180-degree angle. Its smooth plastic face, devoid of any features, was directly facing Guye. Then it moved. It raised its right hand. Its hand was empty, but its movement was identical to Guye's action of drawing his gun just now. It was imitating. Guye's pupils suddenly contracted. The containment condition was triggered. Now, he didn't hesitate. The muzzle instantly rose, his index finger pulled down hard. Bang! A gunshot pierced the night sky, but in the thousandth of a second that he fired, the thousand-faced model also raised its hand. A mass of wriggling liquid plastic surged from its palm. It instantly solidified into a revolver identical to the one in Guya's hand. Then it aimed at Guya's glabella, and also pulled the trigger. Bang! Another gunshot. A bullet instantly solidified from high-density plastic, carrying kinetic energy comparable to a real gun, spun and shot towards Guya's head. Fast, too fast. From its imitation of the action to its imitation of firing, the entire process had almost no delay. Any ordinary scavenger would have been instantly headshotted by this fatal imitation bullet the moment they fired. This was its true killing move, however. Guyi had been gambling on something else from the beginning. He bet that it couldn't imitate power that it couldn't understand. At the very same instant Guyi pulled the trigger, he also activated his strongest defense. Living armor. He didn't perform a full-body suit-up. Instead, he activated form reshaping. He concentrated all of his limited mental energy on his head. Buzz. In a thousandth of a second, a ferocious, heavy black iron helmet, full of destructive aesthetics, instantly covered his entire head. Clang. A crisp, loud sound like metal clashing. That fatal plastic bullet slammed hard into Guya's helmet. It struck out a dazzling shower of sparks. Then it bounced off weakly and shattered. E-class defense. It was simply not something an F-class imitation could shake. On the other side, the lead core bullet fired by Guyi, infused with all his strength and determination, whistled out without obstruction. It accurately hit the mannequin's smooth, featureless face. Crack. A crisp sound of glass shattering, the face instantly filled with cracks. Containment condition met. Transformation card, thousand-faced model, recorded. Mental energy limit increased. 54, 56. A pure energy surged into his body. It instantly refilled his depleted mental energy. Guya let out a long sigh of relief. He slowly removed his helmet. He touched his forehead. A layer of cold sweat beads. That seemingly 1-second confrontation just now was almost as dangerous as his fierce battle with the corpse-eating vine. If there had been even the slightest error in his judgment, or if his reaction had been even a tenth of a second slower, he would be the one lying on the ground now. He immediately opened his codex to check this transformation card that had almost made him flip over. A white card lay quietly in the record of 100 ghosts. The card face depicted a humanoid silhouette with no facial features and a body that could be freely twisted. Transformation card, No 004. Name, thousand-faced model. Grade, F. Type, entity/living organism. Description, it was born in an abandoned clothing store. It has seen too many glamorous clothes and people of all kinds. It yearns to have the same form and face as them. So it learned to imitate. Abilities. 1. Faceless disguise. After transforming into a mimic mannequin, a small amount of mental energy can be consumed to disguise one's face and surface features as any humanoid creature the host has had close contact with. This disguise only works visually and cannot imitate sound or aura. 2. Plasticity of body. In this form, the body possesses the flexibility of plastic. It can undergo inhuman twisting and folding, immune to conventional, blunt weapon damage. Weaknesses. 1. Fire. High temperatures will melt its body, causing irreversible damage. 2. Core destruction. Its face is its only core and weakness. Disguise and contortion. Guya's eyes lit up as he looked at the card's attributes. Although the skeletal hound could also stealth, it was ultimately a beast form, and its target was too large. But this thousand-faced model was not only humanoid, it could also disguise itself. Although it was just a low-spec visual disguise, if used well, it would definitely be a divine skill for ambushing people, tripping them up, and escaping. He put away the codex with satisfaction. Then, without stopping, he flew to the last mission location, Sector A4, Broken Overpass. Chapter 55, Meme Pollution and Captain Wang's Warning. A4 District, Broken Overpass. The overpass resembled a massive steel dragon severed at its waist. It lay silently across the wilderness. Gu Yi quickly found the missing scavengers' camp beneath the bridge pier. The camp was in disarray, but there were no signs of a struggle. All the food and water were depleted. He found the scavenger's corpse in the tent. It was a completely shriveled mummy. Its face still held an extremely eerie, peaceful smile. Next to the corpse was a small voice recorder. Gu Yi, wearing gloves, pressed the play button. SHH, SHH, SHH. After a burst of static, a young male voice, tinged with excitement and trembling, began to speak. It's the 3rd day. I'm still here. I can't leave. That song is so beautiful. I've never heard such a beautiful song in my life. I don't want to leave. I just want to stay here and listen. The recording ended with an eerie laugh full of happiness, then it abruptly stopped. Song. Gu Yi frowned. This description, why did it sound familiar? He recalled the urban legend mentioned by those drunken hunters when they were bragging at the one-eyed tavern earlier. It also seemed to be related to singing and red circles. Could it be? His heart sank. He felt that things might not be so simple. He cautiously stepped forward, preparing to first retrieve the dog tag from the corpse. However, just as his hand was about to touch the corpse, the mummy, which had long since lost all signs of life, suddenly opened its eyes. Its mouth opened at an unnatural angle. An eerie melody, filled with inhuman allure, floated from its throat. That was not a sound a human could make. It was a lullaby that seemed to directly bore into the cracks of your soul. Warning: unknown memetic contamination detected. This unit is a memetic derivative and cannot be contained. The Codex issued an unprecedented, urgent warning. Cannot be contained? Guya was startled. This was the first time he had encountered something that the Codex explicitly stated cannot be contained, although the singing sounded soft. It carried an irresistible magic. Guya felt his eyelids growing heavy. A strong sense of drowsiness, a desire to fall asleep, washed over him. Not good, he unhesitatingly activated the Legion armor. He wanted to use physical means to silence this speaker. However, just as he was about to swing his arm blade, the singing mummy suddenly came alive. It stood up in an extremely stiff posture. Then it turned and lunged at Guya. Its movements were slow, but its eyes were filled with a fanatical defense, as if Guya was a damned heretic who had disturbed its listening to the sacred sound. Guya looked at this derivative that the Codex didn't even bother to give containment conditions. If it couldn't be contained, then it had no value. Living armor. Black iron metal components instantly covered his right arm. Myriad armaments. A ferocious black iron arm blade was forged on the spot. The next second, he moved. His whole body was like an arrow shot from a bow. He instantly crossed a distance of over 10 meters, appearing before the mummy. The chanter seemed to sense the threat as well. It stopped singing and opened its withered, chicken claw-like hands, grabbing at Guya, but its movements were too slow. In Guya's eyes, it was like a slow-motion replay. Rip. The black blade light flashed past. The mummy, along with its newly raised arm, was split in two down the middle by the indestructible arm blade. The singing abruptly stopped. The broken corpse swayed. Finally, it fell to the ground with a thud. Transforming back into an ordinary corpse, he walked to the corpse. From its already decayed collar, he tore off a metal dog tag engraved with a number. Scavenger number 439. This was the last trace this poor, unlucky fellow left in this world. Guya put the dog tag in his pocket. He turned and left this ominous broken bridge. He transformed into an echo bat, flying back towards the gray city outline that was already showing a hint of dawn on the horizon. It was almost dawn. The one-eyed tavern was still brightly lit. Gamblers who had stayed up all night and hunters who had just returned from the wasteland mingled together. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol, sweat, and a faint hint of blood. When Guya pushed open the heavy wooden door, he didn't attract much attention. Here, people disappeared every day. And every day, people like him returned from outside, dragging their exhausted bodies. He walked straight to the bar. The one-eyed owner, who was always wiping glasses, raised his single eye. He glanced at Guya's combat uniform, stained with dust and dried blood. A hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. "You're back." His voice was as hoarse and flat as ever. Guya nodded. He placed the collection box containing the abnormal growth sample and the dog tag engraved with 439 on the bar. Mission complete. The one-eyed owner didn't immediately touch the items. He just looked at Guya deeply. Then he took out a small, portable scanner from under the bar and scanned the two items. Beep. Mission, investigate growth confirmed complete. Mission, find missing person confirmed complete. He then pointed to Guya's backpack. What about the other one? The one from the purification plant. Guya was silent for a moment. He had brought back 4 components this time, one more than the mission required. He didn't take them all out. Instead, he only took out 3 intact carbon crystal filter components from his backpack and placed them on the bar. Also complete. The one-eyed owner nodded, picked up the scanner and scanned again. Beep. Mission, recover components confirmed complete. After confirming all missions, the one-eyed owner didn't immediately settle the bounty. He just picked up the sample box containing the growth and examined it carefully under the light. Then he picked up the dog tag. His finger rubbed the cold number on it. He was silent for a long time, so long that Guya thought he might have fallen asleep. Then he slowly spoke. Kid, do you know why these 3 missions are all F-rated? But the bounty is twice as high as those jobs, where you just kill a few rats of grievance. Guya didn't speak. Because 8 out of 10 scavengers who go to the purification plant will be eaten like canned food by metal worms. The one-eyed man put down the sample box. Even if someone who goes to the ventilation tower manages to climb up, they might rot half their body away from touching that thing. He picked up the dog tag again. As for this, the one who died is already the third. He looked up. His single, scrutinizing eye stared intently at Guye. You alone. Overnight. Completed all 3 of these jobs that even many hunter-level veterans find tricky. And he glanced at Guye's body, which could almost be described as unscathed. You look pretty relaxed. Guye's heart suddenly tightened. He knew. He had performed too conspicuously. But his face remained impassive. He just said in a hoarse voice, good luck. Luck. The one-eyed man chuckled. Kid, in this wasteland, luck is the cheapest thing there is. I only believe in strength. He didn't press further. He just operated on his terminal a few times. Beep. Guye's personal terminal emitted a crisp notification sound. Credit points received, 1,800 points. Next time you want to take a job, you can come directly to the 2nd floor. The scavenger pool is too shallow. It can't hold a big fish like you. Guye looked at him deeply, without saying another word. He took the money and turned to leave. He knew he had been targeted by this local tyrant. This was not necessarily a bad thing, but it was certainly not a good thing either. He walked out of the tavern, dragging his weary body. The faint light of dawn made it hard for him to open his eyes. He was about to return to the hive to sleep for ages, but the eerie lullaby involuntarily resurfaced in his mind, and the Codex's cold warning. Memetic contamination. The word was like a thorn in his heart. He hesitated. Finally, he changed direction. Thump, thump, thump. Guye knocked on Old Man Wang's door. It was Li Fei, sleepy-eyed, who opened the door. Damn it, Ayi, where the hell did you go, not coming back all night? Where's Old Man? He's inside. Guye walked in. He saw Old Man Wang sitting at the table, eating the worst quality, synthetic rice porridge with a plate of pickles. Seeing Guye, he was also startled. You're back. Emma. Guye pulled out a chair and sat down. He was too tired and too hungry. He picked up another bowl on the table and served himself a large bowl of porridge. He didn't care if it was hot and slurped it down. Old Man Wang looked at him, eating like a reincarnated hungry ghost. He frowned but didn't ask further. He just pushed the only plate of pickles towards him. After one bowl of porridge, Guye finally felt alive again. He wiped his mouth. Looking at Old Man Wang, he asked casually, Old Man, do you know about the Red Circle urban legend? As soon as the words left his mouth, Old Man Wang, who was drinking porridge, suddenly stiffened. The air in the entire room seemed to drop to freezing point at that moment. Old Man Wang slowly put down the bowl in his hand. He looked up. He didn't answer Guye's question. Instead, he said in an unprecedented, unequivocal tone, From now on, don't ever mention these things to anyone again. And don't inquire about any information related to it. And absolutely do not go near any place with red circle or zinging rumors. He stared intently at Guye, saying each word clearly. That thing is not something you or I, not something rotten people like us, digging for food in the mud, can touch. Chapter 56, An Invisible Net. Old Man Wang's tone was too heavy. It instantly made him understand the weight of the matter. He wasn't a hothead like Li Fei. He knew when to shut up. Understood, Captain Wang. He nodded and didn't press further. Instead, he picked up his bowl and continued drinking his porridge. As if that taboo topic had never come up, the atmosphere in the room was still somewhat oppressive. To break the awkwardness, Guye looked at Li Fei beside him and casually asked, Why aren't you hanging out with your sister today, kid? Coming to Old Man Wang's place to mooch breakfast. Li Fei scratched his head, a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. Cough, my sister has her own things to do. I came to ask Uncle Wang about something. Oh. Guye raised an eyebrow. What is it? Isn't the garrison troops holding a special recruitment assessment in the C-Ring zone next month? Li Fei's eyes gleamed with longing. I want to give it a try. Uncle Wang used to be a soldier. He's got plenty of experience. I came to ask him to give me some private tutoring beforehand. Old Man Wang's icy expression softened slightly upon hearing this. He glared at Li Fei and scolded. With your impatient temper, your physical fitness might be okay. But for coordinated combat and discipline, if you pass those two, I'll eat this damn table. Hee hee. Li Fei didn't argue, just kept grinning foolishly. Guye watched this scene and smiled. The gloom in his heart caused by the meme also faded a little. He finished the porridge in his bowl. He stood up and said to Old Man Wang, Captain Wang, I'm heading back first. Haven't slept all night, need to catch up on some rest. Me go ahead. Old Man Wang nodded. Spend your money wisely. Don't you dare forget who you are just because you've got a few credit points. Understood. Guye responded and walked out the door. The Hive apartment building began to get lively in the early morning. Workers finishing night shifts and scavengers preparing to go out, forage, mixed together. The hallway was filled with various food smells and people's hushed conversations. As Guye went upstairs, he saw a familiar figure coming down from above. It was Chen Hao. He seemed to be fine now, still that lean, perpetually sleepy look. How? Guye greeted him, ah ye. Chen Hao pushed his glasses up and nodded. You're back. Just got back. Guye casually asked. Heading out. Chen Hao was concise. Going to scrap Iron Mountain to see if there's any new goods. He paused and took out his personal terminal. He operated it a few times. Beep. Guye's terminal chimed with a notification. Credit points received, 600 points. Guye was stunned for a moment. This is the last batch of goods. Chen Hao explained, it's all sold. I deducted my share, the rest is yours. Guye looked at the money. A warmth welled up in his heart. He knew Chen Hao must have calculated it as a 6-4 split again. He patted Chen Hao's shoulder. Thanks. Just then, he remembered the extra trophy in his backpack. Oh, this is for you. He took out the oilcloth-wrapped item from his stained backpack and handed it to Chen Hao. Chen Hao was surprised for a moment and took it. It was heavy in his hand. He opened the oilcloth with curiosity. A carbon crystal filter component, entirely black, intricately structured, and emitting faint energy fluctuations, lay quietly inside. Chen Hao's eyes widened sharply behind his thick glasses. He carefully held the component, turning it over and over. His fingers gently caressed the precise slots and heat sinks. His gaze was a focused, almost devout look. Military grade. He murmured, his voice only audible to himself. Then he looked up at Guye. Where did you get it? Found it on the road. Guye lied without changing his expression. Aren't you always tinkering with your broken air purifier? This can be used as a part for it. Chen Hao fell silent after hearing this. He, of course, knew that this thing couldn't have been found. This item was priceless on the black market. Its value was even comparable to a well-maintained second-hand rifle. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, he just silently opened his terminal, seemingly intending to transfer money to Guye. All right. Guye reached out and pressed his wrist. I said it's a gift for you. Just a part. Chen Hao looked up at Guye's frank gaze. He hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he put away his terminal. He held the component tightly in his arms, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. Then he said in an extremely serious tone. Thanks. I owe you one. Guye smiled. He knew that for someone like Chen Hao. The words, I owe you one, carried more weight than any flowery rhetoric. All right, I'm going back to catch up on sleep. He waved his hand and turned to enter his room. Chen Hao pushed his glasses up and turned to leave. Oh, right. He seemed to remember something and stopped again. Auntie Liu Fang and Xiao Qi are back too. They're downstairs. Okay. Guye nodded and turned to go downstairs again. Indeed, in the small open space in front of the apartment building, he saw two familiar figures. Auntie Liu Fang was sitting on a long bench, basking in the rare, not-too-harsh sunlight. Her complexion was still a bit pale, but she looked much better mentally. Lin Zioki was squatting nearby, humming an off-key song and fiddling with a half-dead mutated cactus she'd gotten from who knows where. Auntie Fang, Ziochi. Guye walked over with a smile. Brother Ayi. Lin Zioki's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she immediately stood up. "You're back," was the mission smooth. It was all right. Guya becoming a scavenger was no secret within the team. Then he looked at Auntie Liu Fang. "Auntie Fang, how are you feeling?" "Much better, much better. It's just that I still don't have much strength in my body. That damn syringe told me I still need to rest for another month." Although she was complaining verbally, the relief of surviving a disaster in her eyes and brows was impossible to hide. Guya chatted with them for a few moments, listening to Auntie Liu Fang grumble about her daughter Li Jingya's affairs at the academy, listening to Lin Zioki excitedly talk about another old-world cassette tape she'd found, that cold-killing intent from a night of fighting in the wasteland. Gradually melted away by this warm, human touch, he returned to his small single room. Guya locked the door. He took off all his gear. Then he threw himself heavily onto the bed. He wasn't actually sleepy. His mental energy was full, but his body, his soul, needed a sleep to rest, to temporarily seal away those cold memories belonging to monsters, to turn himself back into a human. At the same time, C-Ring Zone, East District Gate, the third underground floor of the Changjiang No. 1 Purification Station, in a temporary, highly guarded Human Federation's secret operations base, the atmosphere was so oppressive it could drip water. The third squad has also lost contact. A young officer in an intelligence directorate uniform reported with a grim expression to the person in charge of this operation, the officer who had previously had late-night tea with Old Man Wang. The officer stood in front of a huge holographic map of the C-Ring Zone. His brows were knitted into a knot, the light dots on the map representing their 3 separate investigation squads. 2 had already extinguished. The remaining one was frantically flashing, distress, signals in a red area representing severe pollution. "What's going on?" The officer's voice was so cold it seemed like ice shards could fall from it. The first squad, disguised as scavengers, was scouting the periphery of the slaughterhouse, but encountered an unexpected gas explosion and was completely wiped out. The second squad, disguised as gang members, tried to infiltrate the casino district, but got caught in a mysterious firefight and suffered heavy casualties. And now the third squad. The young officer pointed at the flashing light dot on the map. They were disguised as pollutant recyclers from the Shenong Institute and had just entered the edge of the turbid pool in the West District. They just, as if by sheer bad luck, ran right into a migrating, digging worm. Now they're trapped in an abandoned sewer with no way up or down. The officer fell silent after hearing the report. He stared intently at the map. Gas explosions, gang firefights, migrating oddities. These incidents, viewed individually, were all perfectly normal accidents that could happen daily in the C-Ring Zone. But when they occurred one after another in such a coincidental manner to his 3 most elite squads, then it was definitely not an accident. This was more like an invisible net, a huge net that had calculated all their movements long ago, and they were like a group of arrogant moths, flying straight into it. "There's an inside man." The officer squeezed these 3 words through his teeth. His eyes became incredibly chilling. Chapter 57, Operation Mole. "There's a mole." Commander Lin squeezed these 3 words through gritted teeth. This was not a question, but a conclusion. "Commander." The young agent pointed at the still blinking light, his voice tinged with a plea. "Third squad is still holding on, we." "Immediately contact the garrison troops' frontline outpost." Commander Lin's eyes were sharp as knives. "Order them to dispatch a rapid response unit with heavy firepower to 3rd Squad's coordinates immediately." "Yes," the young agent's spirits lifted. "Tell them," Commander Lin's speaking speed was extremely fast, his orders crystal clear. "The mission objective isn't to hunt down that tunneling worm, it's to create chaos. Use your firepower to attract that beast's attention and rip open an escape route for 3rd Squad. I don't care what methods you use, my people must be brought out alive." "Understood." At the same time, Commander Lin's gaze swept over everyone in the command room. "Announce that this Red Circle preliminary investigation has been immediately terminated due to severe intelligence errors. All dispatched personnel are to secretly withdraw in batches via multiple routes. Remember, it's terminated, not paused." This order stunned everyone present, but they quickly reacted. "Go execute it." Commander Lin waved his hand, his face etched with weariness. Yes. Everyone immediately sprang into action. The entire command room was enveloped in a tense yet orderly atmosphere. Commander Lin turned back around, looking at the blue arrow on the map, which was rapidly moving from the East District outpost towards the turbid pool in the West District. He knew this was still a huge gamble, but he had no other choice. He had to bring his people home. As the rescue operation stirred up a bloody storm in the Sea Ring Zone's underground, Commander Lin walked alone into a secure communication room in the innermost part of the command center. He sat down, put on headphones, and typed a line of commands on the keyboard with extremely complex finger movements. Mole, wake up. Sender, Lin. Authorization level, highest. At the same time, in the South District's stomach, the most chaotic and dirtiest area, separated from the East District's gate by a gray millstone. Deep within the slums known as the Water Rat Maze, an area even the Butcher Gang was too lazy to manage. In an underground darkroom, less than 5 square meters, perpetually devoid of sunlight, and always filled with the smell of rust and damp mold. A man hunched over, repairing a dilapidated radio, suddenly stopped his movements. He looked unremarkable. Around 30, average build, ordinary face, the kind of person who would disappear in a crowd. But just now, inside the radio he had disassembled, a miniature receiver disguised as a capacitor, hidden deep within the circuit board, emitted an extremely faint hum. The man was silent for a moment. He unhurriedly placed the screwdriver aside. Then he dragged out an oil-stained toolbox from under the bed. Opening the toolbox, it didn't contain wrenches and pliers. Instead, it held an equally old but meticulously maintained personal terminal. He connected the terminal to a hidden interface on the radio. Soon, the terminal screen lit up. There was no complex interface, only a progress bar displaying constantly flashing encrypted data. A few seconds later, data reception was complete. An encrypted file package, labeled Highest Authority, appeared on the screen. The man opened the file. Inside were the complete action logs of the Human Federation's 3 secret investigation teams, from their departure to their complete annihilation, as well as Commander Lin's deductions about a mole and an invisible net. The man flipped through page after page. His expression remained unchanged, as if he were reading a weather report unrelated to him, but his brain was operating at a terrifying speed, breaking down and reassembling all the details of these 3 seemingly independent accidents. Searching for the one inevitability hidden beneath countless coincidences, 10 minutes later, he closed the terminal, leaned against the cold, damp wall behind him, and let out a long, turbid breath. He already had the answer. Commander Lin's judgment was correct. There was indeed a net. This net was formless and intangible, yet omnipresent. It monitored all new faces entering the Sea Ring Zone through official Human Federation channels. It infiltrated the information chains of various gangs in the Sea Ring Zone. It could even anticipate and orchestrate certain regional accidents to serve its purpose. This was no longer something a single mole could achieve. Behind this was definitely a well-organized, vast underground force that knew the Sea Ring Zone inside and out. All investigations conducted from the outside with clear official traces. Were like moths carrying torches in the dark night. No matter how well you disguised yourself, your light would be detected by that net at the first moment. Then it would unhurriedly prepare the most reasonable trap for you, making you die like a true accident. Thinking of this, the man's lips curved into a cold arc, since being a moth wouldn't work. Then he would become a woodworm burrowing into the wood, from within this already decaying, rotten wood. Bit by bit, he would gnaw it clean. He stood up. From a hidden compartment in the corner of the wall, he took out a set of the cheapest, roughest slaughterhouse worker's uniform, reeking of a strong, bloody smell. Then he began to take off his relatively clean jacket. He looked at his ordinary face in the mirror. His eyes gradually changed. The calmness and sharpness of a top agent, originally hidden deep in his eyes, were slowly withdrawn, replaced by a numbness, despair, and the wild dog-like ferocity of someone willing to sell everything to survive. Finally, he took out a sharp bone-scraping knife from a hidden layer of the toolbox, and facing the mirror left a shallow but sufficiently hideous scar on his face. Blood flowed down his cheek, but he didn't even blink. Now, the agent codenamed Mole was dead. Standing here, was just a desperate wretch, ready to go to the slaughterhouse back alley in the South District to exchange his last bit of strength for a full meal. A pitiful soul. He pushed open the door and merged into the eternal, dim twilight of the slums. Chapter 58: The Naive and Innocent, in Zone B. C Ring Zone Garrison Troops Headquarters. The archive room was brightly lit. The air was dry, a mixture of disinfectant and coolant. Wang Xiaming sat in front of the terminal. His back was ramrod straight like a newly cast javelin. Around him were tall filing cabinets, filled with cold, neatly arranged data pads. This was his world, a world composed of rules and order. His job was simple: organize, archive, and enter C Ring Zone's public security reports into the system. Case C-754, Accidental Fall. Case C-781, Gang Shootout. Case C-802, Alcohol Poisoning. He typed on the keyboard, his movements meticulous, ensuring every piece of data was precise and accurate. But today he paused. His brows furrowed slightly. His fingertips hovered over a report that had just been transmitted, awaiting his final review and archiving. Deceased, Ma San Scavenger, cause of death, alcohol poisoning. The report was concise, and the crime scene photos were clean, meeting the criteria for closing the case. However, Wang Xiaming noticed a procedural flaw that an ordinary person would overlook, but which was glaring to an archivist. In the Site Environment Assessment section of the report, the initial contamination value reading field, which should have been filled out by the frontline investigation team, was blank. Following it was a note: on-site survey instrument temporarily malfunctioned, data could not be uploaded. Again, Wang Xiaming blurted out subconsciously. Instrument malfunctions were not uncommon in the harsh environment of the C Ring Zone, but as an archivist extremely sensitive to data, he vaguely remembered seeing several similar malfunction reports this month already. This was illogical. Although the garrison troops' survey instruments were not military grade, their stability was very high, and the repair rate had always been below 3%. A thought, purely out of professional habit, flashed through his mind. He immediately set up a filtering command in the system's backend. Retrieve all C Ring Zone death cases this month where the on-site survey instrument reported a malfunction. Enter. Data streamed rapidly across the screen. A few seconds later, a list popped up. 14 in total. Wang Xiaming's heart sank. 14 coincidences? This was absolutely impossible. He took a deep breath and began to meticulously compare these 14 files, one by one. Gang shootouts, accidental falls, gas explosions, mechanical accidents. The causes of death were diverse. The identities of the deceased were also unrelated. The only commonality was that the initial contamination value reading for all 14 cases had mysteriously disappeared due to instrument malfunction. What chilled him even more was that he discovered the case closure procedures for these 14 files all shared a very similar trait. They were abnormally fast. According to standard procedure, a report missing critical data should be sent back for review or await the technical department's instrument inspection report. However, all 14 of these, without exception, were directly approved for case closure by a higher-level supervisor despite the missing data. The reasons given were always the same few: saving administrative resources, clear case nature, no need for re-verification. It was as if an invisible hand was urgently trying to bury these imperfect files as quickly as possible. Someone is deliberately covering something up. He stood up, holding his organized data analysis, and walked into his captain's office. "Captain." He stood at attention and saluted. Xiao Wang, the middle-aged captain who was drinking tea, raised his eyelids. "What's the matter? So urgent?" Wang Xiaming placed the data pad on the table, pointing to the list of malfunctions and case closure signatures he had highlighted in red. "Captain, look. 14 cases, the same instrument malfunction, the same irregular case closure. I believe someone within the system is deliberately erasing contamination value data related to an unknown threat. I request." "Stop." The captain interrupted him. He picked up the data pad when he saw the repeatedly appearing electronic signatures authorizing the case closures. His pupils subtly constricted. He was silent for a full 30 seconds. Then he put down the pad, picked up his teacup, and blew on the hot liquid. "Xiao Wang," he said slowly. Just forget about this report after you've seen it. Delete it. Why? Wang Xiaming couldn't understand. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this. Because the people who issued these orders, the captain looked up, his eyes becoming incredibly serious. Their ranks are much higher than mine and much higher than yours. This isn't something we should touch. Put your curiosity away, do your own job. This is an order and also advice. Wang Xiaming stood stunned. He looked at the captain's eyes, which didn't seem to be joking. A cold chill, originating from the top echelons of power, crept up his spine. He opened his mouth but ultimately didn't say a word. Yes. He saluted and turned to leave the office, but in his eyes, the flame called Ideal had not been extinguished. Instead, it burned even brighter. That afternoon, Ring Zone South District, the Maw. A figure emerged from the purification channel. He was wearing a dusty gray jacket. It looked a bit old, but it was too clean, so clean it looked like it had just been bought from a store yesterday. His steps were steady. His back was ramrod straight. His gaze scanned his surroundings vigilantly, like a husky that had wandered into a pack of wolves. This person was Wang Xiaming. He had used his vacation to come here alone, since Order couldn't give him answers. Then he would personally come to this land of chaos, to find answers. He took a deep breath. Immediately, he was choked by the mixed air here and coughed twice. Rust, engine oil, cheap alcohol, and the sour stench of some decaying matter. All the smells blended together, forming a unique aroma of the C-ring zone. He frowned and took out from his pocket a brand new respirator and put it on. This action immediately attracted several unfriendly glances from around him. He didn't notice. He walked up to a stall selling fried synthetic meat patties. He asked in a very standard tone, "Hello, excuse me. Do you know where I can get some information?" The stall owner was a one-eyed fat. He looked up and sized up Wang Xiaming. His gaze was like he was looking at an idiot. Looking for information. Well, that depends on what kind of information you're looking for. And what you're willing to pay. Wang Xiaming was stunned for a moment. Then he pulled out a perfectly packaged synthetic protein bar from his pocket. This was the hard currency of the B-ring district. Is this enough? The fat looked at the protein bar. His eyes lit up, but were immediately replaced by deeper disdain. He snatched the protein bar and stuffed it into his greasy pocket. Then he casually pointed in a direction. Go ask at the One-Eyed Tavern. That's where you'll find the most informed news. Thank you. Wang Xiaming politely thanked him. He turned and walked in that direction. He didn't see. Behind him, the one-eyed fat showed a foolish smile. Then he gestured a fat sheep sign to a man smoking on the street corner. Wang Xiaming walked through this chaotic district. His demeanor, out of place with the surroundings, was like a firefly in the dark night, so striking, so conspicuous. He would subconsciously avoid the sewage on the ground. He would say sorry to the drunkards who bumped into him. He even gave a little girl begging by the roadside half a compressed biscuit that he himself was reluctant to eat. All of this was watched by countless eyes in the shadows. In the eyes of these locals, who had long had all their innocence ground away by the gray millstone. This young man was not kind. He was stupid. A fatal stupidity that could prevent him from living past tonight. A few peripheral members of the butcher gang, leaning against a wall, doing nothing, exchanged glances. One of them, a bald man with a scarred face, stubbed out his cigarette and put on what he thought was a friendly smile. He walked towards Wang Xiaming. Chapter 59, The Deadly Kindness. Wang Xiaming was very frustrated. He had been wandering around Rustbone Street for almost an hour, like a headless fly. He tried inquiring at the One-Eyed Tavern, but as soon as he pushed the door open, he was forcibly pushed back out by the turbid wave of alcohol, sweat, and blood that permeated the air inside. The one-eyed boss behind the bar just gave him a cold glance. That look made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He didn't dare go in. He then tried to find some street vendors who didn't look as menacing. He used credit points from the B-ring district and synthetic protein bars that he himself was reluctant to eat to exchange for information. In the end, his items were taken. But all he got in return was a pile of nonsensical rubbish. Looking for something? Go to the Garbage Mountain in the West District, there are plenty of treasures there. Someone died? Oh, when does someone not die? Turn left at the next intersection, and you can still see the one who just died yesterday. These people looked at him, their eyes full of mockery and derision, as if they were watching a clown lost from a circus. Wang Xiaming leaned against the wall, listening to the harsh, heavy metal music from afar, smelling the perpetual stench in the air. For the first time, he doubted his own decision. This was not the B-Ring district. There were no rules, no order here, only the most primitive law of the jungle. He was like a fool in a clean suit, who had plunged headfirst into a cesspit, completely out of place. Just then, the bald man from the butcher gang walked up to him, a beaming smile on his face. "Brother, are you in trouble?" Wang Xiaming looked up, watching him warily. "Nothing." "Hey, don't be so distant." The bald man squatted down, pulled out a pack of cheap mint cigarettes from his pocket, and offered one. "Want one?" "I don't smoke." Wang Xiaming shook his head. The bald man didn't mind. He lit one himself and took a deep drag. The smoke he exhaled carried a choking smell. "My name is Abayo." He introduced himself. "You look so anxious and sweaty. Are you looking for something or someone?" Wang Xiaming hesitated. He didn't know whether to trust the person in front of him. His reason told him to leave immediately, but he was already at his wit's end. This was the first person he had encountered who was willing to speak to him voluntarily. I'm investigating a few cases," he said vaguely. "Oh, cases." Abayo's eyes lit up. "What cases? Tell me about them." "Just some accidental death cases." Wang Xiaming chose his words carefully. The deceased had nothing in common, but the crime scenes were all very clean. "Clean?" Abayo scratched his bald head, looking puzzled. "Yes, that is. Some data at the scene would disappear." Wang Xiaming could only explain it in a way the other person might understand. Abayo fell silent after listening. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, his brows furrowed tightly, as if he was trying hard to recall something. After a long while, he slapped his thigh. "Damn. Now that you mention it, I remember." Wang Xiaming's spirits lifted. "What did you remember?" "Right in the area, behind our slaughterhouse back alley." Abayo lowered his voice. "A strange thing happened a few days ago. A brother who collected protection fees got drunk and fell from a building, dying on impact. At the time, everyone thought it was an accident. But later someone said that before he fell, that alley suddenly became very, very quiet. You couldn't even hear the rats squeaking. It's exactly like that clean you mentioned." Wang Xiaming's heart began to pound wildly. A clue. This was the first real clue he had gotten since entering the C-Ring zone. "Then, where is that place?" His voice was trembling slightly. "It's in there." Abayo pointed behind him to the dark alleyway, like the mouth of a giant beast. "But that place is a bit chaotic. If you go alone, I'm afraid you won't find it." He stood up and dusted off his backside. A hearty smile appeared on his face. "Let's go. I also need to go back and report. I'll take you there on the way." This is too much trouble for you." Wang Xiaming was a little overwhelmed. "Hey, no problem." Abayo waved his hand. "People in our C-Ring zone are just this loyal. The more friends, the more paths." Looking at Abayo's sincere eyes, Wang Xiaming's last shred of caution completely dropped away. He thought he had finally met a good person, a local guide who could help him uncover the darkness. "Then, thank you very much." He stood up excitedly, following behind Abayo, and walked into the bottomless darkness. Gu Yi leaned against a stall selling second-hand prosthetic parts. He had gone out of the city early in the morning to the previous subway station to see if he could kill the Echo Bat King from last time, to let his Echo Bat absorb and evolve, but unfortunately, the opponent was not there this time. He had no choice but to hunt a few Echo Bats and devour their sound sacs. Now he was back to sell the wings of a few Echo Bats to the stall owner at a cabbage price of 10 credit points per pair. He took in Wang Xiaming's clumsy investigation completely. There was no expression on his face, but a complex emotion churned in his heart. A rookie from the B-Ring district, As soon as this thought emerged, Guyi gave a self-deprecating smile. What right did he have to judge others? By his reckoning, he had been in this damned world for less than a month, all told, not long ago. He was also like this guy, ignorant of the rules of this world, frantically testing the boundaries of death, only by a bit of luck and the grace of his golden finger. Had he survived until now, this Wang Xiaming in front of him, although he seemed somewhat laughably naive, he possessed something that Guyi had almost forgotten, a cleanliness that emanated from his bones, and a persistence that bordered on foolishness. He was so out of place with this dirty, chaotic C-ring zone where people would stop at nothing to survive. Guyi even saw a trace of his pre-transmigration self in him, that naive young man living in an era of peace. It was both distant and laughable. He originally didn't intend to get involved. He was no longer his past self. Such things happened every day in the C-ring zone. He was not a savior. He couldn't manage everything. The first lesson this world taught him was, mind your own business, don't meddle. But when he saw a bio leading Wang Xiaming into the dead end leading to the deepest part of Slaughterhouse Back Alley, known as Mincing Alley, he smelled something unusual. Robbery, extortion, no, if it was for that. A bio had many simpler, more direct methods. There was no need to put on such a show, and even bring him into his own lair. This was more like a kidnapping. Or rather, an arrest. Guyi narrowed his eyes. He wasn't interested in saving that naive, sweet guy. But he was very interested in why the Butcher gang would arrest a rookie from the B-Ring district in this manner. These local tyrants from the South District were a threat he would have to face sooner or later in the C-Ring zone, being able to understand their modus operandi in advance. And some unspeakable secrets, the value of this information was far higher than the few pairs of bat wings he had just sold. Guyi narrowed his eyes. He stuffed the remaining parts into his backpack, pulled on his hood, like a ghost melting into the shadows. He quietly followed from a distance. The alley grew narrower and narrower. The light also grew dimmer and dimmer. The faint smell of blood in the air began to grow incredibly thick. Viscous like an unyielding fog, the walls were slippery, covered with dark red, long-dried stains. Wang Xiaming followed behind a bio and began to feel uneasy in his heart. It was too quiet here, so quiet that it made his heart pound. Brother a bio. He couldn't help but ask, how much further is it? Almost there, almost there. A bio said without turning his head. It's right ahead at that cold storage unit. That's where we found the body. He pointed to the end of the alley, to a huge, rusty iron door. Clotted, blackened bloodstains still hung on the door. Then the two of them entered the cold storage. But at this moment, Wang Xiaming's soldier's crisis warning finally sounded an alarm in his mind. He abruptly stopped. No, something's wrong. You. However, it was already too late. The other two Butcher gang members who had been following him had blocked his retreat at some point, and a bio slowly turned around. The enthusiastic smile on his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a cruel cat-and-mouse mockery. Kid. He grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow from tobacco. Welcome to the slaughterhouse. The iron door behind them slammed shut. Chapter 60, The Interrogation Room of the Slaughterhouse. Clang. The massive iron door slammed shut, completely swallowing the last sliver of light in the alley. The cold storage was pitch black, only a flickering emergency light overhead with a loose connection kept blinking, emitting a sizzle sound of electricity. The strong smell of blood in the air, mixed with an indescribable stench of decay, forcefully invaded Wang Xiaming's nostrils, making his stomach churn. What do you want to do? Wang Xiaming suppressed his nausea. He took a step back and assumed a standard fighting stance, his eyes fixed on the three people in front of him. What do we want to do? A bio smiled. His laughter sounded particularly grating in the enclosed space. Kid, you've got some nerve. Daring to come alone to our Butcher gang's territory to scout. He pulled a boning knife, still dripping with blood, from behind his waist, slowly wiping the blade with his rough thumb. Speak. Who sent you? Was it those uniformed guys from the Human Federation? or those treacherous ones from the One-Eyed Merchant Guild. Wang Xiaming's heart sank. He hadn't expected his identity to be exposed so quickly. No, that's not right. They were just bluffing him. I don't know what you're talking about. He said through gritted teeth. I'm just an ordinary person looking for my sister. Looking for your sister? Abayo sounded as if he had heard the funniest joke. That's a good excuse. Much more creative than the last one who said he was looking for his dad. The smile on his face vanished instantly. His eyes became incredibly sinister. It seems if I don't give you some hard lessons, you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. He winked at the two subordinates behind him. Hold him down for me. First, cut his hamstrings. Yes, Brother Bio. The two men grinned menacingly and closed in from both sides. Wang Xiaming was, after all, a formally trained soldier, facing this kind of street brawl style. He took a deep breath and advanced instead of retreating. A clean and swift side kick landed squarely on the abdomen of the man on the left. The man cried out, doubled over like a shrimp, and fell down. Immediately after, Wang Xiaming executed a standard grappling move. He twisted the right man's wrist with force. Crack. The crisp sound of bone breaking was clearly audible. Another pig-like shriek of agony. The entire process was swift and decisive. In less than 3 seconds, 2 strong butcher gang members were completely incapacitated. Abayo's expression froze. He stared intently at Wang Xiaming. For the first time, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. All right, kid. You're a trained fighter. It seems we've caught a big fish today. He stopped wasting words. Gripping the boning knife, he let out a low growl and charged forward fiercely. Wang Xiaming's expression was grave, barehanded against a desperate man with a sharp blade. He had no chance of winning. He could only dodge clumsily, constantly maneuvering around the hanging iron hooks and cutting boards in the cold storage. Screech. The sharp blade cut his arm, bringing forth a string of blood drops. The intense pain made him gasp sharply. Abayo, having landed a hit, attacked even more fiercely. Every knife thrust aimed at Wang Xiaming's vital points. Die, cop. He roared, stabbing his knife towards Wang Xiaming's heart. Wang Xiaming's pupils constricted sharply. He had nowhere left to dodge. Just then, bang. A dull, massive thud came from an inconspicuous iron door on the side of the cold storage. That iron door, which should have been locked from the outside, was kicked open with an incredibly terrifying brute force. The door hinge broke. The entire door flew in like a cannonball, slamming heavily into Abayo's back. Abayo spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew out like a broken sack, slamming heavily against the opposite wall. Then sliding to the ground, he passed out. This sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned, including Wang Xiaming. He stared blankly at the kicked-open doorway, only to see a figure slowly walk in. This was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, slightly plump with a common face, even a bit bald, wearing oil-stained worker's clothes. He also wore the cheapest, dust-proof gray mask, only revealing a pair of calm eyes. He was the kind of passerby face that no one would give a second glance to if thrown into Rustbone Street. He walked into the cold storage, and with a clank, he closed the deformed iron door behind him. Then he slowly turned to face the people in the cold storage. His eyes were very calm like still water. Yet they sent a strange chill down the spines of the 2 injured butcher gang members lying on the ground. Wang Xiaming opened his mouth but didn't have time to speak. The butcher he had kicked down had already reacted. Clutching his stomach, he struggled to pull a handgun from his waist. Damn it, where did this trash come from, daring to meddle in our butcher gang's business? He roared, pointing the dark muzzle at the middle-aged man. This was Guye. On his way here, he had activated his thousand-faced model ability. Expending mental energy, he transformed into the likeness of an unnamed corpse he had seen while hunting in the South Ring wasteland. A dead person is the safest disguise. It would never attract unnecessary trouble. He knew that the stability anchor field was constantly suppressing his power. Maintaining this mimicry consumed far more mental energy than outside, but for a short-term disguise, it was more than enough for him. He roared, pointing the dark muzzle at Guye. Guye looked at the gun. There was no ripple in his eyes. He simply raised his right hand. his 5 fingers spread open. In his palm, a terrifying black armguard, composed of countless tiny bones and plates. Instantly formed, that was his strongest form at the moment, form reshaping. However, he chose not to transform his entire body. Instead, he only armed the armor onto his right arm. Bang! The gun fired. The bullet spun towards Guya's face. Guya moved. His right arm was as fast as a black lightning bolt, precisely blocking the bullet's path. Ding! A crisp clang of metal. That bullet, capable of penetrating steel plates, was actually deflected by that thin layer of black armor, leaving a shallow bullet hole in the wall. The butcher who fired the gun, his expression completely froze. His eyes were filled with extreme terror, as if he had seen some incomprehensible monster. Moan, monster. He shrieked, about to pull the trigger a second time, but Guya no longer intended to give him that chance. His figure instantly vanished from its original spot. The next second, he had already appeared in front of the butcher. His armored right hand was as fast as a phantom. A precise hand chop struck the back of the opponent's neck. Ugh! The butcher didn't even let out a grunt. His eyes rolled back and he softly collapsed, completely unconscious. Guya didn't even glance at him. He slowly turned to the last survivor, the one with the broken hand, who had been dumbfounded the entire time. That person was already paralyzed with fear on the ground. His crotch was wet and warm. He kept muttering, don't come over. Guya walked up to him. He squatted down. He deliberately lowered his voice and slowly asked in a voice as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing, "Why did you capture him? Speak." The man trembled like a sieve. It was Sister Hong's order. She said, there might be rats from the B-Ring district sneaking in recently. She told us to pay more attention. And if we caught any, to bring them here, to interrogate. Guya's eyes grew cold. Sister Hong, it seemed she was a high-ranking member of the butcher gang. Interrogate about what? I don't know. The man was on the verge of tears. I'm just a doorman. I only know that Sister Hong is very interested in these rats. She said they have good stuff on them. Guya fell silent. It seemed asking further wouldn't yield anything more. He stood up. Thank you for your information. Then you can. A glimmer of hope appeared in the man's eyes. Guya didn't wait for him to finish. He lifted his foot and gently tapped the back of the man's head with the tip of his shoe. The force wasn't great, but it was enough to make this already mentally broken fellow tilt his head and pass out. After doing all this, he slowly disarmed his right arm, then turned to the only conscious person who had been dumbfounded from beginning to end, Wang Xiaming. Now. Guya looked at him and said calmly, "It's your turn."